Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream for the Land Go cEDH 10K. Eric, I am. We got some pretty sweet stuff on the line.
Super duper cool. We are very excited. We just first round fire. So they're getting set up back there, you know, mics, you guys know how like Magic goes. Play mats, you gotta make sure you got all the tokens and all the dice.
Pod here today. For anyone who knows me and I love a spicy brew here in cEDH. So I ran out of spices so quick. Time.
Ooh, salt, pepper. How daring.
Absolutely. So we're starting things off with a little bit of spice here with Sammy Wildcat Captain. Now, piloted by Cole, who goes by Just Ice online. And this list is really interesting because it's a Boros Affinity Storm deck.
It's so cool.
Do you know the main win condition in this deck is looping Spine of Ishsaw when it 0 mana over and over again? So you can have like a reckless blow up. Just start things off. So we saw, let's feature some in this first decks that are, say fringe in the format. We have some established decks here in the rest of this pod, but
so for instance, in seat 2 we have Inala. I think Inala is something that we don't see in tournaments like a lot. But I think if we look back to when people first started playing cEDH, and especially when people kind of onboard themselves, I think it's a very traditional deck for people to pick up because it has easy combo, maybe not quite so, but it's relatively like cut and dry. It's possible for you to just go in the trenches and goldfish your way to it. But also that does mean that it's a little bit face up oftentimes, and so that's why we will oftentimes see it struggle a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what it looks like, especially into our third player, which is a Rog Shy, I believe, or Rog Ishai, which means there is a high likelihood that that first Imp Seal or whatever they could use to find that Spell Seeker to start the line, they might be interaction for.
Absolutely.
Do you think the fourth player will be able to help stop the Anal at all?
No, not even slightly. So in our fourth seed, sort of bringing up the rail, we have Ral, right? So pod, because technically speaking, 3 of the 4 decks, and I guess if you really stretch it, Ragashai as well, have the capability of being very proactive, right? Sammy, especially in first seed, is a deck that can push the narrative pretty aggressively. We'll see Anala win. I feel like Anal is a deck that I've seen, threaten turn 1s and turn 2s with relative frequency. So a deck I've seen mulligan into oblivion more often than I would like to admit. So I think it's one of those archetypes where like that deck is honestly it'll win the game, but that Ral's main disruptive pieces usually involve things like guardianship, deflecting swap, usually on even play as well. So they're not exactly responsible there. It's really interesting seeing that.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued. Idea that you have Nala and Rogshide, these kind of like very consistent lists that are always like very trustworthy, going to do the same thing. At a have Sam get kept like coin flips. If Boros has to mulligan down to like 4 or 3 cards, they're going to have a really hard time getting back in the game. And if Ral gets trapped behind a fish and a Ristic Study, it might be really hard for them to push through.
Absolutely.
But on the other hand, if it's the Rog Ishai or the Anal that has to go crazy low, then that might open up a window for Ral. Or, not to play favorite, but if we could see a Sammy Wildcat Captain win, I don't know.
To the day. And it is notable you're looking at all of the classic. So there's a lot of pieces there too. I was actually just double checking here. It seems like they're not on Drannith Magistrate, which is I think like a piece that could be pretty disruptive in the early. But Silence or an Orm. Some really interesting stuff here out of this deck. Let's first.
Awesome. That often runs through my mind when I'm looking at a like this is trying to put myself in the seat of the runs high, especially because Swiss today.
Yep.
So it's going to be a lot of magic.
Yeah.
And ideally, you want to get those wins while you're still your freshest, your most alert.
Yeah.
Thinking like what you need and then to get the finish line.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting because like at the end of the day, we have all these discussions about like where the player's mentality is and like all that kind of stuff. But you know, frankly, this early pods just win the game. You know, like at the end of the day, we are trying to put W's on the stack, and I think you and I just casted an event last weekend, and we saw a lot of early draws from players, right? And to avoid this weekend, not just because it's kind of boring to watch on content, but because we're able to get those and then have success because of that, right? So I think there's you can also like those, and then you the heaters of all heaters, and you play against some of the best players in the. At the same time, sometimes you get your wins early. You go, hey, I got 4 or 5 rounds to just take one more W. Lock myself into that position one more time. I also don't know if we got confirmation on how many rounds the Open is going to be of Swiss tomorrow. Did we get that yet? 2 more rounds tomorrow, so it'll be 5 rounds of Swiss today, 2 more rounds in the morning, then cut to semifinals, cut to finals. So top 16 cut, 200-person tournament. It's gonna be pretty.
It's something for those of you who hadn't been in a cEDH tournament, especially one that's this long. It is a marathon.
Yes.
So you are trying to, like, in the first game today, you're trying to put yourself in the seat of like, what kind of in 24 hours from now. Oftentimes, when like a false finish line, instead what happens is you just picking up draws, and then you end up going to take a difficult, hard to navigate board states. As opposed to like times what we'll see is when you have like a player, you know, 1 win, 3 draws in 4th seed, but the player in first had 2 wins and 2 losses. And it's something that we're continuing like not be what you're aiming for, but enough that you're okay with.
Because I think the mentality shift semifinals and finals is not affordable. But the part is that Swiss affects that mentality. So instead of let me make these balls, you end up where some people are fighting wins, some people are fighting line, and other people are still like, but we could draw.
Hang on.
We could take a draw here, guys. Why flip the coin? Why try and win the game when instead we can all walk away happy? And then that happens 7 times, and you're sitting there, yeah, I got 7 whole draws. Like
it's weirdly like bracket 3 mentality making its way. Not to say that like we want people to be like aggressive and bullish. So when we're looking for players that we top cut, what we're looking for is for them to be like hungry.
For your that's negative, right? For pushing the agenda, it's one thing, or sort of just go and get kind of right. But like, what are we all here for? We're all here to take your chunk of the 10K that is on the line for this. And so why not your best foot forward? Why not fight for your advocacy? Fight for your position in the tournament. And, you know, if you can do so while also maintaining an air of respect while following the tournament policies, then where's the downside there?
Yeah, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think there's anything disrespectful about saying it makes sense for you in the position that you're in, that I think forcing a draw is your best option.
Absolutely.
But for me and mine, there's still 5 points on the table, and I want them.
Hey, this is a life lesson outside of cEDH. You can respectfully agree to disagree, and that's okay. And sometimes that does come up in the game. You're like, hey, listen, I understand you're pushing your agenda right now. Mine directly contradicts. Where is the middle ground that we can find? And if the answer is we ignore each other for the rest of the pod, let's dance. You know? I very often find that that's not how these games work, right? We very much find a middle ground a significant majority of the time, but you never know with these things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there is something to be said for you're either rallying with me or rallying against me, and so it's a little bit difficult for the more that these decks try to like do their own thing and prioritize their own game plan to take part in that kind of like 3v1,
absolutely,
or kind of like rotating like game of like coup or trader.
Do we
of, like,
choose to live by the coin or die by the coin?
Yeah. Your opponents have your back right until the knife has your back. And so there's only so much like there's only so many moves you can make with your opponents before you start sacrificing your own game plan for the sake of theirs. But I think that's what I love about pods like this, especially like Sammy and Rao. If these players are familiar with what they're able to do, demand to be answered. But there's also going to be an Anala knocking right at the door, and the like between Anala, Raw, and Sammy, I don't know if any of them are going to be able to handle a late game Rog Ishai. So in addition to this kind of like ticking clock egg timer thing that we have going on, there's also just like a atom bomb sitting right in the middle of the table.
Well, it's so fascinating because I think that there's like we talk about mentality shifts when it comes to IDs and draws and things like that, right? And I think it's so easy to prescribe to this mentality of like, well, if I'm Rog Ishai, right? Like I think you can see two potential forks in the road. Either A, you stop enough wins early and force a situation where you are the person that can save the pod, air quote, and get a draw out of it, or B, you want to navigate to that late game where you know I can dominate this pod, right? I know that when it comes to Sammy versus like Anala and Ral in the late game, it's like those decks late games are pretty dog water. You know what I mean? And if you dismantle their engines, they kind of just go, hey guys, what's happening? What's happening over there? What's that? Are you drawing a bunch of cards off a Ristic? That's cool. Can I do that? No? Okay. That's
How am I going to pay 8 mana to cast Ral?
Exactly. Sammy died one time. It cost 8 mana. Okay. I'll be over here. Yeah. That's fine. Hey, it's cool.
You psych-ripped all my artifacts?
Yeah. You did what to who now? Also, unless I'm mistaken, I believe Sammy themselves does not have affinity, right? So like that is actually the biggest choke point.
Oh yeah. So it's lacking that kind of like Witherbloom the balancer thing of like
if I have a big enough board state, it doesn't matter how much my stuff costs. Which is actually really funny because I actually did get a DM as soon as Witherbloom was spoiled from Just Ice being like, hey, I think they printed a better Sammy, but we still see them here with Sammy today. So clearly something's going well for them to be sticking onto this deck.
Perhaps this may be the last dream game that they're not running Awake in the Woods in.
Absolutely. I'm gonna pull up Sammy here for. Can you see it on chat? Yeah, we can. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I just want to get a little bit of a read on this card because we're talking about it so much. So Double Strike Vigilance, and as I mentioned, it does not have specifically that affinity effect here, right? So definitely very good to know that like as an opponent of this deck, that's a choke point. Also just for the heck of it, it's got Double Strike and Vigilance just to be cute, just to be a little cute about it. Like we love to see it.
It was like this close to having Ward 3.
yeah, exactly. Oh, if only.
That's so fun, and it's really exciting to see pods like this. I hope you guys are excited as we are, because it's going to be very difficult to predict what's going to happen because so much of it is going to come down to mulligans. If a player is able to keep first 7 here, that is like exactly where they want to be, even if you're as deep as like seat 3 or seat 4. Because while there is a lot of blue with the pod, Rao and Anala aren't going to be mulliganing for an early Ristic. Which means that it's all going to come down to who's able to get those like combo pieces out for the most part. Like Boros doesn't have a lot of advantage engines.
Exactly, and the only blue card they're going to be looking for is called Spellseeker.
I mean, there definitely is a 3 CMC blue card that they're tutoring for, looking for.
Rog Ishai and Alex have to be more diametrically opposed on their 2 blue spells.
They're definitely pulling from different parts of the colored pile. But I love it. Like everyone in this pod is betting on themselves with the list that they brought. You don't bring Boros because you want to run like good stuff. You don't bring Anala because you want Brewmaster's Advantage. And same thing with like Ral and Rog Ishai. Both of those decks require that the pilot take the deck on its own terms and really like lean into what the deck is doing. Because if you try to go late game with Ral, or if you try to push too early with Rog Ishai, you run the risk of just completely taking yourself out of the game without your opponents even doing anything. doing. So each one of these players needs to lean into what it is that makes them good at playing the list that they brought if they're going to be able to make it across the finish line and get those 5 points.
For real. And I think it's very interesting. Like we kind of come up to this conversation where it's like, do we actually, think of this deck as a pod that will end up with a winner, or is it going to be one of those pods where like I have a feeling like, funny enough, I think when people think of like, oh, what pods are drawing in cEDH right now? What pods are hitting us with draws? And you're actually finding that turbo decks are actually causing more draws. In these early games, because what's essentially happening is like they're creating these situations where you just create direct turn 2, turn 3 king making situations, right? And so the person with the answer is essentially incentivized to go like, hey, I have to I have to launch a decon to go get a counter spell here. Like, why don't we just call it an ID so that I don't king make here, right? That's where we see a lot of these pods. So there's very much permutation of reality where we look at a pod like this and we're like, it's 3 turbo decks. There's no way this ends in a draw. But that's actually a pod where that is more likely to happen, especially with one control deck in the pod. Because he's going to go, I'm not going to control this person just to let this person untap and then flip a bunch of coins and then win, right?
Yeah, it's not impossible to imagine a world where like Sambi goes to combo off, Rugged Strike has one Swords to Plowshare, and then they're able to convince the Ral to like go Mystical Tutor for Jessica's Will and say like, I will let this Ral player win, and like nuke you from orbit unless you accept a draw now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because especially the more turbo decks there are, the more it is that you don't need to be able to stop a specific win. You just need to protect any win in particular. And so even though you may not have, like the Mind Break Trap for the uncounterable, GA, what you do have, is like a Sink in the Stupor or something else that will protect the win that's just about to come down the line. Which is a really interesting dynamic because it's more so becoming less and less about your ability to just make a win attempt, but you have to make a win attempt while simultaneously stopping another win attempt, even if like you're protecting yourself from one player and stopping the win attempt of a third player.
Well, this is
and the
where
fourth player
Stacks
is maybe
comes
there
in too, right? Like Stacks is a really interesting archetype when it comes to like, if you're in a pod like this, I'd rather have like, for example, if I'm in Ragish Icy, if I have a Draenith Magistrate backed up by a Forcible, I'm much more inclined to feel comfortable in that position, right? As opposed to just going like, these counter spells in hand have to save my bacon. Like they have to get me through this position.
My bacon.
Right?
My bacon is broken.
We're gonna go. Okay, awesome.
Oh, that's so exciting.
The
Okay,
round is just about to start. We're getting a little bit of a cue in, so we're about to pop over to our pod. I've already heard a bit of pregame yap of the Nala player keeping a hand, and then everyone else going, 5 lanes and a Spellseeker. Sounds good.
Also, you guys may have seen Llama Unlocked in the chat. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. They have already done so much work and heavy lifting. I woke up and sat down. That's kind of where my job started and stopped. But they've put a lot of work into the stream. And then also, if you see them in chat asking questions, that's them running around between this room and the next one. So huge shout out. Nothing like a stream like this happens by any one person. There's a whole team that goes into it. And we're so thankful for all the people who helped make this happen.
Takes a village.
Which is what it's going to take to stop this Wildcat captain.
Things are about to get wild. Got him the slow burn. All right. So
you on 4 as well?
A number of our pilots are still.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You weren't there when I said. I've literally never played.
I believe we
I've never even
have mulligan information for this stream, just because.
What
this
is
you
my
can't
friend
see
Zach.
here in
I
chat
didn't
is
really
that
want to
there
play
is
game
a
today, so I just
wall that is
was like,
thinner than we would love it to be behind us for chat. So if we're sitting here reading out everybody's opening hands, there is a horrifying reality where some of that information gets transposed into the player's knowledge, which is not good, and we do not want that. So instead, we're working with a situation here where we are just going to sort of see our players and see how they're doing and doing their thing. Now, what I've really appreciated about some of these Lane Go streams is that we do have a visual representation of the stack, which is, I mean, we've talked about this before when we were streaming together. There's definitely a permutation in reality where everyone just lays out the stack like that in the middle of the table, but it is nice to have a place where very specifically the players can just move the life totals slightly over and just kind of lay that stack out, because with a lot of these cEDH games, things do get quite crazy. So yeah, absolutely.
It's not uncommon at all for high-level players who know this game of Magic better than anything else.
I'm just not going to do
simple
anything.
mistakes. For instance, last week we were watching a fantastic 5-color control pilot who tutored for a fish and then shuffled it into their library while they fetched return.
Yeah. You got to be careful about those little micro things. It's actually straight up happened in the creator event last night. A player just absolutely shuffled their entire hand into their deck. We're like, hey, you know, essentially we did a homebrew fix because we were between regular and comp REL. So I was like, hey man, just tell us the cards that were in your hand and we'll give them back to you. But also we're not just gonna let you draw 4 off the top because you've got Absolve Monolith on the field. Like, so like be cool.
Yeah, it was really, really fun.
So, yeah, I don't know if we have the numbers of the moles quite yet. Do we know if we're going to be able to hypothetically get at least the cards kept in hand, Llama? Do we know if we're going to hypothetically be able to at least get confirmation from the judge of how many cards they do keep? Okay, perfect, awesome. So that'll be information that we will have before the actual round starts. Also, shout out to the very pretty Benishoga mats that are being featured along with the Land Go specific mats. We are starting things off. Sammy starting things off with a Mox Diamond, pitching a Fomori Volt Classic. Oh no, the no lander out of Sammy. I think he's down to like 3 cards. Because is that like 1 card left in hand right there? That's crazy if that's the case. It's not a great start for him.
No. It's not exactly like a, you can't really like turbo out a quick.
Yep, he did just put a card counter of 1 on hand. So I believe he did mulligan too. So if we count draw for turn, Ragavan, Mox Diamond, land, card left in hand, right?
It is rough to see, but I do appreciate like I mean, we were just talking about this. This is not. This is not a tournament you can win by playing it safe.
Yeah.
And so, especially if you're in seat 1, this is, I think, one of the better pods where you have to really like roll the dice, honestly. Because if you're able to find kind of like the nuts and keep like a really, really solid like 4 or 5, I think it's worth the risk of mulliganing down to 3 and just kind of taking yourself out of the game.
Did we just see a 6-7 out of the pod there? I'm pretty sure players 3 and 4 kept the 6 and 7 respectively.
Oh, heck yeah.
And we just watched the collective brain rot in live action.
Yeah.
Ral, starting with the turn 1 Ral, very good start out of that deck, absolutely.
Okay, we just got word from production. It looks like the player up in top left kept 3. We had seat 2, which is going to be the Inala. They kept 4. And then Rog Ishai kept 6. And we had a player able to keep 7 as well. Which is, I believe, what brought the hand motions on. Also, is that Pigeon in the bottom left?
I know, it is Pigeon's altar, but I don't believe that is Pigeon.
No, I don't believe. Yeah, they must be borrowing the list from someone. Oh, okay. Of course, it's not Pigeon because Pigeon isn't playing Ral this week. They're playing Tyon.
Oh, that's right. Pigeon is playing Tyon. So I guess Ral got lent out? Question mark.
Yeah. How could I forget known Tyon play Joseph Fago?
Classic. All right, so yeah, we have a turn on Ral. It seems like we are. Oh, I didn't really see what Inala was able to play there on turn 2. It is some sort of permanent. Is it a talisman of some sort? It kind of looks like it.
The players are talking about something you were just talking about as well. Is Sammy mentioning that one of the things they were looking for as they mulligan lower and lower was something like a chalice or a really, really early stack space that you can get out. And so instead of sometimes we'll see like Kinnan players mulligan really low for fish as a way of pressing the gas pedal on their own board state to get them back to parity with players. There's also the ability of something like a vexing bauble to take the rest of the bring the rest of the pod down with you.
Bring you down to my level. Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely very interesting to see this board state here, especially because like very often what I find to be the case is I describe these games as shin kick games or mud wrestling games, where essentially you have multiple players who are down on super low resources before the game even really begins to pop off, right? And so we end up in these scenarios where it's not necessarily about like in any standard pod when everyone keeps 7, when everybody has risk 6 and miss 6 and all that kind of stuff. The things you counter in these pods are different, right? Like these are the kind of pods where you counter the risk 6 study.
Absolutely.
Because anyone having resources when everyone is so low is significantly different, right?
Absolutely.
It's a situation where, as I said, you're mud wrestling. You're sort of pushing.
I wonder if we're going to see like a mental misstep from Ral. If I'm a Ral, I hit it for sure.
Probably plays Mystic. Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
It sounds like the Ral player does not know what is in their deck. They might just have borrowed Pigeon's deck from the sound of this.
Good for them.
Yeah.
I love that for them.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah. They're saying they don't know if they're on it. That's funny.
Jade is a friend of Pigeon, so I would not be surprised.
Do you know what Jade usually plays?
Usually Kinnan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. At least that's all I've ever seen them play. But oh no, they played Farm actually last time I played against them. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so they definitely have experience in the Is It shell.
Yeah.
Yep.
The fish coming out of Ragashai. Wow, Ragashai, a deck that plays a card advantage engine early. That's crazy. Never would have seen that coming. Ooh, thank you to the stream team to getting those fancy borders in there now. Looking very pretty. Also, if there's a world where we can pump the audio into the microphone a little bit louder, that would be awesome. For player audio? Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Once again, shout out to our amazing stream team making this whole thing work. Eric and I are just here giggling and chatting. Awesome.
It's something that's really interesting to me about Ragshai specifically is a couple months ago when we first kind of saw for the generation of cEDH players that I'm from, it was one of the first true mid-range metas, and then when we started seeing Copy Enchantment and Mirror Maid gain a lot of popularity. I feel like now that we have returned to the well, we're seeing Personal Tutor and Idyllic Tutor become really valuable, especially because Personal Tutor is able to go get flash photography. And so I am curious what is going to kind of edge those out of the format.
So we have the Reckless Impulse being launched under. I'm actually a bit confused because it seems like Jade flipped over a land but then chose to pass and not cast the land, interestingly enough, which is a bit odd. I feel like if you're able to make your land drops, you probably should do so.
Joke's on you. I can't guess those anyway. How are you feeling over
there? We have Sammy just untap and pass. Still not seeing a single land drop here. Once again, the choke point of the deck is definitely getting Sammy down, and having two lands does not exactly help with that process. You know?
My prediction is that this Inala, their nest spell needs to be a spell seeker, but they are passing to Ragshai. They're talking about if they need to pay for fish. Absolutely. If you pay for fish here, your odds of winning the game quintuple.
I mean, paying for fish when a Ral has to push at some point is usually the safe way to go about things. There's a lot of that dynamic here today.
It looks like neither the Ral, the Inala, or the Wildcat were able to come out to an early start. So this is looking better and better for Ragshai by the turn.
Yes, absolutely. When the only deck that was able to keep 7 as a proactive deck is the one fizzling extremely hard, you know there's something good going on there for sure for the control deck in the pod. And the other, going into this pod, if I'm Ragashai, I'm quaking in my boots. Right now, my boots are solid. There's nothing going on there.
Nothing quaking there.
Nothing quaking there. Oh, okay. This is why. Because it was not a land, although it looked as such. It's actually the Avatar discard draw 2 card, which makes sense. Okay, so Jade needs to hit a land here to try and get that fish down, which is, I think, Ral's only chance of kind of getting back into this game. If they miss a land drop, which, by the way, the deck plays 2 lands.
There we go.
Hitting a fetch here.
Oh, a fetch is incredible.
Huge. Is the only way Ral is playing this game. Now, to be fair, if I'm Ragashai and I have a counterspell here, I'm snapping that thing off so fast, right? Because I mentioned this is a mud wrestle game. This is a shin kick game, right? So this is a situation in which we are going to see every card advantage engine matter a lot. Ral being able to get back in this game is a nightmare for the control decks.
Absolutely. I would highly expect that if Ragshai has a counterspell that they use it here. If they don't, then potentially I would expect them to have a an intuition line maybe that's about to come out. Because I would very much agree with you. In this pod, you are trying to you're trying to starve the pod out. You want to turn seats 1, 2, and 4 and It's like the Dahmer party.
If I get this out, I'm fine.
You just want to create a situation where, in order for your opponents to get resources, they have to go through your other opponents, and you're just able to get as many resources off them as you want.
Yep.
But the fish resolves. It is.
Why are we trying to remove the raw? So I can hit you with the Ragavan.
Okay, so we are currently having a political conversation in which the top two players are having a conversation in which if Inala is able to remove the Ral, then the Ragavans will stop coming at Inala. But until that point, the beatings will continue.
Yeah. You know, the odds of Rogshy blocking with Rogrek are high enough to to warrant bouncing
also,
around.
If you're the proactive deck, you're not going to hit the control deck and hope to get resources off of them, right? You're going to hope to take it off the decks that are actually trying to put wins on the stack.
How am I supposed to cast this Disrupting Shoal from Exile?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we literally had this situation come up last night in a pickup game where they kept hitting the control players and being like, it was Disrupting Shoal, Flusterstorm, Force of Will, and they were like, please hit anyone else. Like you were just going to remove all the interaction from this table.
For those who are just now joining, we are currently streaming round 1 of the Land Go Open. It's a 10K in Nashville. We do have a stream as well for the Invitational. So if you want, you should definitely go check that as well. But what's happening in this pod is that we had a Wildcat and an Inala who had to mulligan really, really low in seat 1 and 2. Seat 3 on Rogshy was able to keep a hand that got a turn 2 fish out. The main thing that was going to be pressuring them was going to be the only player who was able to keep 7 cards, Ral in seat 4. But it looks like they ended up having to go for a safer line, which ended up getting them a turn 3 fish. So the current board state is, it seems like seat 3 is kind of in a dominating position, but their deck isn't able to bully the other lists out with like a Necropotence or something like that.
Yeah.
So there is still a small window for the opponents, but...
Well, okay, so we have a end-step cycle of Vidalcan Aether Mage, which, for those who aren't familiar with this creature that bounces slivers, it also has the ability Wizard Cycling, which is going to allow Inala to put a Spell Seeker into their hand. Now, if I was Inala and, hypothetically speaking, we were in a reality in which Ragashy had countered the Mystic Removal, I think this would be a very different reality. However, we're in a situation where the players have multiple pieces of open mana, right? Ral has the Lotus Petal, Ragashy has open mana in the form of Volcanic Island. So we'll see what happens, you know? I mean, to be fair, it's also a 26-step combo, so it's not exactly like Inala is going to be feeding these fish a few. They're going to be feeding them quite a lot, right?
Absolutely. There's a bunch of different pivot points. I think this is where like a science to an art. Is if you're able to make it past the first 3 or 4 spells into, usually it's about culling the weak, that you're at your most fragile, but if you're past that, a lot of it's going to come down to the amount of interaction your opponents have versus the amount of like backup lines, you know, and the backup to the backup to the backup line. So it'll be really, really interesting to see, especially how much if they're able to deploy extra mana, or if it's just going to be land spell seekers.
Yeah, that's going to take a long. Llama, the camera's gone off again. It's alright. The pod's the most important part right now.
That's so true.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting turn cycle, and probably one of those turns that's going to determine a lot about this game.
Oh yeah.
We are actually just seeing a cycle for Thassa's Oracle. That probably saves a few step on the combo. I would argue.
That takes it from 26 down to 2.
Yep.
That is so cool.
Launch a decon. Let's just see if this is a nice, clean, easy match. Are we talking about commandeering the demonic consultation? That is a permutation of reality that could hypothetically exist in this moment.
Yeah, I like that cast Commandeer, pitching Mental Misstep and Force of Will.
Yeah, I kind of love this play from Jose. This is one of those situations where it's like, yeah, there's a chance he gets blown out here, but there's also an equally potentially relevant form of sneaks through in a pond in which people are so low. Because honestly, the fish had gotten like 3 cards. world, Shy is just sitting there with something like hypothetically a Commandeer and like no blue spells to back it up and things like that, right? So was it an aggressive play? Yes. Do I think I would launch it like that? No, but I also don't play decks like Anala for that reason as well, right? Like it's a deck where you're supposed to make those types of brazen choices because they could be walking away 1-0 right now for making a play that bold, right? Now we talk all the time about cEDH is a format that's more about should I do it and less about can I do it, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's more of a question when it comes to plays like that. It's like, yes, you can put an Oracle consult in the stack, but was that the right choice at that moment, given how many... Yeah.
I asked the table, and one of them said yes, they would like to put the trigger on the stack.
We are having a recognition of a missed trigger. And one of the players did actually agree to put the trigger on the stack, so that is actually very interesting to see. Although I was under the impression that the majority had to consent to the trigger going back on the stack, and that if someone said no, that shouldn't do so.
I believe, and then we can ask our judge about this. I believe that it goes to the table, sans the player who missed the trigger, and if one person wants to put it back on the stack, it goes on.
Interesting.
Because I think if it's a majority rule, that opens up for some
Weird
scrupulous.
Yeah. Absolutely.
If I on the stack kill the player who's saying no.
yeah.
Molten disaster. Okay.
I was like,
We'll confirm that for you guys. No, that's the. No, I completely agree with you. Like if Rog Shy lets a fish through, I think that is definitely going to embolden me to try and go for a little bit more of an aggressive line. But you also are right as well. There is the should in. I wonder if they had an opportunity to fish for a little bit more information before going for it.
We also did have Jade just show a gut shot, I believe, as sort of a veiled threat to this this Rog rack on the battlefield, which is representing mana through the form of Mox Amber. So it does sort of make sense in a world in which you are a Ral and you are trying to push. Now the Ragashy player has gone to clean up there, but it seems like there was a second there where players may have attempted to try and rejump priority, which is not how that works. If someone goes to clean up, the turn is done. There's nothing else that can be done at that point. So make sure you're passing your priority correctly, folks out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is also notable. I don't expect it to happen in this pod, but it's something I would not be surprised if we see it come up later on in the stream today. Is if a player goes to move, they're saying I would like, I'm going into end step, and then players like, I'm responding. As far as like going into time is concerned, you are in the other player's turn. You just haven't quite gotten there yet. You can think of it like if you're going on like a road trip and you've left the driveway, while you're not at the location yet, you're also no longer at home for sure.
Yes, for sure.
And so you can have this huge stack battle, and it does open up a window of like if they're able to keep priority moving quickly enough. That it is, as far as like the judge is concerned, the next player's turn.
So very notably, we are seeing exactly what we had just talked about here, where the storm turn is being opened up with this gut shot targeting the Rograk, which makes sense. As the active Mystic Remora player, that's the person who you're going to want to shut off resources because they're the person who's going to be trying their hardest to stop you, right? What's also really nice about this is that there is, very cool response here. Swords in response. Ral is one of those decks that, yes, it is a storm deck. Yes, it wins with instants and sorceries, but if you do take out Ral, it extremely hampers the potential of that deck.
Yeah, there is one creature that deck cares about a lot.
Yeah. It's called Ral. Ral being sort of blasted out tempo-wise here is really important. Now, we come to one of those really tough situations where we see essentially Rog Ishai is going to use this resource here in response to the gut shot. But if things resolve as we see them, we're going to end up in a situation where Ral's off the battlefield, Rograk's off the battlefield, that Mox Amber is shut off, and then we're going into two other proactive players' turns who one of them just pushed a wind attempt. So you can argue maybe they're out of gas, but that you can also argue they did an attempt. So you never know really what can sort of come about of these situations. Jade able to win the trigger there.
Evens is heads, odds is loss.
Yeah. Okay. We had a situation there where always want to remember if you're doing any sort of coin flipping or dice rolling, anything like that, make sure to name what is evens and odds before you're doing this. What is successful, what is heads, what is tails, etc. Right. That way you can make sure to game state maintain that appropriately.
I definitely agree with Jade's decision to go for the Rog Rag in upkeep, but it looks like they chose not to pay for the fish.
I think it was during the main phase. Because now they're passing through combat. So yeah, so we were in a situation there where it floated the red mana off of the Mox Amber, and then Jade said, "I'm going to pass through combat," so that red mana that got floated with Mox Amber went away. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And ironically, we are seeing the deck with like 20 lands make their land drops consistently at this point, whereas Sammy, the deck, which I mean doesn't have the most lands in the world, but it definitely has more than just 20 randomly. Yeah.
I do like as well, like there's a world, and this is something that Rogshy really wants to do, is you just show the Ral the swords and say like, before I draw and resolve this trigger, just don't, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna blow up your Ral. But then Ral knowing of like, if I don't push right now, that swords is always going to be out there.
And that's exactly the point, because now we see Jade make the land drop, right? They're able to go right now, replay the Ral, and essentially say, great, you stopped me this turn. Next turn, though, we'll see what happens, right? And I think with a deck like Ral, like I often describe them as hemorrhage decks, right? Because you just want to hemorrhage resources out of your opponents, right? And this is the situation there where, like, yes, there are times where you have to ask Ral to play nice, but I think this is a deck where sometimes you have to go, I will not and I shall not play nice. And I'm actually going to just push my agenda as hard as possible, right? Whether it's turn after turn, and especially once again, fight in the mud type of game here.
Oh, yeah.
This is exactly the scenario where I, as a Ral player, am going, look, the other two, one of them just shot their shot already, the other one hasn't made a land drop the whole game. I don't care. I am the problem, and I'm happy to beat the problem because it's not going to come back to bite me. Now we have a
Troger.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Very big change of events here. So yeah, we have Jose begging for the control player's intervention at this point. But yeah, Treasonous Ogre is a really big piece here. 12 life later, you got to Ral back on the battlefield.
Absolutely.
We still have a Lotus Petal that can make blue mana. You got essentially, they're at 34 now, so 34 minus 12 is 22. We still have 7 red mana to work with, hypothetically speaking, but you also have to be careful because Ral triggers do damage you at times.
That is so,
yeah.
That's correct. There's so many, like, if they just have one, you know, Witch's Mark, it's going to be so easy for them to turn that into a Past of Flames, turn that into another spell, especially if they're able to get like a Bruggy or something. This is, I love cards like Treasonous Ogre because if I'm the Rogshy player, I just went from feeling pretty good to absolutely awful.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we expected the Rogshy to get at least like a turn to get back around to them, but now they're saying, no, actually, I don't get anything.
Yeah.
So, we're seeing a little bit of the clicky wheel coming out here just because we got to maintain some storms, some mana, all that kind of stuff. Very convenient tool to have access to, not gonna lie. It's real nice to be able to maintain all your mana and stuff like that. And the fact that it goes up to like 99, hopefully, there's not many situations where I'm expecting that to be out resourced. I've only had like one game lately where I've had more than 100 mana on the field.
It's been a long time.
Sometimes you play next blue mage, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, usually I feel like once you make it above 20, it's usually unbounded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's Ral coming down.
All right, so we got the Ral back on the battlefield.
Let's see what they cast next.
Okay.
Looks like it's gonna be a blue spell.
Ooh, we got a Frantic Surge. Really good first spell out of Ral there, because those lands getting untapped is going to be pretty big. So that is the second instant sorcery in the turn, but 4th storm spell for the turn, or actually 5th storm spell, because the swords is counted for that.
Yeah, it does.
Yes. So yeah, players just counting 6 on storm, 2 for Ral count. So despite the fact that a previous Ral was there to recognize which instant sorcery had been the case, that's not how Ral works. It specifically says how many instant sorceries have been cast. Now we have a Commandeer out of Ragashy on this frantic search.
I like that a
This
lot.
is a great choke point.
That's
here,
incredible. Great
because
job.
one of the things with Storm is you choke the mana, you choke the mana, you choke the mana.
Oh, yeah.
And now Ragashy is able to go into these other turns, not only with resources available, but also an active Mystic Aura with untapped lands, right? So it's a really, really big opportunity there. Now, Ragashy did have to go down 3 cards to make this happen, and they had to go down, essentially, they'll now have to double sculpt, right, to make that the case. But it's not the worst case scenario to get that sculpting in, to give themselves potentially more interaction.
That's exactly what you want to have in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, so now we are seeing the route trigger has to happen before the frantic search, as it would normally, even though it did get commandeered. Now we see up to 3 lands getting untapped, and then the draw 2, discard 2 function happening as we speak. I think if I'm Ragashy, that is a great that commandeer there, absolutely.
Because now they are the route chair players Omega choked on blue mana.
Yeah, absolutely. Omega choked is great.
So that just means that their life total is now that much more.
Yeah. And what I love to see here is Jade is going, oh yeah, that was super inconvenient. Anyway, here's a Ren's Resolve. Yeah, this is, as I mentioned, hemorrhage deck, right? You hemorrhage these resources over and over and over again, right?
Yeah, like how many more commandeers can they have?
Yeah, exactly. Legally, 0. Yep, sounds like the Ren's Resolve is able to stick through. I think that we do have a little bit of finger tapping here out of Ragashy, which is my usual indicator that they're counting mana and resources.
Yeah.
Now, very notably, depending on Ralph flips, Jade really only has the ability to make 4 more red mana at max. We do have a bit of a hidden card error here. Jade accidentally grabbed a 3rd card for the Ren's Resolve. Now, Jade also is a judge, so this is why they have a certain succinctness in describing the situation to the judge, because they know how to, essentially to break down the situation here.
Yeah, I think for me, this also represents great like sportsmanship and knowledge of how the game works. Because I've seen players like make mistakes, and sometimes you'll see them hesitate, and they're like, "I wonder if we get away with it."
Absolutely.
And I think that the clearer you're able to keep the board state, and if your mind is always focused on all of us need to be playing as correctly as possible all the time. Especially as a Storm player, it's going to be that much easier for you to avoid making mistakes.
And I also want to highlight the fact that, like, just to chime in here for a second, Jade essentially described what the fix would be for that situation, and the player still very accurately did call the judge over, which I do really want to highly encourage. No one here is offended by a judge call, and I think it's one of those situations where it's like, hey, let's just resolve the situation as appropriately as possible to make that happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, completely agree. Ooh, Tavern Scoundrel. Ooh.
Tavern Scoundrel is a really big pickup
Very, very good.
Now, notably, Jade is down to 8, but essentially, if a coin flip goes well, then... Okay, so we have a situation here where essentially a Ragashy player is saying, hey, please take this spell off the stack. Yeah, so what the situation here is that you're essentially saying, hey, I have to counter this spell because Tavern Scoundrel can flip the script so quickly. And Jade said, show me a card. They showed clearly some sort of force or something, because they said you need to show me a blue card to make sure that you have that too.
Yeah.
So we're assuming it's one of the forces available. Now we have out of seat 1, Cole is essentially saying like, hey, I think you just counter it anyways because I'm not doing anything. I've been stuck on resources this whole time, and we're just worried about Inala. Yeah. Cole is saying, hey, I'm going to show you my 1 card in hand if you're worried about me at all, which the Ragashy player has said that they are. And I'm going to please, for the love of goodness.
Yeah, which I think is one of the parts of cEDH that tends to intrigue me the most, is if you imagine you're in a 1v1 format and there's a very powerful spell on the stack, showing someone a hand that does is somewhat of a concessionary, as opposed to the presence of Ragashy in this pod means Sammy is able to leverage the fact that they aren't able to take a significant amount of game actions to stay in the game and force another player to interact.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's I'm very just the dynamic of your information of lack of resources to get another opponent to expend resources generates a very dynamic like modality in the pod.
Alright,
Okay.
so yeah, no damage, then romantic
So-
bond, good. I'm gonna discard, then draw. I'm gonna
Interesting
discard
here.
this
So we had a small situation where at one point the tavern essentially got walked off the stack, but the tavern scoundrel at one point ended in Jade's hand, which is obviously not where it became. However, before it became a problem, and yeah, good, because I was literally looking at the boards going, where'd that tavern scoundrel go? So I'm glad to see that got resolved appropriately. We have a romantic rendezvous being resolved at this point, which is just another looter effect, effectively. But yeah, I do kind of agree with like getting the Tavern Scoundrel out of there forever, kind of being something that I would be more interested in here. And we're already seeing Ral is still pushing, right? So like this notion of can we chill on this situation here? It seems like Ral has no intention of stopping at this point, right? Like it's Tavern Scoundrel didn't happen, but also like if you want to eat that Force of Will, it's probably smart that the Tavern Scoundrel should eat the Force of Will. But because they didn't pay to life, because they didn't listen to what Cole was saying in seat one, and essentially make them cast the Tavern Scoundrel, make them use the interaction in your hand because the other two of us aren't winning. Because of that, Jade's now was able to resolve 2 more loot spells because their mana wasn't choked, right? Which is already a situation we're dealing with here, right?
Floodbomb coming out makes sense here.
Yeah,
I think that's good timing.
Absolutely.
Because you're running out of time with the Ral of soon that you don't need the spells to resolve, you just need the triggers.
The trigger, because that's essentially, for anyone who hasn't played against Ral very excessively, you're going to end up in a situation here in which what's going to happen is essentially that flip. The Ral bounce does resolve here. There's a the Witch's Mark is now resolving. Definitely a little bit of messy play here, I'm going to say. This has been a couple games, right? And if you're playing in these games, like, you got to really... If you're a player watching this pod, it's like, all right, how many like little accidents can you have in your favor to where it starts being like, okay, this is pushing a boundary of like, we need to be very careful of what game actions you're taking in this moment, right?
I think it's very apt that there was a Tavern Scoundrel and a Treasonous Ogre, because the decks we most consistently see those in are Itali and Krark Shakashima. And I think both of those are decks that have quite the allure to new players, because the idea that you get to take a ton of game actions is like exciting. I get to play my opponent's list, or I get to cast spells and even if they get countered, I don't care.
Totally.
But exactly like you said, Storm is a relatively difficult archetype, and the more mistakes you make, the higher your odds of getting like thought seized. Because for instance, if you move a card from the top, if you inappropriately draw a card, it's moving from a hidden zone to a hidden zone. So your opponents just get to look at your hand and say, that one. I want to get rid of that one.
Also, very interesting development. Ragavan has hit Ragashai. Ironically, the deck we just said was super bad for the Sammy deck to use resources from. However, they were able to flip a Fairy Mastermind, and with a Ralin in this pod, that's actually really solid, because there's very much often situations here where they play a lot of these cards, as we saw through the past 3 or 4 turns, where it's just like discard, draw 2, discard, draw 2, right? So it's very, very interesting to see that situation. Fairy Mastermind, a very good hit for a deck that's been sort of out of the game for a lot of it. Also, there's an active Mystic Remora on the battlefield as well, right? So just like multiple pieces that are actually potentially going to dig Sammy back out of the situation.
Yeah, Fairy Mastermind is a fantastic hit, especially in a list that's also on Smothering Tithe.
I believe our shiny card here is Entomb coming out of Nala. They are about to entomb a Spellseeker here. Oh, they're saying it's not Spellseeker, it's not Scholar of the Ages, is what they're getting at.
I think they said Scholar of the Ages.
That's valid. Yeah, I'll pass on.
Yeah, a lot of political discussion on like what's being entombed at the current moment. I believe they said a burnt offering is being entombed.
F6 is still there. I like to...
Yeah, burnt offering hitting the graveyard, which makes sense. It's part of the game, right? So I'll pull it right now. It's a spell that's essentially one of the rituals for the Anella piece. Which is really interesting. I think it's, essentially going to be the case where, like, with the way the Anala chain works, you're very often looping things like Burnt Offering and stuff like that with some of your Archaeum. So it makes sense that that's a card that, first of all, drawing, it's not. But otherwise, also, having it in the graveyard just helps the combo potential pretty high. You know. Yeah, interesting to see. Like, we're still in a situation here where Ral can untap and still has a lot going for them, right? Like, it's still got a decent amount of cards in hand. It's necessarily like they're down to beans, right?
Not at all. Rog not pay for the which 100% makes
absolutely. An experience report. This is what the deck be doing. It'd be countering some spells and it'd be drawing some cards, and it's kind of the brand, you know.
Yeah.
It's really a pretty one-dimensional deck at the end of the day. It is the closest thing we have to a control deck in cEDH.
Absolutely.
And you can't really hate it. So it's
in general, with what Rog Ishai does on board is relatively uninteresting. It's what they do on stack that tends to be the most dynamic. So it'll be interesting what we are able to see from them to this Ral turn.
I'm very nervous if I'm Ral's opponent this turn right now. So yeah, I mean, being able to for only 2 mana because it wasn't removed, it was bounced, right? So it wasn't a 6 mana Ral like it could have been. It was just a 2 mana Ral right now. Now there's still a Treasonous Ogre with basically 1 mana. That's effectively an arcane at this point, but it's also an arcane that can't have any flips go bad, hypothetically speaking. But that Tavern Scoundrel's still there, right? Like, they're still in a situation where that is a card that is essentially the loaded gun that is staring them down. Now, we do know Rog Ishai has some sort of free interaction for the creature combo to follow afterwards, but I wonder almost if their choke point is hitting the Ral here instead of the Tavern Scoundrel, you know?
Yeah, I will say, Jessica's will coming out from Ral.
Really big here.
One play from the Rog Ishai player that I don't like is the way that they tapped out and cast their spells.
Yeah. I think holding up Ristic Study here is like they must have a fierce or swallow or something.
They have to
have justified paying 2 mana for a Rog in this. Mana to put a 1 red. I'm having a hard time imagining that that's the thing that's going to keep you alive going into this turn cycle.
Which means we essentially have to see a Fierce Guardianship or Flare here to justify the play. Which is interesting for me. Jade is starting with the Jessica's Will because I would expect them to have seen the Rog come down, and I don't know, maybe it was kind of a mental game, bluff a little.
Yeah. We see also Jade right now attempting to. I've never played Ral before. Like let me cook. Essentially, is what's happening. But we have our top table players, our seats 1 and 2, essentially going like, but like Ral's the only deck that's actually challenged at this moment. For the love of goodness, like. Jessica's Will it's just like extremely untenable. So they went to go throw the Swan Song down, realizing that they had tapped their mana in a way which that does not work.
Okay. Here's the force then.
So players actively talking about the force that they're very aware of from Rog Ishai. They're passing on the Jessica's Will. Wow. Yeah, that is going to get them.
Okay.
I think they are dead.
Yeah, it looks like the Rog Ishai player is immediately getting punished.
There's just certain spells that you can't. Oh, and the Vexing Bauble for the immediate punish.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Great Furnace, Seething Song, Vexing Bauble.
You know the only piece available Force of Will because Rog Ishai has tapped so low, and so just immediately punished for letting an unacceptable. That's so tough. Oh, wow.
Difficulty of control archetypes that I'm still learning is how much you need to progress your own board state so that you're able to stop other players. So it makes total sense to me, for instance, that a player would try to get a Ristic Study out because I think that's something that's going to exponentially increase your ability to interact with other players. But then also theoretically, Rograk is one of the best commanders in our format for a lot of reasons. They turn on First Guardianship. You can also sacrifice them for a player duplication or deflecting Swat is going to be super duper good. But at some point to bet on the free spells in your deck or the one counter spell you have already in hand.
And we do see Bragashai did have the mental misstep for the Vexing Bauble, which
That's
is
good.
like that was the only way they were getting out of the situation without having to pitch a whole force of will for it. They are casting the Seething Song. Jade's sort of walking through their plays still and still attempting to put more spells in the stack. That being said, Bragashai has to use the force of will here, as we all kind of know. Which once again, this is now two you've had to expend when instead they could have just forced the Jessica as well, right?
Absolutely.
So like it just feels like this was an unnecessary situation here, right? I think and to cast the Seething Song or cast the Tavern Scoundrel, right? Like these things just need to be answered, and I just don't think they're respecting how storm decks are working, right? Because
Stormcast's gone up.
if this is like a a different type of deck, it's a very different situation on what you're supposed to actually counter here, right? But with storm decks, choking them on mana is such an integral part of beating these decks.
Absolutely.
You can't treat it like a blue farm. You can't treat it like, oh, I have to hit the breach, right? Like everything is a breach when it comes to Ral because it is just building a critical mass. And the things that give you mana and card draw
Defense of your early as a hem. I think this is an example of an outside party might say, well, there's a Ristic study. Like if you push into a Ristic study, you just lose.
Right.
But Rao is making the bet that I'm going to draw dig spells faster than you're going to draw counter spells, and because it's my turn and I have more mana, I will be able to cast more of them as well. Oh, Stormfilm Artist coming down is big. If they weren't already hearing an alarm, they're gonna need some earplugs soon because it is.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and wow, the Tavern Scoundrel last turn had eaten a force of will. Yeah, this is it's one of those situations where Ral's building up so many resources. Now, if they whiff on an instant or sorcery, fantastic. That was just like not tight to happen,
Yeah. It's the way that they tap for Ristic put them in a position where they're now essentially trying to catch a falling knife.
Exactly.
And that is not.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in top because that is a foot race you'll lose.
Yeah. And the turn in reverse, if you pay 2 Ograk Hammer to then play the Ristic study, that leaves a blue mana open or a white mana open, as opposed to right now where they only have a red mana. And what is red mana doing against a Boros deck, a Storm deck, and Inala, right? Whereas like having the Swan Song that we now know is in their hand after the accidental reveal, that's a card you really want to open, right? So when you're playing these control decks, like it's a matter of respecting your opponents, right? Like you can't recognize that your opponents can try to win the game as they're trying to win the game. You need to recognize that in every part of your turn, right? Like I joke all the time that having anxiety in cEDH is a superpower because like thinking about how do your opponents kill you is how you survive, right? You have to play faster than them. You have to play in a way where you are predicting their moves before they're making it. Because if you're always playing on the back foot, how are you ever going to beat 3 other players? You know?
And we're seeing a little bit of a lack of that out of the Rogshai player because traditionally, if they're into like a blue farm, your Flare of Duplications and stuff are going to be very, very powerful. Until Blast, I know it's an Izzet deck, but when that
there's like 3 blue spells.
Copy it. But to what end? What's it going to get you? You're not going to draw into like a Demonic Tutor or something.
Oh, Impersonator that hit off of Ragavan. Cole now deciding, am I going to get my own Ristic study in Sammy Wildcat Captain? Which, I'm not going to lie, that would tempt me.
Yeah.
I would be just a wee bit tempted.
A little bit.
Also, more importantly, he can Clever Impersonator of the Treasonous Ogre. He's at 40 life still.
Yeah.
Like,
if I cast Sammy, is it resolving?
Going over to our Rogashai player saying, if I cast Sammy, is it resolving?
Yeah.
Boros Signet. And then
Rogashai goes, what's the follow-up? He goes, a Boros Signet?
But it'll be free. It'll be a free Boros Signet.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll cast a Signet and then we'll see where we're at. I don't have to do math.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's a big force.
So yeah,
Cast a Magda then.
a Magda cast out of Sammy with
Okay.
5 treasures.
Yeah.
No, we don't. I do not play Magda combos. Magda's a
Yeah.
value.
Cole clarifying that he does not play Magda combos.
A mana rock.
A mana rock.
A mana rock.
Yeah. So 5 treasures exactly. Yeah, and I understand if you're in Ral's position, you want to yap about how scary playing a Magda is. Wow, the Magda's eating the
I'd
force
rather
here.
you force the Magda than Sammy.
I'm a little bit surprised here, to be honest,
I'm very surprised.
because I don't like name an Sammy Wildcat playing that they're willing to sacrifice all of their mana that punishes you that hard, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what I don't really know. And also after everything that Ral just got away with resolving, they resolved a Tavern Scoundrel and a Stormkiln Artist and a Treasonous Ogre, and somehow the Magda that might get, I don't know, a Spine of Shot, I guess, is the problem. I don't know. That seems to me like maybe not the best use of resources.
Yeah.
I do actually think you win if you said that.
I think I potentially would have liked to see a deal come out of the Raw Geishai player from the Sammy Wildcat captain.
Yeah.
Of like, and it's not uncommon to say, what are you going to tutor for? Oh, I don't know yet. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's true. You bring a Boros combo. Know what to okay.
Right.
Like, I need you to tell me right now what it is you're tutoring for.
Yeah.
Just to get Force of Will to just,
Yeah.
let's just work together.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have the interesting situation here. It sounds like from the way the players are speaking that there's potentially a mnemonic betrayal out of Jose.
Okay.
And if you look at Ragashai's graveyard, small is not a word I would use to describe it. So yeah. Also, now that you know the Force of Will has just been eaten, essentially you're playing around Red Blast. And don't get me wrong, if the like if mnemonic betrayal resolving, absolutely, right? But after that, yes, you're mnemonic betraying into heuristic study, but you're mnemonic betraying into heuristic study with everyone's graveyards available to you, right? So for me, I would feel extremely confident launching a meme bet here if I'm in an Anala's position. I'm not gonna lie.
It would be especially exciting for the Anala player. Can you just do a quick recap of the game? We have Sammy Wildcat captain in seat 1, Anala in seat 2, Raw Geishai in seat 3, and a Ral in seat 4. While Sammy the Wildcat captain and Ral have a lot of permanents on board, that was not the way the game started. For the most part, it was a very resource-starved game with the only real development coming from a Enlightened Tutor into a fish from Rogshai, with the first win attempt actually being a Thassa's Decon from Jose. But when that got snuffed, they kind of backfoot. But now that Ral and Sammy have been doing so much, like just like you said, I think Meme Bet is one of those great cards where it has a little bit of that comeback potential that card that we used to have in the format, Darkside did. Of the more your opponents are doing, the better the card gets.
I like to cast this Archaeomancer.
Ooh, Archaeomancer coming out of Anala here. I think this is a win attempt.
Yeah, because we have an Entomb and a Burnt Offering.
With an Entomb and a Burnt Offering.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Ooh, that's and very notably, Ragashai is like, oh, what could they get consoles? That ain't how this is gonna go down, my friend. Very notably, also heads up Anala move. You are putting your Anala trigger on the stack underneath the ability to pick up an instant or sorcery. So you pick up the Burnt Offering first, which is going to allow the chaining to begin. I'm not gonna lie, I would feel pretty confident if I was Anala at this. Yeah, because for every Burnt Offering, right, they're going to be making 4 mana, which only costs 1. So they're going plus 3 mana every single time. And if they start entombing with the copy, they're essentially going to be able to pay 1 Heuristic Study for every iteration of this loop.
Absolutely.
There's a very high potential here that these players are being entombed, to say the least. And notably, I don't think there's a reanimate spell here, so that I think is the last missing piece to make this like a loop.
Absolutely, they need to be able to because Entomb is sorcery speed, right?
Entomb is instant.
Okay. Oh, in which case, aren't they just supposed to Entomb in response? Knowledge trigger or an offering the first one?
Well, yeah, that's the issue then, because if they entomb the which is great. They can get that back, but then that means that they can't grab the Burnt Offering, right? So the okay, there's a redirect lightning. Good stag here. Good snag.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they're changing what card is going to be picked up by the Stark Amethyst.
And in defense of the Rock Ishai player, that Mox Amber potentially just saved them the game.
Yeah. Okay, so interestingly, the Anala player is picking up the Burnt Offering by paying for the copy of Anala, paying for the Anala copy here, but it looks like they're completely tapped out, so unless sort of manifest a mana out of nowhere, it has been fizzled. But we see Ragashai untapping, which is big. So Anala essentially has just like slightly slides their loaded gun on the table. They're like, it'll work next turn. And Ragashai gets to untap, which is, in my opinion, unexpected. I did not think that they were going to be able to get through that turn cycle with just like some of the choices of what to interact with there. Right? Yeah, yeah, I mean, like Ragashai sometimes just draws all the interaction in the world, and sometimes, yeah, they have it there. So I'm a little bit surprised they made it through that turn. Said like it's, we are where we are.
Though I did get hit by the redirect lightning. The Sands Spellseeker lines are some of what I think are the coolest in Inala, because you force your opponents to do some really intense math.
Sorry, the cringing has begun.
Yeah.
This is the second copy of the study for Ragashai here. You hear a visceral reaction just because, boy, is it miserable.
Yeah. If I were to make a face, Evan, while this is going.
Yeah, and of course that was totally natural and not because there's a camera currently active.
Yeah.
So,
Oh my
normal,
word.
natural reaction.
Look at these totally normal things.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I'm way more excited about Freedom Waffle being here than I am about the copy enchantment.
Yeah. Now, very notably, there is one positive if you are
Sammy's like, yes.
yeah. If you're Ral, you're probably trying to find a hole in the ground to bury yourself in at this point, because storming into 2 Ristics is a bit more ambitious than a single Ristic.
You're like, is Pigeon on Pyroclasm?
Yeah. Which historically he has been on.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that does not exactly quite stop the Ristic studies from drawing cards,
Yeah, my confidence level wouldn't be super high if I also couldn't remember if they're on. So.
Absolutely.
Something that's becoming more to me about the enchantment effects is something I really in the content creator clash. The 2 games that I won were because I got an early fish and a Ristic.
Yeah.
And it was very surprising to me that I started kind of losing interest in those games, and they are increasingly becoming less and less fun and harder for me to maintain the attention that I need to play like optimally and correctly interact with opponents.
I mean, it's a lot of game actions. Now, the luxury of a deck like that is, if you've got 20 cards in hand, you can maybe mess one of them up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is one of the situations where, you just sort of get buried under game actions and interaction and all that kind of stuff, and just sort of have resources on resources on resources. Now, I don't think we have active round timer, but I do think it is going to start to become relevant if I'm Ragashai, because these decks are going to keep pushing, and you need to keep answering those problems if you're Ragashai, right? Because very clearly, no one's helping. No one is helping at this point. It is very much a situation where everyone just keeps putting loaded guns on the table, and you're like, guys, I can only put so many guns in the lost and found box. Like, please stop.
And the Annual player is going to hit him with the classic. Can anyone untap a land and draw me a card? It does need to be both.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I also need to find a way to cast a mystical tutor before you do that.
Yeah, exactly. Heuristic study, and also,
I'm running low on that. Which is, I think, Inala just interacts with the Grixis color wedge in such a different way than we would expect most like combo oriented decks.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm checking in on see if we can get a little bit of a round timer here, but in the meantime, yeah, we're sort of getting through Ral's turn now. I do know that Ral very audibly said, "Hey, I'm about to dig for a wheel here," because yeah, that's probably one of the only ways that these proactive decks can even stand a chance against what Ragashai is doing. And there really is a point where you look at yourself playing a proactive deck and you go, "Hey, listen, I am here to play a proactive strategy, but at the end of the day, I think I kind of need to throw a live grenade in the middle of the pod in the form of a wheel." Just to see what can happen, you know, because it's going to get to a point where it's like the control deck is gonna just keep controlling, right? Now, giving your proactive decks 21 cards is pretty good way to keep the control deck at bay from being you know, essentially hyper oppressive in this situation here, right?
You know, and while we're tracking down information, just want to once again give a huge shout out to the stream team and the judges helping us. We are getting fed a lot of information, and we are getting a lot of help from people here at the event, and so thankful to everyone who has along the way kind of like set aside time to help make this happen. I do like Rao prioritizing a wheel here because I think you need to cause as many problems as possible for this Ragashai player. There is potential, just like you said, just with the amount of game actions that can be taken for it to kind of naturally go to draw on its own. But if that's going to be the case, especially as a Rao player, you want it to be on your because then you're getting the triggers, and then especially like with the Stormkiln Artist and the Tavern Scoundrel, you're being able to kind of like top deck your way through a lot of game actions is pretty high, but a lot of them are going to be at sorcery speed. And so yeah, I would want to be, if I'm at this table, I just want to be thinking, what's the biggest problem I can cause right now? Like what's really going to piss my uncle off at Thanksgiving?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna pay red 1. I think I'm just gonna reiterate the wheel on top, I think.
Oh, that's fun. We see a wheel coming out with a reiterate targeting.
Reiterate on top, just to make sure. Now, what I will say is one counter spell does fizzle that. But this is a response to the Firestorm, which is giving the second, you know, essentially a second wheel to the potential to resolve with the Firestorm on the stack. Now, Firestorm. What a strange card. You want to talk about Firestorm a little bit in cEDH?
When I first saw people talking about it, I was like, wow, people will do anything except play Fire Covenant. I was like, guys, Scryfall searches don't need to be that complicated. But then I started seeing it in action. Here, let's see if we can actually pull it up.
Do you know how long is left in this round? No? Okay.
Because this is one of those cards that you kind of have to read a few times.
So very notably, Firestorm also, so like I saw some Rogsai players messing around with it like a year and a half ago, and then it disappeared, and then now it's had this sort of re-revolution in these decks, and it makes sense when you got 20 to 30 cards in your hand at all times, as these decks are wont to do.
Oh yeah.
You know, turns out throwaway cards have a bunch of removal. Pretty good thing to do. Yeah, absolutely.
As well as I think this, in the same way that, you know, in a Rock Thrash we might see a spell like This Town Ain't Big Enough or Snap function both as a combo piece and a removal piece. Firestorm is not only able to hit creatures to get rid of really problematic things like Stormcalm Artist, it's also able to hit removing things like Ral from the pot.
Exactly. Yeah, that's also, I don't know, did they target the Ral or did they target the face? Because that also might have just been more optimal, is just going, instead of worrying about killing Ral, why don't I just kill the Ral player?
Especially with a Rhystic and a copy enchantment, it's not like you're going to have a hard time finding 7 cards.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I will say, I believe you would need X equals 7 for that to be the case, because I believe Ral still does have 7 life available to themselves.
No, it doesn't.
I do. I both love and hate spells like Reverberate by the same stroke. Because I think they're very cool, and we don't see a lot of like fork effects kind of in our format. But I think part of the reason we don't is because while a wheel may be something that could or could not get through, as soon as spell to take 2 spells off the stack.
I completely agree. The amount of times I've blown out a Flare of Duplication by just going like, oh, the original spell looks pretty juicy right about now. You know, like...
it's so tempting, especially because you're doing the math and you're like, okay, if I'm hitting 2 wields, then I'm taking my opponents off, what, that'd be 42 cards?
Firestorm.
depending on their ability to cast them, right? Because they're each going to get 7 twice.
Get a second treasure.
Oh, we have a really big punt here from Ragashai.
Oh.
So Ragashai went to deflecting SWAT, the reiterate. And instead of hitting the SWAT itself and fizzling it, they've chosen to copy the Firestorm.
Oh.
I don't know in what world you want to do a Firestorm X equals 6 and give that to an opponent, right? I would
Yeah.
much rather just fizzle their spell entirely. So that feels like a pretty big blunder to me, unless they've had some sort of conversation about it, which it didn't sound like they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really, really tough. That could be a game-winning decision here, or game-losing decision here from this Ragashai player.
It reminds me of when I used to work in IT, you know, something we do to give people like passwords and access to stuff. And you have this idea of like minimum required access. Like, you know, if someone works in a building with 100 rooms, but they only need to work in one of them, they shouldn't have access to 100 rooms, they should have access to one. If I have the ability to give my opponent access to 0 spells or 1 spell, I think that like
0 is
better. Best practice. As we often know in cEDH, 0 tends to be a lot better than 1.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about this all the time, like the shifting dynamics of who's your ally in a game of cEDH, who is your enemy, right? Like it's constantly fluctuating. The enemy of my enemy is my friend dynamic comes up literally every single game of cEDH.
Absolutely. I would see myself giving Ral a Firestorm if they are then pointing it at the
exactly.
Sammy, and then we're drawing.
Yeah, exactly.
But if we're drawing, then why did I just target everything they had? You know?
Exactly. Then why am I trying to blow them out this turn? So now we have Rog Shai's Firestorm resolving. As you can see, the flurry of hands picking up their permanents here.
And then I have a Ral trigger and a Scout
There's
trigger.
now currently a Ral trigger and a Stormkill Artist trigger off the original wheel. But if I'm Ral, you're feeling pretty okay going out of this situation, because I really think because of that deflecting SWAT, honestly. We have a bunch of the players discarding a bunch of their hands here. Wow, Cole's hand would have been absolutely crazy if Sammy came out. Yeah, okay, we see the whole... Oh, Shallow Grave was in hand, so the combo was a accessed at that point.
And Shallow Grave is like the one card in our format that means you because it has to pull the top creature.
Fun fact, did you know if a bunch of effects simultaneously put cards in graveyard, vis-a-vis something like a Wheel of Fortune, you choose what order they go in. So hypothetically speaking, if whatever... I mean, Shallow Grave is going to the graveyard currently, right? But whichever creature you want on the top of your graveyard, you can determine at the point of discarding here for the situation like the Wheel.
That's very interesting. Are you required to declare to your opponents?
I believe it's revealed information.
It is revealed. I've personally always found it a little odd that people be like, look at all these combo pieces I had, instead of just, I don't know. That's, but
I believe, technically speaking, you are allowed to ask for it in turn order, so people just default to doing that as the expectation. I believe. That way, like, you're not really forcing people to be pedantic, essentially.
That's fair.
Yeah. But I definitely advance as much as possible.
Especially like
we do see Ral recast pass, but you know, there are worse situations for this Ral to be in, given how things looked pre multiple Firestorms.
Oh yeah,
pre the Storm of Fire.
To play the backside of this Pinnacle Monk as Mystic Peak to bolt
Okay, if I'm Sammy, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm feeling so good. I'm feeling incredible.
Like, I just got a fresh hand. You now have exactly enough mana to cast Sammy. You have a reduction of minimally, like, I think 3 on your things, because there's an Ancient Den, Mox Diamond, and 2 treasures, actually. So your things are reduced by 4 mana value. Yes, you're storming off into 2 Heuristic Studies, but at the same time, it's only so bad this can be necessarily, right?
We've lot of action.
I was just about to say that.
There wasn't that much to start with.
Yeah. To be fair, Ragashai doing a lot of thinking, but Cole very openly going, "Hey, I am not going to win the game this turn cycle." So to me, if I'm in a situation where I'm about to go with a Nala with a fresh 7 with that stocked of a graveyard, I am 100% taking the deal of the person who says, because I'm not winning this turn.
Absolutely.
I'm 100% going, oh, hey, look,
Yeah.
we're best friends right now.
Yeah,
Hey,
you can
buddy.
see the Nala.
Yeah, getting the good stretches going, yeah. You gotta. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, carpal tunnel after shuffling times.
Yeah.
No, I think if Cole, I'd be really tempted to be like, no, like, like, I have combos that are very difficult to interact with. I kind of want to like push here, but there are going to be lines, albeit limited, there are going to be lines that can be done at flash speed, and you do need to be very, very careful of, you know, I'm seeing a lot of like foil artifacts, which means that's going to be a very silver platter. You give the game to an Ala on.
Players recognizing that they have about 17 minutes left over.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is this one? Oh, you're gonna play that card?
Some talk about what Null is about to be doing on their turn.
You're going to play that card. Orange Giant.
yeah. I do kind of like this side of Ragashai essentially being like, hey, Anala.
Yeah, port upon the
Are
win.
you going to be cool?
Yeah.
And then saying, no. So we have an Orange Chant and a Born Upon the Wind over the top, making sure, yep, hey, we're jamming. We're going for it, right? So no ifs, ands, or buts about it here. We are definitely seeing
Red Elemental Blast.
Absolutely.
Born.
Absolutely. Ooh, an offer on your own Born. Interesting. So the Red Blast hitting the... Huh.
Hell yeah. Are we back on chant? I'm good. We're good on Orange.
Okay, so I think Jose is essentially saying, like, I am going to lose this counterspell fight here. I'm just going to walk away with 2 treasures.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure I get some mana
Yeah,
out of it.
exactly. Like if I'm going to get punked, it might as well be at the expense of me getting some stuff.
Absolutely.
Now they're drawing the
And
card turn.
just like you said, like choking mana is usually a really, really good way to kind of restrict players' access to spells.
Totally.
So much so that we're seeing a player preemptively counter their own spell.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a recognition of like, hey, I get where we're at, you know. And to be honest, it's a smart move, right? If you think you're going to fight to the death, only to give people more resources, because fighting to the death into heuristic studies is suicide, as some might say.
Absolutely.
Whereas, I think.
And I've seen like a lot of games, even with spells as powerful as Orim's Chant or Born Upon a Wind on the stack, devolve in some pretty intense and long discussions. But with how little time is left on the clock, I do really respect Jose being like, man, you got me.
We see my favorite spell in cEDH, Honkin' Squancher, also known as Hexing Squelcher on the battlefield.
Squelch.
Squanch.
We're squanching.
Yeah. So this bad. This one right here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we're going to see an Underworld Breach. Very bad situation here. Lines of Diamond, usually a pretty good indicator here that, yep, and there's the Breach.
Yeah, that makes me feel this.
Oh, okay. So with the Breach on the stack, we have Raphael's Technique.
Sneak is only during combat.
Oh.
How do you spell Raphael? Okay.
Raph. IL?
It literally, I think, broke our search engine when I tried this. So, 1 second.
I would just go with Technique instead, but I'm not going to be any better at spelling that one.
Let's add that to the overlay here and bring it up in the focus. So, cold casting the Raphael's Technique in response to give players the option to discard their hand to draw 7 cards.
That's awesome.
Which is pretty interesting here. Essentially saying like, hey, I noticed that we seem to not have anything. I feel like if this is going to happen though, why not do that in response to the Hexing Squelcher, right? When people still have the chance to potentially stop things, right? Like, yeah, but it's not like these players play silences either, right? So it's kind of hard to make it happen.
Is it possible they wouldn't have drawn it from? Because Fairy Mastermind's not around anymore. I do like a instant speed wheel.
I think this is a Born here. Interesting. So it's a Born in response to the Raphael's Technique, I guess. Just to, but the Breach is still on the stack.
Yeah. Spells.
Wind of Thought imprinted under a Chrome box. That's so hot.
I wonder if they're on Jeskai Ascendancy.
Are they? All right, we see Ragashai tapping here. Essentially, at this point, it's pretty clinical when you have uncounterable win condition of the deck that's been drawing multiple Ristics the whole time. I think what's going to happen here is pretty clean at this point.
Spells into drawing cards, which is exactly what you want in a situation where you have like a breach. Or if you just get stuck with like 7 counter spells in hand and you need to find a way to turn it into a win in a turn cycle. Which I think are really fun. But we're also seeing that like they can be kind of difficult to land, and if you have like a breach, you're just going to pitch it to Chrome Box. So that's I think they're really fun cards, but also that's a very common place for them to go.
Yeah. So the Born here, to be clear, is not actually to stop the Raphael's technique. It was actually to dump the hand before the Raphael's technique, because actively there is a breach on the stack, and essentially our Ragashai player going, oh, I'm going to squeeze every last bit of juice out of this lemon.
Oh, yeah.
So if there was any doubt as to Ragashai being able to win out this breach, I think sadly it is no longer the case. So unless MBT comes out of Rao right now,
yep, we see the
honked.
breach resolving. I think we're about to see breach resolve.
Yeah, I'm passing.
I wouldn't be surprised if we just see them concede here.
Yeah, the only real option you can out of that correct. There's no mana untapped, so that makes it a lot harder, some would argue. Or an MBT out of Anala could potentially do something here, right? But once again, that's clearly not what's happening. So now this breach is resolved. It's pretty clinical at this point, but very notably, have you seen a tutor? So I
Not yet.
don't know that like the hypothetically speaking any sort of progressive action is happening
we
out of the
haven't seen
graveyard.
like a gamble or the only thing we saw was an enlightened tutor. We don't have a way right now to crack it. Is that a Burgie right above the Relic of Legends?
It is.
Okay,
with
so
Caster and
potentially
the
if they
flash
get like a
phase.
chain of vapor, they could just flip it around.
True, yeah.
It's too early, yeah.
My only catchable card.
Yeah, it's just too early for that. Yeah.
No, even if
So
there's no
Anala
outs,
has
there's no flashback outs. For me either.
something.
Yeah, no.
What does Anala have that they could even do here? Do they have a
Jealous.
Aurora?
If I were them, if I'm in this pod, I'm like, Anala's bluffing.
That's kind of what I'm thinking too.
I know.
Because like as far as decks that play weird interaction, this is not one of them, right?
Yeah.
Let's go see if they have a Fairy Macabre. No, they don't have that. No, I'm not surprised.
Okay, yeah. If I'm the Rog Ishai player and then the Anala player shows someone a card in response to my silence and they go, no, not yet. I'm like, this is so
you're
free.
Like, they don't have anything.
They don't have it.
Yeah.
You say you don't have anything, bro. It's okay.
There's also no Otawara. There's no, it's I think Anala has Diddley, and if I'm being honest, I'm pretty sure the card they flashed up on screen is a land.
Yeah, I think it was their command tower. I don't know. Well, actually, no. I think their command tower may be on field, so it could be an exotic orchard.
Yeah. Which I don't know about you, but I don't exactly prescribe that for stopping breach lines.
No.
Yeah, as I said, we're seeing a pretty clinical execution of the breach line here. The only thing is we haven't seen that would just truly wrap it up is a brain freeze.
I would highly expect a concession once they show a tutor.
Yeah. It's coming. It's just a matter of when. Oh. Yes. Well, why win with breach the old-fashioned way when instead I can just go infinite with Hullbreak Rumor? You know, I think that's a bold take. Now, very notably, I'm gonna say this as quietly as possible, but we are in a situation here where if Rograk comes out of the command zone, they can very easily use Rograk as a mana positive rock in this situation because the Relic of Legends in the battlefield allows them to potentially go infinite in that space, which is very much a case of pretty cut and dry to get infinite mana at this point. There's also Burgie, so we don't even need to bother. How silly of us.
I am curious about where it's going to go, though.
Yeah, infinite mana goes where? Because classically, Tale is oldest time. Now, infinite mana goes where when you have access to your entire graveyard through an Underworld Breach. Feels a little bit more succinct.
Yeah.
But so the players are accepting the proposal for infinite red mana as the established part of the loop, and now we'll see essentially how that goes. Now, I'm wondering if he sees the ability to filter the infinite red mana into infinite mana of every color with the Relic of Legends.
Yeah.
they are mentioning they need to essentially go through a certain move.
Right now, do you have enough already?
Yeah, because the frantic search was from Jade. Have we seen anything from? Oh, they could recast the board. That's how they could draw a card.
Yep.
Oh wait, are they going to Enlighten Tutor for Jeskai Ascendancy? Then crack it with a Born Upon a Win?
They could do that. I don't necessarily know that that's the most succinct play.
I don't know what the other line. I don't know what other like enchantments or artifacts they could tutor for to cycle through stuff.
What are they using to? Oh, okay. So now they're just showing they are copying the Hullbreaker Horror and bouncing every single non-land permanent that the opponents have access to. Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways that you can go to execute a win here. Like as you mentioned, like Born looping.
Oh, gifts. Oh, just kidding.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, gifts and gifts.
When did the gifts get there?
Yeah. Yeah. You did also hear what I really loved is the players at the time going, "Oh, like that was available." Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you know what I love, Eric? I love that I'm seeing here. This is Pod 1. We got a winner, baby.
That's crazy.
This is a no draw.
Well, hang on. We still have to see that card from Anala.
Oh yeah. Where's the Anala?
No. It's not.
Yeah, let 'em
They
cook,
need
let 'em
to.
cook.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, very clean, very clean ending there to the Ragashai win. There was a couple
Heck yeah.
choices during the execution of that game where
Yeah.
we weren't sure if they were going to be able to continue controlling that board
Yeah.
state. But as we mentioned when we saw that pond, when we saw Mulligans, right? The difference between a Ragashai versus 3 proactive decks that
Yeah.
keep 7s versus Ragashai versus 2 proactive decks that go to 3 and 4 respectively.
Absolutely, yeah.
Very different game of Magic the
Yeah,
Gathering.
there's
for
a world
sure.
where like
Yeah.
Ragashai is the one who has to go down to 3, and then this is a very different pot. But I think this is a good example of if any of you guys are interested in playing Ragashai.
Yeah.
Because I know I've seen like Zach Adler play a lot.
Yep.
And something I'll say about Zach Adler, his
Charles
technical
Beck,
skills,
Zach Adler,
those are all like a lot
Yep.
better pilots than me. So I think this player showcases how sometimes with a deck like Ragashai that's very built around like Bristic Study, your play never gets off the ground.
Yeah.
But also the benefit of like having that extra runway gives you the opportunity to recover from mistakes.
Totally.
Which also is going to work well with, we did see some interaction from the very proactive decks looking to try and keep Ragashai in check. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that was like a really, really good win for them. I know if I'm them, I'm super confident going into the next game.
Yeah. I mean, my response to that whole thing there is just micro decisions, right? Those small choices that are the delineation between this game is in the bag and this game is going to blow up in my face. And we saw it almost blow up in the face, right? When it came to that, the copy of Firestorm or a few choices like that, right? But fortunately, those players sort of fizzling out over the course of that last turn cycle. Now, had they ripped gas on that wheel and Ral pushes and Sammy pushes and Anala pushes, I don't think Ragashai is able to walk out of that situation there. But Double Ristic Study battling it out there was able to get those resources. And you do see that at the end of the day. Like, I think people tend to overestimate the power of wheels at times. And we saw there a situation where that's the optimal time for a wheel out of a storm deck, and it still just fell flat. You know? And so, yeah, you can see where these decks that are pushing to the mid-range, like this is their optimal zone. This is where they're aiming for, and this is the end state that they're trying to create. So, yeah, congrats to our pilot for the first dub of the day.
Yeah.
And, we'll see what happens next.
Good for them. We do still have some time in rounds, so it will be a little bit before we get to round 2. But I am curious what you're thinking. Win, lose, or draw, what are ways that you feel like, I feel like after round 1, the adrenaline has worn off. You're now kind of like, you're kind of in the trenches, because even if you won, you still have a full day and then some to play Magic. What are ways that you might encourage the players behind us to kind of like make sure they're giving their brain a break and they're not always under the gun, but also make sure that they're still kind of holding onto that edge. We talked about that desire of like hunting and being like hungry. They still keep that kind of like fire going.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of what I tend to call like purge and reset on a mental level, right? Find that way to go, hey, let's clear out the nonsense. Let's clear out what happened on last game and figure out what you as an individual need, right? Like for me, I know I'm an extrovert, right? So like for me, my purge is through talking to my friends. If I win the game, telling the things that are exciting exciting about that game,
Yeah.
or just talking about their games in general, right? I know for some people they're more introvert focused, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes they'll plug in headphones, listen to music, all that kind of stuff.
That's me.
But yeah, you have to find out whatever works for you, right? What helps you mentally reset? Because I think at the end of the day, that feels great. Now, if you're the winner of that pod, you can mentally reset and you can enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like, don't feel free. You have to like purge it out of your mind. But especially if you do take a loss or a draw at the end of a round that frustrates you in some sort of way, find that way to go. Like, this is all great. Throw it all in the garbage, right? It's done. It's over with. I can no longer go back to the past. Time is linear for us. Let me continue progressing along forward with it, right? And try and put our best foot forward.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, I feel like what you're talking about reminds me of the kind of like idea that we'll see in counseling of like containment. It's the idea that there's like it's possible for you to have too many thoughts at one time. In order to prioritize, you just have to set some to the side. But we all have those thoughts that kind of like eat and gnaw away at us. And so you need to sometimes find a box with a lid on it.
Absolutely.
And so for me, something that I've always used is when I was moving to Colorado, I drove for 2 full days. It was so relaxing. It was so calming. And so I just imagine that whenever something is like only have like 30 or 45 seconds to kind of mentally reset. I'll just imagine myself, I'm driving on the road, I'm listening to all my favorite music. I just stopped at a gas station, all my favorite snacks. And then I open up the glove box and I put whatever it is that I'm having a hard time putting to the side in the glove box, and I close it. And I just think to myself, I will always have time to open it once I get there. And that's really helpful for me.
The camera saw you monologuing. It was like, absolutely, I need to give Eric the focus right now. But in the meantime, folks, thank you all so much for joining us for round 1. We're going to take a small break here in preparation for round 2. Talk with some of the players, see how they're feeling after round 1, get kind of a view from the field, get a little bit of that the on-field reporting. And then we'll touch base back with y'all. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Hey.
Unless it's the invitational stream, whatever.
Yeah, unless you're doing that. But then come back in.
So go one of 2 places.
guess I'm finally ready to go back to Steel City.
Holy cow, that was
hello. Welcome back to the Between Rounds Baddies. You might be able to tell by just the exciting energy that we have around here, but we were able to get round 2 fired up a lot faster than I would have expected, which for me is just a huge reminder how much Wayne's experience and this whole Land Goes team experience as a tournament organizer is just really, really showing. So we were able to pull a pod that me and Ian were talking about, some players we wanted to keep an eye on during the tournament. First and foremost, we have a player known as LJ in seat one. So for people who aren't familiar with LJ or who they may be playing, talk to us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so for those, I don't know how to describe it other than like COVID brawlers. This is old school cEDH used to be like a format you played on Cockatrice.
Oh yeah.
It used to be everyone remotely playing during COVID, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a format that's been around for quite some time, and LJ is known as an Edric specialist. So Edric Spymaster of Trest is his commander, and I'll see if I can pull up a copy of it here because it's pretty atypical. But it's a pretty unique commander to say the least, right?
I've only ever played against it once.
Yeah.
I think that if you're a player who only started after the bans, this is probably a commander you haven't seen played before.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Edric is a deck in which the general idea is that you have this sort of universal combat effect, right? So whenever a creature deals combat damage to a opponent of yours, that creature's controller is able to draw a card. Now, very notably, this is universal, right? So when your opponents also hit your opponents, as long as they're not hitting LJ, they're drawing cards too, right? Historically speaking, LJ has cooked with this deck for, I want to say, at least 8 years. It's a deck that tends to usually put the nail in the coffin by looping turns. Now, this deck's evolved over time. There's been versions I've seen him play that are very traditional, which is you play a bunch of flying men, you hit your opponents in the air, you draw like 5 to 10 cards. Now, not sure about the current iteration. I know you do have that pulled up at the current moment, but he's also done versions with like secret Commander Seaborn Muse in between. He's done versions with Kinnan and Thrasios, and like, it really depends on sort of what he's cooking with currently. What I see from the list right now is it looks a little bit more old school. Like it looks a little bit more like the version of this deck list that I would associate with the historical precedent in this deck, and much more the case of it's also kind of doing some Rog Thrasy stuff.
I saw you as Shigeki.
Yeah, like it's not, there's no Thrasios in here per se, but there's like a bunch of Cradle payoffs.
It's like spiritually there.
Yeah, it is spiritually Rog.
As you're riffle shuffling, you're like, it wafts of Thrasios.
Yeah, so he's not on a Bora Breeze color, nothing like that. So what you're essentially seeing is a deck that is very much focused on, yes, we are trying to deal combat damage to our opponents. We are trying to draw a bunch of cards in while we're doing so, and essentially play a bunch of little doinky guys that are just gonna go like, draw. And that's really
guys, it's just Simic Yuriko.
Yeah, I mean, actually, kind of, yeah. And then essentially you just try to loop infinite turns as you go through that process. Notorious Throng is like the classic payoff for this deck. Make a bunch of fairies, take an extra turn. Yeah, you kind of cooking.
Yeah.
You also may notice that his current iteration is on a bunch of these effects that are create evasive body when you draw a second card for turn.
Oh, those are good.
So,
those are so good.
Definitely much more of a modern adaptation from the original version of this deck. But as much as we want to keep glazing LJ, let's talk about some of the other decks in the pod.
It's actually interesting because in seat 2 we have someone on.
Sean on
I thought the Kinnan player was in seat 2, but no, we actually have, I believe, a dog threat.
Did it get refreshed? Oh no, yeah.
Oh no, it's TNT.
Yeah, why does it say that it's Kinnan?
Okay. The reason I'm saying it 3 times is because even though they only have 2 commanders, they've got quite the handful of ways that they can win. We're looking at like Devoted Druid.
I think Thrasios Tomb is in seat 3, unless I'm mistaken, right? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we have Kinnan in seat 2.
Okay. This Kinnan, well, it's fun because you're talking about how we have essentially like old school like Simic, plus with this kind of like not that they're like an alkalite of Evans, but if I were to describe this deck with 3 things, I'd say NBC.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that they're kind of seems like they're on the one ring, which I know is in and out. It's kind of in that Seedborn slot for a lot of lists.
Absolutely. Cryptolith too, I think, is sort of a standout, and you know, Con Sphinx is one of those cards that does or does not come in. We're going to jump into the pod itself and get a little bit of that the player view as we're sort of moving through that process as we continue to talk about these decks. Now, what I will say is we have Grant Eklund in C3, who's that Timnath Thrasios player that we mentioned.
There we go.
Despite their very, very good attempt at obscuring who they are by calling themselves Schmandrew Schmeckland.
Oh, I did not realize they were going to be. Okay, yeah, you see the Chuds team name, hashtag Chuds on bottom.
Now Grant's a bit of a controversial player, which I'm very interested in seeing through this pod, and I don't think it's behooving of me to say so, or inappropriate anyway. He's definitely known for playing a really aggro politics, right? Someone who is pretty direct with his opponents, very much going to walk the knife's edge, if I'm being frank. So it's going to be interesting to see if that comes into play.
Whoa, guys, who am I impersonating? Cool.
Yeah, and it's very funny too because LJ is one of those players who will not take anybody's flack. And so, like, the combination of these two players is, I hope, going to lead to an interesting game and not an explosive game. Now, what I will say is LJ keeps a pretty cool head, but he's definitely, once again, not someone who's going to back down if someone, tries to go a little aggro in the pod, right? So we'll see if that comes into play or if it just ends up being a nice, clean game. Now, Sterling also someone we want to highlight here, playing Rogsai, which Sterling's actually kind of being, like, has an established career as a Blue Farm player, right? That's sort of his go-to. And what he plays in what I would say most tournaments I've ever seen him in. A Texas player, definitely one of the most decorated players in Texas. I believe potentially a Monolith hopeful from what I heard from word in the streets, like one of the few folks who's kind of like in that zone. So
I will say if you're hoping to see like a turn 1 breach grinding station or like a turn 2 like Necropon's hard push, I would not expect it based off of the presence of Copy and Jammit in near mid, indicating that this might colloquially be better referred to as like a wrong side.
Oh, are we looking at wrong side here? Okay.
So
gotcha.
it's we have the potential for this this pod to get very going 9 rounds in the ring.
Oh yeah, that's a clever impersonator, baby. That does not scream turbo to me.
So we essentially have 4 decks that are trying to push it into the ultra late game as fast as possible.
I don't think we've ever seen wrong side on stream. This is great. Like, or at least in my time doing so. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a I don't know. Get your what's the over under on like 10 plus Ristics in this pod? Well, if we count Edric as one.
At least one. Yeah. No, I think if Edric counts as a Ristic study, then there's going to be 100 Ristic studies.
I do think that if I'm in this pod, one thing that I would like about being in Grant's seat is that I'm pretty much the only one with access to silences. They're also on the Silence to Fairy, the creature.
Oh yeah, 3 fairy. Yep.
So they, I think, are going to have the greatest ability to kind of like close the window on the opponents. But also there's going to be so many counter spells in the hands of these players. And so even if you have a silence, that's 3 mental missteps you have to get through. That's 3 force of wills. And then once you get through all 6 of those spells, now there's 3 mind break traps you have to fight through.
There's a permission denied even in these decks too. That's in this TNT list. So yeah, very much the case. You can already see that the players are kind of yucking it up. So I think it's a good sign for the future. LJ is someone who I'm pretty sure I've never left a game with without laughing to the point of near tears.
Oh,
so,
that's awesome. That's awesome.
A great personality for sure, and someone who's going to be really fun to see with. And as you can see, like you can see the players beaming, right? So it's already starting off with a pretty positive energy.
That's so good. That's
so
good.
We'll hope it sort of rocks that way for a lot of it. We talked about this last week when we just covered the quest for a cause, right? But there is players proceeding to leave their microphone on the table as they go to the restroom. Very Smart has a move. Hey, if you're ever on the future match, please don't make us listen.
Yeah, that's so wise of them. very mindful, very demure.
Very demure, very mindful, very protective of our ears. So thank you so much, Grant, for that.
Yeah, I do like to keep my ears urine free. Not taking. No, I'm
Clip
a
that, chat.
I'm a yapper. You might be able to tell by this being both of our second week in a row cast movement. So I love talking. But something I have learned the more and more I play cEDH is that you do need to dedicate time to making sure you keep the pod civil. And I extremely prefer playing in a pod where everyone's like cool, calm, and collected. Because I want players like at their best. Because for me, those are the most predictable players. Because then I can follow the line of reasoning of like, if I'm TNT and I have like 6 cards in hand, what am I going to try to do? As opposed to the more volatile the pod gets emotionally, then people they're playing scared, they're playing frustrated, and that's way, way, way harder to play around, in my opinion.
So just to be clear, the 2 qualifiers we need for your pod are civil and urine free.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yeah. We love it.
I think we're doing great so far.
As far as we know.
Yeah. I will say, because the speed between round 1 and round 2, I didn't get a bathroom break, so we'll see how long that lasts. Usually Rogsai would be the biggest standout in this pod of people being afraid for them to go for like a really aggressive early line, but it's hard to tell. I don't think it's that difficult to sniff out a wrong side. I think that's usually things that those players themselves are looking to tell. I think you're more likely to try and pump fake that you are wrong side and then turbo out a Necropones than anything else.
Well, it's funny. I actually think like if I'm a wrong side player, I am 100% sitting down. If everybody's like, oh, here comes the wrong side deck, I'm 100% going, nah, guys, trust me, I got imposter mech in this deck. I ain't going fast anytime soon.
Yeah, I have imposter syndrome and imposter mech.
They call that the old 1-2.
Yeah. The only person I think I can lose to here is my own serotonin.
Is yapping at what Kinnan could be. 2 lands, Manifold, Basalt Monolith, Cook.
Cook King. Draw Mirage Mirror return.
Honestly, it's so good to see LJ on stream. It's we're gonna get some laughs during the course of this round for sure.
That is a good reminder though. Like Kinnan can just have Basalt. And also, I've played enough against Max P enough to know that TNT wins can come a lot faster than you expect.
Yeah, that's true, but also, you know, on average, I describe TNT as a vice grip, right? It is just one of those things where it's like, oh, hey, can we get a little bit of air? No, you're just gonna keep choking us out. Okay, that's cool.
It's like an Anaconda deck.
Yeah.
In the sense that by the time you've seen it the 4th time, you're completely uninterested.
Yeah, and also in the sense that if it ain't got none if you don't got buns on. You know?
Yeah, and noticeably, I don't know if you can see it, chat, but Grant has 0 buns on board. So
yeah. Yep, correct.
Buns,
correct.
no. Goose egg, yes.
Goose egg, yes. Yeah, absolutely. So we have, we'll at some point before the round actually begins, we will get confirmation of the exact amount of cards kept in each player's hand. Hopefully our judge can sort of report that information from the field. As you can see, we have our lovely judges in the back. Players asking for a time extension just for the bathroom break, etc. Also, players always get a natural time extension just for being on stream, because obviously sitting down in the tournament hall is way more different than sitting down, getting mic'd up, getting ready, going into the cameras, talking about what it is and is not appropriate to be on the stream. So very different environment.
Plus, we make sure to try and get only the highest quality players. So rest assured, they are all grass fed. No one goes hungry here.
To be clear, they don't get fed anything else. It is just grass.
just grass.
Yeah. cEDH players, your daily allotment of grass is available. Please feel free to graze at your convenience.
I saw that they had centipede, but I prefer a St. Augustine. Nom, nom, nom. That's funny. Am I doing a bit of a farm animal or of a farm player? I don't know.
Oh man.
There we go.
Yep. So we have a Soul Ring start from LJ. We got a Lotus Petal start from Sean. Although, why have they tapped mana? Is my question.
Plus, I will say, I don't know how I feel about this, but I've always considered Command Tower to be the coward's Forbidden Orchard.
That's a talk. Okay, so we have 7, 4, 7, and 2. Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Edric versus TNT with the Battle of the Sevens.
Yeah.
And then if I'm in 4th seat, I don't want to be going down to 2.
Yeah. I can say on average with confidence, going down to an NE seed, I feel pretty bad about it.
Yeah.
Ooh, 1 ring, turn 2 out of LJ on the play. Very good situation there. Although, if you notice, that was an ESG exile to cast this 1 ring, so there is a chance that LJ is hard whiffing on some lands here. Yeah, but Mox Amber coming out,
There
kind
we
of a
go.
land.
Yeah.
But sadly, yeah, is missing his land drop here, and very notably, that Mox Amber is not going to get until Edric gets online, and also, even more notably, Edric's not going to get online if you don't get a second colored source.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to be fair, with this deck, you do not really want to cast Edric early, right?
Yeah.
As if other players have the chance of getting ahead with Edric draws, you're in a bad spot. You want to be dumping out your small bodies and get your Razor Creatures down, then follow up with Edric, draw 4, etc. Right?
Yeah,
Which
you
is
don't,
where
you don't want an Edric pass and
Yeah.
then Rograk swings getting buffed by an ignoble hierarch.
Now, I want to feature the card that was just played here out of Kenny, because it's, I think, one of the most slept on cards in the format here, which is Kitza Otterball Elite.
Yes.
I think this card is
How did I miss that?
pretty sick. It's a card that it allows you to rummage, or loot actually, by tapping it. It also has prowess, and if it has 3 power, you can pay 2 to copy target instant or sorcery ability, right? So it can come up during a counterspell fight if you're doing sort of the natural progression of things. It can then be an uncounterable way to double a counterspell up. It can also, I've actually had this come up when I was playing it in Tevesh Terrasios, where I was able to play a Finale of Devastation for a combo piece, and essentially go, cool, here's 2 finales.
Absolutely.
A plus B, GG's, right? So Kitza's a card that I think is quite slept on, to be honest.
It also adds the A plus B of, like, it was about 4 or so months ago that the mainline non-buy cards list started running Hidden Strings in addition to Dramatic Reversal.
Yes.
And so that's an additional buff as well. Plus it's an otter, and if there's 2 things Kinnan wants, if they have to pick 2 creatures, I imagine like Value Flood Color and Enduring Vitality would be on a lot of Kinnan players' lists.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it's a card that I feel
Works
like
with all of them.
It works
absolutely.
with everything. It bridges the gap. I'm a huge Kitza stan.
Yeah, and as you totally mentioned, right? They vary. I believe this list is on Dramatic Reversal, if I remember searching through it correctly. So Kitza plus Dramrev is a combo as long as you can make 2 mana as you go through that process, right? So
it's especially nice into Ristic decks because you're not casting it, you're copying it. So opposed to like an Isochron Scepter loop.
Yeah. So we see Badgermole Cub out of here. Now we do, I think we sort of powered through the fact that Grant did get a Ristic Study down on turn 2, right? So if you're playing TNT, that's, hey, TNT, Ragashai, same day, different circus kind of vibe, right? Like they're just trying to value engine, right?
You shout out to Grant, turn 1 Devoted Druid into turn 2 Ristic. You have like both halves of the game. And all you have to do is like wait for your opponents to draw cards, which if I have a Ristic and there's an Edric in seat 1, I feel really good about.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this is now gonna become a race. Grant wants a Smothering Tide out yesterday, and then people are gonna want to copy that as quickly as possible.
Oh, the sloppening has begun, folks. We've got a 1 ring, we've got a Ristic Study, and we got a copy enchantment targeting Ristic Study. This game is going to be a long one, I think. Either someone's going to jam within this turn cycle and sneak away, I'm doubting, I'm skeptical of, or realistically, this is going to go very, very high into that process.
I think this is where like we're going to see that only one of these decks is splashing white is going to have a big influence on the pod, because there's only going to be so many. Like Mysterized Village is hard to run, Veil of Summer is hard to resolve.
Actually, it's 2. Prowess.
Oh, Prowess.
Prowess to Eminger, for the chip.
Prowess. It's a non.
This is a trigger. You lose to combat, you've missed this trigger. You can call a judge to put it on the stack. It doesn't really matter. It's
fine.
Grant saying it's a mistrigger. I actually don't think that's true. You don't have to declare Prowess trigger.
Yeah, I don't believe that's the case as well. So I don't know if the judge wants to intervene there, but it's also a pretty small issue at the end of the day. But very notably, a misunderstanding of that Prowess trigger. I don't know if we want to necessarily call it for such a small interaction, but it's
as well as, and I was talking with some modern players about this the other day, like how much you're being attacked for is considered derived information. So as you don't have to tell, you just have to, if they ask questions to clarify the board state, you have to answer those.
Yeah, exactly.
But like if Grant says, hey Sean, how much are you attacking with? And you give a number and it's incorrect. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. You're going to be the one that gets the violation.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I think those are the ways like a lot of us got our start. I know I started playing casual Magic, and so stuff like that are some of the habits that have built up over years. And sometimes I have to remind myself, like, I'm in a tournament. Like this opponent has Grant has done really good in a lot of tournaments, and so I need for them to use up as processing power as possible. I can't do any work for them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I'm already drawing them half their deck. Like,
yeah, exactly. All right, we see what looks like 4 mana coming out of. So it's 3 mana. So Devoted Druid, tap, untap. Tap, Eldritch Evolution, sacrifice Devoted Druid.
I wonder what it's getting.
For those who don't know, this is called a 2-card combo.
Absolutely.
Hazel's Brewmasters is about to hit the battlefield. And GG's.
Absolutely, because they do have well.
Yep. They have green mana.
I'll activate Kitsa. Draw.
Wow.
Okay.
We could be seeing a game
in the
over.
tank. Yeah.
This could be it. We could be. We might be vamping for a while.
This would be awesome. I mean, this would be huge. Shout out to Grant if they're able to pull this off.
Yeah, rip it out.
This is one of it's moments like these that always convince me that I need to take TNT more seriously than I do. Because when I see it in pods, I feel like my instinct is to treat it like a slightly worse blue farm.
Yeah.
But I do not, as a player or as an opponent, respect Devoted Druid lines enough. I think that's an area I need to improve as a player, because I have seen these seem like it's moments like this that I see wins just absolutely sneak through.
Yeah. So what we're seeing here, very interestingly, it's tough because Sterling, the person who's mulliganed to Oblivion, looks at the other two who have engines online and goes, "Hey, I'm the only one with an answer here," and it's not a good answer. It's Flusterstorm, right? So very notably, one other spell has been cast this turn, which means Grant his 2 blue sources, right? So you will be able to effectively have a board state where you'll have infinite mana, but you won't be able to make the come out to play Thrasios. Now, if Grant has something like an Arcane Signet or anything like that to follow up, then clean it up, GG's, call the boys, we're doing a sweep job, right? But there's a situation here where this Flusterstorm does keep table alive. If I'm Sterling, though, I'm feeling pretty awful having been the person to interact with this table.
Yeah. I went down to 2. I'm the one interacting.
We'll pay the 1.
Yeah.
Pay for my Rhystic Study. Original copy back on the stack. Pay for that.
Okay, yep. So we are recognizing the official triggers here. They're paying for the Flusterstorm. Sterling is also paying for the Rhystic Study for Grant, but not paying the Rhystic Study for Sean here. So yeah, a little bit of the players are just making sure to sequence their spells correctly, do all that kind of stuff.
Which reflects well upon Grant, because I'm always tempted to deploy mana before going for things. But if Grant decided to deploy a Chrome Mox just in case they draw a counter spell off the Rhystic Study, now they have that much of a harder time fighting through this Flusters.
Yeah, well, yes and no.
Oh yeah, because
it pays the 1 mana that it would take to add up to it. However, it would turn on Mindbreak Trap, which is I guess it would be 2 mana sources hypothetically. It'd be closer to Mindbreak Trap, which is much more problematic.
That's so much worse. Yeah, although absolutely. I guess Eldritch Evolution does get exiled one way or another, so does it really do anything? Hazel's Brewmaster says, yeah.
I just in case,
I would not be surprised if we see Grant proposing a shortcut for presenting a loop of infinite green mana.
Yeah, that does make sense. Turns out infinite green mana very good at winning the game.
Yeah.
Food for a green.
Yep. Very notably for folks at home, while we have this infinite green sort of being established, there is kind of a notion that a lot of people don't know about where actually specifically because it's an artifact, you can stack as many -1 counters as you want on the Devoted Druid. So even if people have target removal, you can actually just continue activating over the top of this combo. So it's actually a combo where you don't necessarily care about. Court of Calling. Coming out here. I'm curious to see what specifically the target in the deck will be. I believe Grant specifically said Court of Calling X equals 2,000 paying for Rhystic Study. just to be clear.
Yeah, it's the little things. It's the little things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a little bit of 2,000 mana.
Yeah, I think in this situation here, there's a couple options that you can go for, right? Let's actually take a little peek at Grant's deck here and see what options we would tend to think about if we were in his situation here, right? So
while you're looking for that, just to quickly catch people up, we have LJ on Edric in seat 1. They were able to keep the early 7, get a lot of creatures out with an early 1 ring. Sean had to mulligan down to 4. we are currently seeing Andrew, who actually was also able to keep 7. They got a turn 1 Devoted Druid, turn 3 Ristic Study, turn 2 Ristic, turn 3 10th.
Good line here.
Yeah.
Okay, so for anyone not sure about what just happened here, essentially, the Clever Impersonator came in off the Court of Calling. The Clever Impersonator came in as a second copy of Hazel's Brewmasters. Second copy of Hazel Brewmaster exiled the Delighted Halfling in Sean's graveyard, which is exactly enough to give him that uncounterable blue mana to go uncounterable Thrasios. Here's my infinite mana.
That's smart. Good work. Great. Yeah.
That was clean. It was a clean win.
Super
Absolutely.
clean. Yeah.
Absolutely.
The only thing in between them and a victory was a Rockshide that mulligan down to 2.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that way sometimes, right? Because when you talked about it, and of course, like, I gotta give it to you. You mentioned before stream, you're surprised at how fast TNT can win, and look, we have a clear demonstration right here.
It just gets me every time.
Yeah. And I will say, Devoted Druid, man, it's a card that people do not respect as much. Like I ever since I put it in Kinnan the first time, I'm like, hey guys, this taps for like 4 mana, right? Like it's pretty messed up. But as we can see here, a very clean delineation, and the way Hazel's Brewmasters has just changed how people assess Devoted Druid. The ability to sacrifice your combo piece to then enable you to get your second combo piece is actually just fundamentally messed up.
Yeah,
right?
like if you could sacrifice, like if you could hit like Thassa's Oracle with like a Neoform,
right.
And at sorcery speed still be able to exile. Yeah, that's insane. Like that's what happens like with Devoted Druid.
Yeah.
Especially because since it itself taps for mana, the threshold for what you need to win just absolutely goes through the floor. And it's so, I think what's most intriguing to me is how face up it is.
Yeah.
Like everyone knows how Devoted Druid works.
Yeah, exactly. No one's cool about Devoted Druid being on the battlefield. Every single time you hear, I guess. Like no one's thrilled that it's there, but sometimes it just gives you exactly enough resources to be able to make your piles work. Sorry, players are very aggressively taking off their microphones in front of here, so I'm going to remove that real quick.
It's definitely and something we'll see, especially when you talk about players, especially like Ristic, Copy Enchantment, Mirror Maid players, is they describe this idea of like, I want to cast spells that make me a problem for later.
Yeah, totally.
Someone flashes you a Force of Will, and they're like, I don't know about this.
Yeah,
and you're like, whoa, there's a Rockshide. They have 2 cards.
Yeah.
You want me to name 2 cards for you? That's the Oracle Demonic Consultation.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's so... I love the idea that even we were like, what this is going to time. You could almost emotionally, viscerally feel it. We were like, oh, another one of these.
Yep.
And then just like right now, Eldritch Evolution. Is good, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Flusterstorm, that's cute.
Well, and it's one of those things where it's very interesting when you sort of break these games down, right? Because it is about resources, and I think this being a creature combo kind of mattered in this pod. Now, Eldritch Evolution was the piece that enabled the creature combo, right? So it's still a piece that can be hit by something like, as we saw, a Flusterstorm here. But we come to these games where, like, while we see the metagame shift, and this talks to a greater thing, and I think you and I have talked about this a little bit before, but essentially you hit this like, how tall does the metagame get? We'll use a height example, right?
Okay, I'm with you.
Generally speaking, we see like this middle pace of the format being like, okay, some mid-range decks are good, some turbo decks are good, etc. Right? Now we've sort of gotten to this place on this graph where it's like, okay, but the mid-range decks are pushing more and more resources, right? Higher and higher and higher value engines, right? Because they're trying to outgrind each other. It's when decks like Atraxa gets good. It's when decks like Tivit get good. It's when decks with like these parasitic decks like Zula, for example. When those decks get good, it means the bubble's about to pop, right? And at some point, everyone goes, okay, everybody's setting up for these slogfests for the turn 4, turn 5 game. What if I just kill them? What if I just win the game on turn 2 or turn 3 instead? You guys are tapping out for your Ristics, your 1 rings, etc. Right? Like, what if you just don't? And you lose the game. Can I do that instead? Is that all right?
Yeah, the thing that my deck folds to is someone else having it. Thought experiment. What if I had it? What if the player winning was me?
Exactly.
And what's blowing my mind about this is that Grant's list is built to like go down with the ship. He's on 5 mana to fairy. His expectation is that like everyone's going to have their list in their hands and infinite mana, and you need to shut them off.
And you just go part the sea, get in there, right? Whereas this was a win where essentially, and this is where I think you hear this conversation that you and I are having, and you go, well, wait a minute, if if the fast decks are good, then why am I not just sleeving up Rogsai? Why is someone in this pod sleeving up Rogsai? That fundamentally makes no sense. Except for when you realize that people have these pregame conversations against Rao, against Itali, against Rogsai, where they go, wait a minute, they're trying to win the game fast. I don't want you to do that.
No.
But when you see a pod against TNT and they open up a turn 2 Ristic study, your thought process isn't, they're jamming. The thought process is, oh, they had a turn 2 Ristic study. That's a good opening hand.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. it is what a like camouflage.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
to be able to bury like high value, very difficult to interact under the best cards in the format, create the mirage that like cards like Fish and stuff are able to deploy. And that's something you'll see a lot of time as well, is like people will like cast a Smothering Tithe. I'm not really pushing. Cast, like a Mox Amber or a Chrome Mox, and they essentially just want to turn 4 mana into 6 mana so that they can cast Breach, Brain Freeze.
Exactly.
And I just, it's one of the ways that I think as players and as a format, we're kind of beginning to start to take the next step forward. And I think I kind of like the idea that the Distraction Makers, another channel, have talked about the idea of, since we don't sideboard, we have to put our sideboards in our main decks. And so I think the higher the color pile is, like TNT, the more that you're able to essentially like sideboard in these combos, so that you're able to pull from whichever half you want. And I know something we talked about back in Portland at the Quest, but something that is still continuing to be on my mind is the idea of like, as we continue to like turn the corner, always reinventing like lists and meta, as the zeitgeist moves into like its next iteration, are we going to see this kind of wave of like 5-color soup? Because I think that's going to be some of the easiest that you're able to pivot. Because for instance, you have Nagila, you have super clean combos, Sisay, you have super clean combos. You have access to these like ways to win really easy. And all you need is like a Fabro Elder or like a Culling Ritual, and you're able to like absolutely like rip the rug out from underneath your opponents at the same time that you're getting all the mana you need for Adnau's Lane.
I completely agree. It's one of those situations where, I mean, this is why when you ask people what are the best decks in the format, right? Now, obviously, Bragashai is a new contender. It's a control deck. It's sort of changing the narrative, right? But like historically speaking, it's been Kinnan, it's been Blue Farm. Those decks I can describe as winning on turn 2. I can describe them as winning on turn 8. And fundamentally, there is no distinction between the two because it is capable of doing so.
Absolutely.
Right? And here we're seeing TNT rock the exact same thing. Also, what a fundamentally different start from this weekend to last, right? We were literally going, okay, forced ID on turn 2, first ID on turn 3, and here we go, just hitting a Ripper on turn 9 from Bragashai or hitting a Ripper on turn 3 from TNT. So
I 100% would have bet money I intended on keeping that this round would have been decided by the clock.
Oh, yeah. I mean, literally, we saw the Coffee Enchantment come down and go, oh, slop time starting. Man. Yeah, exactly. But instead, we see situations here where, hey, people put win conditions in the stack, and sometimes, for every time that people have it, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, they really don't.
Like sometimes they just don't have it.
Yeah, what if instead of like a Flusterstorm, it just was like a Swan Song?
Yeah. Very different reality here, right? And also like there's also a similar permutation of reality in which we are looking at Grant making the infinite green mana and not having both a Chord of Calling and Survival of the Fittest to follow up, which is a huge difference between those two realities, right? So
I remember like when I first started learning cEDH, it seemed like Rogsai was always operating on like the slimmest margins because you're doing like super tight like Necrolines or Adnau's. But I think we're starting to see that in order to speed themselves up, we see these 3, 4, and 5 color piles doing the same thing of your like just like you're saying TNT. There were so many things there that could have gone wrong. There's a million ways that if we look at like this play pattern of like, oh, what if I do Devoted Ristic then just go for a combo? You can look at the pot and you're like, okay, but how is it going to get through?
There's 3 blue decks here, right? Like there's no way.
This is unprotected, or like you have to make all your land drops. The odds of you just getting stuck with a ton of green mana, and then good luck getting any spell through for the rest of the game. And there's a million ways where, and if I were to think about it, it's like maybe I mulligan for something a little bit safer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to argue the turn 2 Ristic study into the the right? Like to me, it's like, what's the downside? It's like I get blown out. It's like, oh no, I only have this Ristic study to rely upon.
No, time to rely upon my primary game plan.
Exactly. Let me enter the slop zone, I guess.
But I do think I am walking away from this impressed both by the quality of Ristic study as a card and thinking about, how long should it be in our format?
Yeah, exactly.
As well as appreciating. I don't think there were really any mistakes that Grant made.
No, play a clean game. I mean,
Yeah.
the window of opportunity to mess up was pretty low.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
there was,
Yeah, how many mistakes can you make by casting 4 spells?
Yeah. By casting 4 uninterrupted spells. And, yeah, exactly. I think at that point, right? Like respectfully, the decision he had to make in that pod was, do I just pay for Flusterstorm and not fight for things over the stack? And he chose not to, and ended up being correct.
Yeah.
GG's. Game's over.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is so exciting to me, though, that we have seen 2 wins already. You love to see it in cEDH. For me, that's like what defines our format, is that like it's fun, it's collaborative, you politic, you get to, I mean, everyone's laughing and having a good time during mulligans, but everyone knows in the back of their minds, like, someone's got to win.
Yeah.
Especially with a tournament this big. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, and it seems like players are catching on as well. You can't just go draw after draw after draw after draw. Because not only are you going to get stuck in this bubble you can't get out of, you are emotionally draining yourself the whole time.
Totally.
And especially if all your games are going to time, you're not going to have that time for that kind of like
a reset button.
Yeah. Like you're talking about mentally. You just immediately have to just sprint to the next pod, be like, oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think at this point we are going to take a little bit of a break here just to give our stream team a little time to let the stream cool down a bit. That being said, definitely stick around because we are going to be having some fast matches of Magic coming out here. As we said, it was a bit of a quicker one. I'm checking in on the round timer. Still about 47 minutes left remaining in this round. That doesn't include the 20 minutes of overtime that the players are allotted as well. So got a little bit of breathing room here between this round and next. But while you are waiting, great time to jump over to the invitational stream because they actively have a game going on right now. So Lango Indie stream, jump over there, come back around when it comes to round 3 for us over here at the 10K Open. But in the meantime, there's a lot of Magic for you to watch. So we'll catch you all soon.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Except for there, then come back.
Except for over there, come back.
O-H-I-O-O-H-I-O-O-H-I-O-O-H-I-O
all year. I guess I'm finally ready to go back to Steel City.
And we
We're
should be good. It was texting hold, but this is great.
Okay.
We can just clear that out.
Okay, let's see. The only things you guys missed is
Yes.
that we're at Land Go. It's a tournament with this many Ks.
Yes, 10K CEDH Open. Absolutely.
Yeah, and if you've seen Sean Evans, where the wings are hot, but the questions are even hotter, a question I would have for you guys is how many non-traditional decks do you think we could fit in one pod, Ian?
Yes, the answer currently is 3, as we have 3 absolute jalapeno spicy decks.
Yeah, these are crazy decks.
For today, for anyone who knows, our first player, Jesse Fleet, Kamal Bruce Tarl Combat Stacks deck.
Oh, yeah.
This deck is highly aggressive. We're going to jump into the pod right now as we start to talk about them. You're going to get some of the visuals from the players. But we have Jesse, once again, in seat 1 on this Combat Stacks list. You're using Rule of Law effects. You're using beatdown strategies. It's playing things like Ansrag the Quake Mole as an 8/4 that just makes combat happen.
Yeah, I love the way that Jesse's personality really comes through this list.
It's so funny, yeah.
Because he both will just like swing for lethal whenever, but also as a stacks player, you can see the big gold cup next to him.
Yeah.
He's going to spend at least half this game
Yeah.
sitting back, hands on his chest,
resting on that big gold.
every minute or two going,
Yeah.
oh, actually, no, you can't do that.
Well, it's also funny too because as someone who's gotten to play with Jesse a few times, like he is perhaps one of the nicest generally people I've ever played with, and
Yeah.
the fact that he's playing such a murderous, oppressive deck and does so in one of the most pleasant and most affable ways possible creates a fantastic environment. Now we have seat number 2. We have Obscurity here. With another pretty spicy number that we've actually started to see a lot more of
Absolutely,
lately.
yeah. Locals may know them by Jalen. They're very similar to a list that we actually saw on stream last Land Go. It's Malcolm Kedis Polymorph.
Yes.
Most known for trying to get Kedis out really quick, swinging out with Malcolm, and then casting like a Proteus staff or something of that ilk to then go get Niv Mizzet. This one is notable in that it has both Niv Mizzets in it.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. It's really interesting.
It's usually you'll see Polymorph from Malcolm Kedis. They'll land the traditional Niv, and then they'll proceed to say, no, I'm not winning the game for the next hour and a half.
Absolutely.
But it seems like the additional Niv may mean that they don't want to spend as much time trying to protect Niv, and they want to be a little bit more aggressive. We also have...
before we get too far, Eric, did you happen to see the last card in this deck?
Oh, that one's so
That happens to be a
fun.
World Fire.
I love
in
World
this
Fire.
Malcolm Kedis list, which is absolutely whack in the best way. I was not expecting to see a World Fire today, and it is kind of funny with Kedis in the command zone. You very specifically do have the ability to play Kedis afterwards, hit one person, and then kill all 3 remaining players because ping for 1 damage every single time.
Absolutely, yeah. I was talking to the person who originally was working on brewing Polymorph Malcolm Kedis, the real ones now, and they were saying that they added that specifically because they needed an actual win con, because everything goes through Niv Miz traditionally.
Yeah, exactly.
But if
also,
it gets...
Llama, if I could get visual on the game, I don't have any of that right now. Appreciate you. Thank you. Going to deck number 3.
Deck number 3 is crazy.
Yeah.
So... I don't even know where to start with describing this list. Like, how would you...
I'm happy to do it because I've also brewed this deck up, and it's been in my Mox field for weeks. I've been trying to figure out the right time to play it. So this is essentially one of those lists. It is Jaheira and the background, and what essentially this deck is trying to be, it's like in Simic Urza effectively. But the idea is realistically, because specifically with printings like April O'Neil from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set, we really start to see a selection here where they are making more and more of these cards that create artifact tokens, much like with a Cabbage Merchant, much like things like that, where they are essentially reactive treasure tokens for the Jaheira players, right? And so if you have a card like April out and your commander, all of a sudden every single spell your opponents are casting that fits that category of artifact, instant, or sorcery, you're all of a sudden making a Mox Emerald for, which is I've heard pretty good. I've heard pretty decent. Yeah, and then trying to win with things like banishing Knack combos, all that kind of stuff. I think you described it pregame as Kinnan without Kinnan in the command zone.
It's something I love about lists like this is you spend enough time on Mox Field or playing CEDH, and you hear every combination of like commanders that there can be.
Absolutely.
You're like, okay, but like, can it be like Blue Farm? But then you look at a list like this, and I was like, I am shocked by the card quality of this list.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
a few that are like not great on their own, but
Exactly.
you're going to be able to pretty consistently get your commanders out early.
Yep.
And then once you do, so much of it is built around, even if you're not doing stuff, if your opponents are, you're still getting mana, you're still getting cards. Which is, I feel like, so good, because a lot of times when we see these kind of like off-kilter decks, they're usually kind of siloed by themselves.
Yeah.
And so they either have to stacks, so that if they aren't doing anything, nobody's doing anything, or the turbo really, really fast. And so finding this kind of like off meta like fringe list, but that is it seems like it's going to be very, very comfortable if a ton of spells are getting cast. I'm just really excited.
Yeah, I also love seeing mid-range parity possession in the pod.
Whoa.
Yeah, skip your draw step. Whenever enchanted opponent draws a card, you may draw a card. So yeah, it sucks if you enchant the Negro player, but if they play Heuristic Study, Psychic Possession starts to look pretty attractive. Once again, this deck's biggest choke point is cards. It's not mana, because this deck makes mana like it's nobody's business. You do have to kind of get the engine online. I think that's like probably the biggest choke point when it comes to a deck like this. But as soon as you pass that threshold, you're in a really, really sweet spot.
Absolutely.
It's playing obviously cEDH staples like Second Harvest to double all your tokens. Just like absolute Looney Tunes stuff, but in the best way possible. I do really think this deck has a lot of legs. You know, especially once again, new printings like the Mechanist and you know, also a card that people probably don't recognize but is actually insane in this deck is the Ooze from the Turtle set. This says you can exile a card from any graveyard to make a mutagen.
Whoa.
And so just the ability to snipe out important breach pieces from people's graveyards while also making tokens in the process.
Oh, that's so good.
It's extremely clean as far as synergies are concerned.
Yeah, don't want to overplay my hand, but if this list goes really good for them, I'm 100% going to find some cards from their list and hit them up, hit the vendors after this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Do you have CEDH staple April O'Neil?
Yeah, do you have CEDH staple the Ooze?
We start seeing some cards played. Nothing too crazy so far. We do see the Deafening Silence out of Jesse.
Yep, makes sense.
Which is going to be a huge bummer for the last player on pod, 4th seat Rockside, which is on very, very traditional Rockside.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I know when we say like traditional, most people think of Tradsisse, but this Rockside is on 0 planeswalkers. It's almost on 0 creatures. Its main goal is it wants to get like an insane advantage engine out, like a Necropotence or like a Adnaz. They're on like grinding station loops, so they're very comfortable with extremely low to the ground breach piles. What they're probably uncomfortable with is that Deafening Silence over there.
Oh yeah. Wow, so really interesting play pattern already. So I was about to say, I'm really excited if I'm Jesse playing a Mana Dork on turn 2 after a Deafening Silence on turn 1, but Obscurity says, hey, have you ever cEDH staple Spell Snare? I haven't played it since the Dockside days, but hey, you know what? This deck that's literally essentially Secret Commander Niv Mizzet makes sense that it would be in this list for sure.
I mean, because of the Deafening Silence, the main thing we're going to see Rockside doing is asking Jesse, Jalen, and Kevin to show them cards that they've never seen before.
Yes, exactly. I think a game like this is going to be a lot of that dynamic, specifically of going everyone, oh, hey, have you seen this card before? No, why would you have thought so?
Hang on, Clarion Conqueror? What is that?
Sorry, can I introduce you to cEDH staple the Ooze?
The Ooze?
Now, unfortunately, it seems Taco Bell Piglet is doing kind of nothing in this spot. They missed their land drop. We're going into Rockside's turn, who's launched a Vamp Tutor at end step. So it seems like we don't really have a lot going on in this Jahira deck. You know, maybe they kept a hand that was pretty explosive outside of that particular zone, but I'm definitely curious to see.
Yeah, like we see the Mox Opal on the field. I wouldn't have been surprised if there's also like a Lotus Petal, something else like follow up.
Yeah. I wonder if we can get some judge confirmation on what size of hand that they ended up keeping for that pod.
Normally my deck's pretty good into it.
Very interesting stuff here. Now, if I'm Rogsai, I'm feeling pretty bad about the Deafening Silence, but I am feeling pretty good about the fact my opponents are sort of just twiddling their thumbs while I go Vamp Tutor. And that being said, Malcolm Kedis is absolutely one of those decks in which it looks like it's doing nothing, but that's because it's playing a very patient Niv plan here, right? So essentially the same way you would see Niv Mizzet just sort of hold up counter spells, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, and very interestingly, Taco Bell Piglet kept a 7.
So I do know we saw a Vamp Tutor out of Rockside.
Yeah.
Like if you're Rockside in this position, you know, you're behind a stack, just like you said, it's very patient.
Yep.
You know, when it strikes, it doesn't want to miss. And then this deck that you probably don't know a ton about, what would you be Vamp Tutoring here?
Honestly, if you know, push comes to shove, there's sort of 2 directions you can take when you see a stacked pod like this. Either A, you say, listen, I'm going to get, you know, the heck beaten out of me. Might as well just go grab a Heuristic Study and try to outgrind this pod, or they're probably just grabbing a Chain of Vapor to bounce the Deafening Silence to then go, all right, here's my jam, right? So we see 3 mana being tapped here, and is it the Heuristic? Feels like it's Heuristic. Yeah, there it is. There it is. When everything comes into question, what to do but tutor up Heuristic Study really is the question, you know?
Yeah. It's a really outside the box play too.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't have thought of that.
Now,
I don't know
Eric,
if many CDH players
do you
would.
know if we can point out what cards people have been asking for bans? I feel like it's maybe this card right
that's
here.
so
Yeah,
true.
yeah. Is it this one?
So
Is
true.
it this one? Two cards of equally problematic value in this pod right here. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's definitely going to be a pod where, you know, at the end of the day, we saw the last pod of a bunch of mid-range decks and a proactive deck wrap up real fast. Is that a Sylvan Safekeeper that came out of Jesse's deck? Sometimes I honestly, I love Secret Layers, but I don't know when I look at a sparkly little Twilight thing, what I'm kind of looking at here.
Oh yeah, I believe it's a Secret Layer drop.
Yeah,
It's the
Secret Layer.
which is a huge something they really
Yeah.
like because it's able to like protect their stacks pieces, which are slowing down the board.
Oh, absolutely. It is. So they do have a Sylvan Safekeeper registered in the deck list, so I have to assume that is exactly what we're looking at here for sure.
I would like to have this one open.
Aaron, I'm good to draw first.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yep, so we see just a very patient Soul Ring and pass out of Obscurity. They're playing a really, really slow game plan here, but, you know, it makes sense if your plan is to take your time, sequence your spells appropriately, right? Like, maybe they're not pushing super hard. Maybe they're, you know, trying to take a more passive game plan, right? So definitely interesting to see that here for sure, because very easily that, you know, that's 3 mana for Malcolm there, right? That's not, you know, no one's miscounting that, but this looks to me, that's a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, especially in the Malcolm Geddes.
Yeah.
It's like Malcolm Geddes, I think, is one of the most prominent secret, not so secret commanders.
And we're back at Piglet just passing the turn, no land drop, right? So that's kind of wild. Kevin is Kevin kept a hand that's like clearly supposed to be going after one engine in particular, but that is not doing so. So very surprised to see a 7 keep that could. Yeah, the players are currently talking about the hand.
Yeah, just how bad was that Deafening Silence? That's so interesting.
Yeah. I'm wondering if the Deafening Silence was really, but like if the Deafening Silence was that bad, wouldn't they be sequencing more spells? They would just be passing.
Right, yeah, we would have seen like
Even with the land, most of it doesn't do anything.
because Deafening Silence is just one non-creature spell, right? Or is it just one spell total?
It says one non-creature.
Non-creature.
For the
Okay.
Deafening Silence.
So
Yeah,
it's not like they're like sitting on some like random green ritual or something.
Yeah. It's not like he oofed and he's like, oh, all my artifact mana, right? Yeah, I agree.
Because you're
But-
right, we would have seen something. From
Right. What I will say is, if I'm Jesse right now, I'm ecstatic because as a stacks player, the one thing you want to see your opponents doing is nothing.
Absolutely.
If your opponents are sort of faffing about while you're building up a board state, then like you're in a great spot. Like to be honest, Jesse could just tap out for Bruce Tarl here and just start beating the heck out of people, and he'd probably be fine. Now, will that be what Jesse does? No, he's much more of a specialist than that. You're going to see him probably sequence some real threats here. But you know, very equally, he could be playing some really high combat damage threats. That is a Linvala Keeper of Silence. Yeah, when we talk about high value cards for 4 mana, that is effectively what Jesse's deck is doing,
so
right?
good.
I'm gonna play something that is a combat body, but at the end of the day, also just says no, because at the end of the day, Bruce Tarl, Kamal, both of those commanders go from I'm doing stuff to I am dealing combat damage. Like Kamal is literally an overrun in the command zone, right? So the clock in this plan is very, very clean.
You'll still have the Linvala, but if you give me the token, I can get rid of the
You won't have the
right now.
Safekeeper.
Yeah, the folks are sort of talking about how to get rid of the Sylvan Safekeeper, which I think does make sense, right? Sylvan Safekeeper is presenting a massive threat as the game plan goes on. Honestly, I feel way better about Jesse's board if the Safekeeper is not in that spot there. Now, I don't necessarily know how the Safekeeper died in that situation there. Because... Oh, it looks like the Sylvan Safekeeper went into combat, and Obscurity was able to tap their Forbidden Orchard, give someone a 1/1 blocker, and able to take it out. So maybe a bit of a punt on Jesse's part for putting the Safekeeper into that type of damage, because Safekeeper is a card that is pretty high value for these stacks, right?
I do think it's one of the kind of like um, internally contradictory natures of like stacks.
Yeah.
Is that what they both slow the game down, but
Yeah.
they also speed it up in terms of like numbers of turns.
Yeah.
Like I would expect within the next 10 to 15 minutes to see as many turns in this pod as our last two combined. Just because people can't do stuff, so they just have to keep passing the turn. But with that means that it really, really, really requires that the pilot be able to keep up with the way that the pace of the game is speeding up and slowing down based off the particular stack pieces in play. And just that kind of like mental math, like even for an incredible pilot like Jesse themselves, can lead to a play where you'll forget about something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see because I think that's also, I'm not sure, he must not be playing a service. I don't necessarily know that I see that's where this game is going, right? Like, Rogside, yes, that is their objective. They have to fight through this board state. They have to fight through the deafening silence. If I'm Obscurity, I don't care, right? Because at the end of the day, Niv plus Curiosity or Niv plus Niv, what do those combos need to win? It's a really good way of doing so.
Yeah.
It's a really good way of doing so.
Yeah. Life totals matters so much more than we think they do. Life totals matters so much more than we think they do.
Yeah.
And I love that games like this remind me that like one of the ways to improve as a cEDH player is to make sure that you're utilizing as many aspects of the game as possible. So something that we often get a lot when we talk about cEDH is the idea that like we use the stack a lot more than maybe like standard or modern might. But something they do a lot more than we do is combat damage.
Yeah.
You see this kind of inverse bell curve where early on when people are playing like bracket 3, bracket 4, they'll lean a little bit too much into combat damage. But then I have found the more I play cEDH, how much it comes to points of life. And so I know knowing where you can get in, how you can get in is a huge, huge deal. For instance, like we even saw inside of this game already, the decision to attack with the Sylvan Safekeeper was very consequential.
We finally see Taco Bell Piglet get a second usable mana source here. It is the Mox Diamond. Right now, the Mox Opal still does not work.
Okay.
Yeah, the Mox Opal is just Jay Chillin.
I don't know how I feel about the decision to play a Mox Diamond into a stacks deck because the odds of like an oof or like a null rod or something coming down.
And a null rod. I'm pretty sure Jesse plays all three.
Yeah. So I don't. That's something like usually I can see wanting to lean towards a Mox Diamond, especially if you're able to like dramatic reversal stuff. But I would question that decision, but also
I agree.
with decks like this, in the same way that when someone picks up like a Dargo deck for the first time, you just have to start doing like Dargo math. I have to imagine that once they are able to get their commander out, the way that mana is created is going to be so different than what I have experienced. That I would be interested to hear the reasoning.
Yeah, and
there
this is
we
the other
go.
reason why.
There we go.
Yep.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Obscurity treating deafening silence like an actual rule of law. Him realizing right now through the course of this conversation. Well, and then the other version is like the hack variant, right? Which is on Glenhorn, which is on all the hack effects, et cetera, right? And which keeps getting better over the years too, right? But I think if you're going full hack, you go Grixis or you go Teamer. Right?
Absolutely.
And like if you're going on Ketis variant, it's because you have some big mana payoffs, right? Vis-a-vis big nibs, polymorphs, etc. Right? Seeing a certain type of mana being held up by this rock. Seeing a certain type of mana being held up by this rockside pilot. Although, I mean, it represents a certain ad nauseum like card. What is this one hitting the stack here?
Fair enough.
Is this it? I have no idea. Jesse's cards are just too pretty, damn it. That might be Ranger Captain of Eos. That is exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Ranger Captain hitting the stack. If I'm a stacks player, it's a pretty good one to have access to. Yep. So the conversation happening right now was Edith goes, to be clear, this Ranger Captain is a defensive play, and Jesse says there are actually no combos in this deck. It is a combat-only deck, so trust me, you will know when Ranger Captain becomes relevant. Although, that being said, as someone who's played against Jesse, when you get to Cutzel down, you still have to be worried because it means he's going to find an uncountable way to pump up all his creatures and blow you out. But that being said, Ranger Captain, I will find in his deck is 90% defensive.
I mean, this Ranger Captain probably follows the traditional pattern pattern of just getting like an Esper Sentinel, but I also wouldn't be surprised, like low key, if they go for like a Evanston's Pilgrim or a Llanowar Elves. Because I love the idea that choking people on castable spells always hits them in the mana the hardest. I mean, you could also see like a Ragavan here.
Oh, we see a Serra Ascended does the pickup. Hell yeah.
That's so
If you are
cool.
trying to increase your clock, which I think this is actually a really good call, because what we're seeing here is Jesse has the stacks. Like the stacks is working currently, but we aren't seeing very specifically is that clock. Like Linvala's nice, but it's 3 damage a turn. That is not winning the game anytime soon. However, 6 damage in the air on top of that tends to end games a little bit quicker, I would argue. Now, very notably, he did choose to tap in a way that he could not, like to pay the Rhystic Study and not play the Sarah Ascendant this turn as well, which I feel like I probably would have greeted out to get both on the battlefield, you know?
That is one of the areas where I find myself being a not very good stacks player, is I have a really hard time knowing what resources my opponents are allowed to have. Because I think that's where a lot of players sometimes get frustrated with other stacks players, is there's this idea that like they play a stacks piece that only hits like one player, and then the player doesn't hit, like immediately wins the game, and the other person gets
We do
off.
see this Chaos Mutation does resolve. This is one of the polymorph effects that we've mentioned, which essentially allow him to sacrifice this Kedis and exchange it for one of the Niv Mizzets in the deck list. Now, this is one of the times in which this variant is a little bit worse than the only Niv Perun variant, right? This is a variant in which it does have the chance to get Niv Visionary, and Niv Visionary is far less effective in this pod right now than Niv Perun. Niv Perun would actually create like a pretty sizable advantage into this situation here, where the Niv Visionary is always the the piece here that's like, I guess he can really get Kedis again, I guess, but like and we're hearing Obscurity essentially going, we'll see which Niv I get to see if I gotcha.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the inclusion, right? Is they probably are able to get their polymorph effects to resolve a lot more if they say it's a 50-50 coin flip. From like a politicking perspective, but I don't know. Like, that's the if you guys have never gotten a Niv Mizzet Perun out, you haven't lived.
It's exhilarating, truly.
It's incredible, especially in a CDH game when people are casting spells and drawing cards all the time. Okay, there we go.
Oh, and he gets the good Niv.
Gets the good Niv.
Gets the good Niv. Wow, that's
instant or sorcery, I draw a card.
Yeah, Edith taking a nice good read of this this Niv Perun, a card that will provide a pretty ridiculous amount of value over the course of the game. And also, you know, if he just happens to have a curiosity, for example, they're dead.
Edith looking in the card and being like, "There's no way I'm preserving my lossless record in this tournament."
Exactly. Now, what I will see is like, while Niv Perun is good right now, if a curiosity happens, things are in trouble. If he's trying to grind with Niv, it's a little bit more muted, because at the end of the day, he can only cast so many instant sorceries under a Deafening Silence, right? So it really becomes the question of, is he going to be able to sneak in a Curiosity effect to be able to take out his opponents, or,
You know what I bet Kevin did? I bet Kevin kept a hand with 1 land and a Mox Diamond with the expectation that if they drew it, they could have a turn 1 cannon with a Mox Diamond.
Oh, I think absolutely. Yeah. Oh, for sure. It was a greedy play, which, if anyone knows anything about Kevin, this is on par. I like playing with Kevin a lot. That man is one of the greediest players I've ever seen when it comes to Mulligan. So I'm not surprised he's in this position.
That's so funny.
Now, very notably, we are under a Deafening Silence where Obscurity cannot interact with this Red Elemental Blast. Oh.
It's curiosity.
Wait, we need to... Oh no, this happened on their turn.
Yeah, Chaos Mutation is instant speed, so now we see an Amphibianite coming down.
I'm dead. You can read your captain here.
Wait.
It doesn't matter. I have to draw a card. You can only kill.
Oh, they messed up by doing this now. They should have done that on his end step. Absolutely. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, they're getting absolutely blown out right now.
If you crack this now, you can't. I'll have a cleanup effect, and I can do it in my instep.
Yeah, they timed that really, really poorly there. You had to not allow this Deafening Silence to lock you out, right? So what's essentially happening here, to fully explain it for the folks at home, the Rogsai player waited until the main phase of Obscurity to try and blow up the Niv, or the upkeep, but unfortunately, the Niv player has an Ophidian Eye, which is the one flash of curiosity effect. And now, because Edith has already cast their spell for turn, they cannot interact because of the deafening silence. So they would need to have a creature here. Someone would need to have an effect that would get rid of the deafening silence, or Taco Bell would have to have something here to like get them out of it. But it's not looking great. Like this is yeah, it's looking like these players have been locked out. But I mean, this is what happens when you take a deck that's kind of a dark horse and put into the pod. He played a really patient game plan. Okay, so it seems like Jesse might have something here. Maybe if he has a Solitude or something of a similar nature here to try and make something happen.
Yeah, it would have to be creature, because I can't imagine Jesse's on Force of Vigor.
No, I can't imagine such either. And also, once Force of Vigor wouldn't actually be able to stop anything because Ophidian would just go over the top, unfortunately.
Yeah. It truly is like a very difficult combo to interact with. You know, because like with Breach or other things like that, you can wait for it to hit the battlefield, or you can respond to like triggers and stuff like that. But
You might show the Felden's game to show
You guys saw it when it was on the.
Oh, was it in there?
Yep, we see some handshakes. Oh,
Yeah,
that's it.
Wow, that's another quick round. Well, I'm actually really curious because how? Oh, he must have responded to the Niv Mizzet trigger that he generated off the Red Elemental Blast. That is how he's able to go infinite.
Oh,
here,
there we go.
Right. Yeah. So essentially what's going to happen here is they're describing the Ranger Captain is going to get cracked, right? Now, in this situation, there would be, wait, he's not going to have priority in cleanup.
Or I can just do it all in his upkeep.
That's what they're discussing.
Yeah.
They're working through the particulars of it.
They're not dead here because Obscurity is describing casting things in cleanup, which is not physically possible. So I'm a little bit confused because this is not a deterministic loop here, so they're conceding to it.
Because you guys are both going to be dead and I can't do anything.
I think that's the conversation they're having.
Oh, so essentially what he's saying is that he's going to have enough Niv pings to kill Rogsai, and that's the only person who could interact. And Kevin is saying, I don't have any interaction to be able to stop him on the upkeep. And also now that the deafening silence is gone, it doesn't matter. To be honest, I think in general, you just kill Jesse in that situation, take the deafening silence offline, and then you have most of your deck in your hand. So why wouldn't you just be able to win there, right?
Yeah.
So I think that is more the case. Edith expressing afterwards, and obviously we're familiar with the Niv combos, and so that's why the timing there got a little bit messed up, unfortunately. So it's tough, right? It's to know when you're playing against a deck like that is, you know, one of the obscure meta decks, right? We saw 3 sort of fringe decks featured here in the channel, and unfortunately, one of those situations that'll happen is like you'll go to interact and it'll just be the wrong window, right?
Yeah. Should the Red Elemental Blast have hit the Chaos Mutation?
I believe they had cast a spell in that end step, which is why the Chaos Mutation came down. I believe it was a deafening silence situation where they were like, okay, here's my free window. So if that's the case, though, you're supposed to wait until, and this is like just rule of law kind of 101, you wait until the person whose turn it is commits to their spell for turn. Because when they finally commit, you go, great, you're locked out at this point.
Okay.
You've committed to your spell, that's when I remove your spell in response, right? But also, if I'm the Niv player, I'm very happily going like, okay, I'll pass the turn.
Yeah.
With my very, very secret insta-kill button.
Yeah, especially if you've got like all this mana, and then everything that's not a way to get Niv Mizzet is a counterspell to trigger Niv Mizzet. Yeah. And so, man, that's a really good situation to be under rule effect.
Because like, that was a 50-50. If that had hit Niv Visionary there, he wouldn't have done nothing. He would have done absolutely nothing in that situation. So the fact that he hits specifically the Niv Perun, which is the one that wins with Ophidian, versus Niv Visionary would have needed essentially Kedis to be recast from the command zone, which is fine, and then Malcolm to hit, and you draw 4 cards. Very different than I win the game in response to your removal spell. Very different situation, right?
Should I maybe win the game later, or definitely win the game now?
Yeah. So I mean, we're seeing like. I guess we didn't see the volatility of playing double Niv variant, but
the sigh of relief they must have felt flipping the right Niv has got to be an indicator of like polymorph is one of those strategies that reminds me of I think something that we see a lot in fringe decks of the more that you try to like no bad cards it, or the more you try to like make it more consistent by like deferring away from like your Niv as a combo. Sometimes we end up taking away what makes the deck the most difficult to interact with.
Sure.
And so sure, you might say, well, oh, there's 50-50 chance. I'm purposely, on the other one. Or, it turns out that like I just want to have like another win con or something like that.
Yeah.
What you end up doing is you end up kind of like kneecapping yourself in a couple ways.
Sure.
And so I have to imagine that like, especially with the Ophidian in hand, they must have been so excited when they hit like the right one. I don't know. For me, it just begs the question of like, why be on both then?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, the idea is in the deck they do play divergent transformations, right? So the idea is if you hit both the commanders, it does flip into
you
I
can't
win
get
the game
both.
instantaneously,
Okay.
which makes sense, right? Like it is effectively a bad curiosity, but it's a curiosity at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's fair.
Would I put my stake in that individual version? I don't know, because I really hate the idea of like I put a polymorph on the stack. My opponents are like, hey man, if that's Niv Perun, we lose, so I have to counter your spell.
Yeah.
And then you fight to the death over it, and then it resolves, and then it flips over into Niv Visionary. Like that to me would send me off a cliff, right? Like that. Yeah, exactly.
This is the last time I played Is It? Just kidding. I have a tattoo. I have to keep playing.
It's
a really good
I did the one place that was specifically off camera.
So if you're walking away from this pod, you're a Rockside player. I got great hands, but seat one plays a stacks piece, and then we lose to it.
And crazy enough,
would you believe that narrative?
The stacks piece for seat one, right?
Yeah.
Now that being said, you kept a Vamp Tutor hand. It feels like to me, this felt like an educated choice by Edith, if I'm being frank. Reading that you're in a stacks pod and going turn one Vamp Tutor, turn two Rhystic Study, that reads to me, I know I'm playing stacks, and I'm trying to make preparations against that because it's a bad matchup for me. Because you can do one of two things with stacks. You can either wait to grind past them, or you can go underneath them, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And if the turn order is different, I'm super down for boom, make them have it, right? But given that particular configuration, given the fact that you are Roxanne in fourth seat, I like vamping for Rhystic Study there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it almost worked.
Yeah.
Had they known how to beat Obscurity's deck, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, just a matter of sequencing, timing, and not assessing your opponent's threats correctly is the nail in the coffin for this match.
Yeah, one thing that I'm reminded of is you were talking last week about the importance of, as a cEDH player, staying curious, which is, somewhat ironic because they just lost to a curiosity effect.
Yes, absolutely.
But there's always this question of like, how much time should you be investing learning all of the like A- or B+ tier decks in the format versus like, what if I just spend another 15 minutes goldfishing my own Rockside. Yeah.
Well, I do think that there is a level of diminishing returns on your own lists, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And I do think that there is a capability of like over-indexing onto your one list, because at the end of the day, it's not just about winning a game. It's not ships passing in the night. You sequencing your deck doesn't win games. You being able to navigate through what three other folks are doing, navigate the metagame, navigate their decision points, their threat analysis, all of those things, they come up. Now, speaking of analyzing threats, playing good, clean Magic, we're going to take a second here to shout out Excalibur Events, because they are going back to Steel City. So if you all remember last year, Steel City was literally the largest cEDH tournament we have ever had.
It was incredible.
500, and I want to say 12 players. I heard a really cool player got 17th place. Who's to say who that may or may not have been. But
could have been anyone.
Yeah, this year it is a scaling up to $25,000 prize pool event. There is not only cEDH, they're going to have a $25,000 scaling Riftbound tournament. Apparently Sorcery is going to be there, which is like one of those games you hear about your friends playing, and I didn't even know people were still on that grind, but
that's cool.
It's going to be there. So yeah, there'll be last chance trials, and this is a big update from these, and I'm not even sure how I feel about these so far.
Oh yeah, they were talking about this in the lobby the other day.
So last chance trials, unlike in modern or other 60-card traditional formats where you would do a last chance trial and you'd get a buy for the round, we found essentially buys in cEDH are a little bit too broken. Right?
A little bit too good. Bit too good.
What they're trying, and this is experimental, we'll see if it works for Pittsburgh, but essentially the idea is they're doing last chance trials that start you off with 3 points going into the tournament. Now that is the equivalent of 3 draws. Hypothetically speaking, it's like, as close to half a win as we can get. But the idea that you can go win a last chance trial and already start the tournament with 3 points, that's already essentially creating a scenario where you just need 1 win to lock in day 2.
Absolutely.
It's a really powerful role to have, right? As someone who literally bubbled on for Sunday percentages last year, I would have taken 3 points for sure. You know,
What do I got to do to hoop?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so signing up for these LCTs, it's going to be some pretty insane stuff. So registration for the main event and the LCTs are live at excalibur.net/weekends/Pittsburgh 2026. You can find it on the top deck page. You can find it on excalibur.net in general. And I believe we'll have an ad popping for that at this point. But wanted to shout them out because, yeah, hopefully the sequel to the largest tournament ever will also be somewhat large.
Yeah. I mean, I love something I've learned to really appreciate about Excalibur events is one that there's almost always something for everybody. You mentioned it, but there's multiple Magic formats being played as well as multiple other card games.
Totally.
And so I know that's something that a lot of cEDH players struggle with is like burnout. After you play like 5 games into like a Blue Farm McKinnon and a Rockshai, like it's pretty natural to want to do something else. And I find that like I've played like a little bit of Flesh and Blood lately. I don't know, it's been interesting for me to see the way that just playing like a different card game has really made it that much more fun to come back in cEDH. And then also, boy do cEDH players love talking about cEDH. And a conversation that comes up a lot is, you know, people either talk about like the draw problem or different things that we need to kind of like modify our format. And what everyone always ends on is they say, at the end of the day, we just need people to start trying stuff and see if it works. So while I agree with you, I don't, I feel like I still need to like think and reflect more upon this dynamic.
Policy.
I think at the very least, I appreciate that someone is trying something. And you know, trying stuff doesn't always go well. You know, for instance, based on the way this pod went, I am not going to buy an April O'Neil. You know, maybe we'll see him in top 4. Sorry, vendors. But also sometimes experiments go really, really well. And so I'm just super excited. So huge shout out to Baldy and Excalibur events, as well as currently for those of you who are just going to the tail end of the game. We are covering the Land Go Open. We've got another stream here covering the Land Go Invitational. So we just finished up round 3. We've had some fascinating games so far. So if you want to, I would highly, highly encourage you to scrub back a few and watch some of the games. They were very interesting to me. And also, in between games, we kind of have a little bit of a staggered situation going on. So you guys can jump right over and go watch the Invitational stream. So you guys never have to go without cEDH.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can listen to someone saying, look, I'm not the problem for 24/7 if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely not 24/7, but you know, it's fine. We love the enthusiasm.
24 minutes, 7 seconds. That's what I meant. Is that what do people think I meant?
All right, everybody. Once again, go check out the Invitational stream and then pop back in here for round 4. We had a super spicy pod going into this round. Niv Mizzet, instant speed win, locked on the stack. Who's to say what this tournament will have next? But we've got some awesome stuff coming for you. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you to the stream team for helping make this all happen. Thanks, Land Go. And we'll see you guys for round 4.
O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O.
Man, I've been brewing all year. I guess I'm finally ready to go back to Steel City.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are here at the Land Go 10K cEDH Open. This guy right here is Ian, and right next to me we have Eric Beagle.
That's me. And here on this stream, we are covering the Open, which is a huge tournament running alongside the Land Go Invitational.
Absolutely.
We have gotten to see some incredible games so far. We've seen Turbo, we've seen Stacks, we've seen Midrange, and we have seen everything in between. Going into this pod, though, I think this is actually the most meta pod that we've seen so far.
Which is really going to say something.
With the exception of what the first deck is.
Yes,
we're actually going to see someone from the 504 gang, Jared Cast, and they're going to play Haptera, Vizier of Poisons.
Yeah, this deck's gonna be really interesting. And you know, when you're playing Hapatra into a pod like this, what's really interesting is like, yes, there is a farm deck in the pod, which is usually something that Hapatra doesn't really target or prioritize in that way, but you will see 2 Sisseis in this pod as well, and we'll definitely go in, explore those Sissei decks, see, you know, quite how powerful these lists are, what type of Sissei they are, because it could be Clam Chowder Sissei, it could be traditional Sissei, and the delineation between the two is going to really determine how effective this spicy Hapatra list. But this is, I mean, this is table 35. These players are doing pretty well for themselves over the course of this tournament, right? We're only in round 4. Who are all very, very within the grasp of being able to make top cut over this tournament. So it's going to be some really interesting stuff, and I'm really excited to see how this breaks out. Now, yeah, oh, look at that beautiful screen. Thank you, stream. We get to see that, yeah, all these players are 2-0-1. I was a little bit surprised to see they're all the way down in pod 35, but I think sometimes with the tournament software, it just sort of throws people all around. But all these players at 11 points.
Oh, yeah.
Now, historically speaking, if we look at, for example, the last Land Go major event, we were looking at 15 points to make top cut.
Really?
Now, that was a bit of an extreme example, though, because you look a few months later at Misplay on the Lake, 16 points ended up being the thing that bubbled out with only a few more folks. So I have a feeling that 17 points will probably be the amount of points needed to get in, but 16 I think could be the bubble for this tournament. So hypothetically speaking, our players who we have featured in front of us need a win to be at least in contention, in that conversation as to who is advancing into this tournament.
Yeah, it's something that we've talked about a couple times, but what really makes those wins necessary, especially as early as you can get them, is that you are never promised an opportunity to win in the future pods. There's always the chance that you get really unlucky in your 4th seat multiple times in a row. You have to mulligan down to 2 or 3.
You end up in a draw situation where it's just impossible for someone to win. Right, yeah, exactly. Like there's these pods that, you know, especially as time goes on, people get more and more desperate for those hard wins, the need to actually push through and not necessarily just take sort of a soft pod. But that being said, like we're seeing players who have not dropped a single game yet. They are 2 wins, 1 draw, right? They're really well set up. Like if I'm thinking about where I want to be at the start of round 4, it's right here, right? This like game can feel kind of free for a lot of these players, and the fact that we have double Sissei here also with 11 points is really good. I actually have been talking with folks pretty recently about how I think Sissei is really well positioned in this metagame. I'm curious to start breaking some of these decks down. So while I take a look at Hapatra and sort of bring that up for the folks in stream here, why don't you start taking a look at some of those Sissei decks? And we can talk about specifically Hapatra Vizier of Poisons is our featured deck right now, and it's a deck that's whenever it deals combat damage to a player, it puts a -1 counter on target creature, and then whenever you put 1/1 -1 counters on a creature, create a 1/1 green snake with Death Touch. Now this opens up to, you know, if you've ever played against modern Yawgmoth combos, very similar type of vibe for this deck. A lot of -1 counters flying around, a lot of the ability to sort of just A+B creature combo win the game. Actually played against Jared, funny enough, at the last Land Go event I was at the Boyle. Yeah, they were in my my last win-in to potentially get into top cut, and they did end up taking that pod, so that was pretty interesting. They're definitely someone who kind of puts a lot of respect on the deck that is not super well known. So really cool stuff there from these players as well. What are we looking at for seat number 2 here with Jared?
Jared is on a it's a lot spicier of a Sissei list than I expected. They're doing what almost seems like Rogthras stuff. Because we're seeing like growing rights. I believe I saw a candelabra in here. So it looks like we're starting to see them shift a little bit more towards like the land style stuff. There's a displacer kit.
Yeah, interesting. It still seems like there's a lot of staples that you would associate here with traditional Sissei, but you're totally right. Oh, I really want to highlight the fact that they're on My Scornful Striker, a legend that punishes players for casting spells. When you're playing a deck like Sissei, it's all activated abilities. It doesn't really get super heavily heavily punished by featuring a card like that. So some really cool options here. And as you mentioned, yeah, it does sort of have that Rog Thras spice to it a little bit going in through this list. So this is
they're on top.
Notably too, Toph plus Candelabra is actually an infinite combo as well. So it's really cool. This actually was brought up to me when Toph was first printed by a couple of the Sisay palettes. So I'm glad to see someone's actually experimenting with that package. And who knows if that's the reason that they're sitting here with 2 wins at the end of the day.
I bet they're definitely able to take some people by surprise. I will say, though, if anyone's going to be able to sniff out that they're onto something, the Sisay that we have in seat 4, Blake, he is a Sisay madman. I know he's played a bunch of different iterations of the list. I actually played Pod Sisay for a little bit on his encouragement, so I know he's messed around with it a lot. Currently, he is on a relatively cut and dry stock list. I think, they're on some cultist lines, I think, are probably about as spicy as it gets, but not a ton of planeswalkers. It looks like a pretty well, very tight list. We might call it kind of like a clam chowdery.
Got it. So it's much more the card quality versus that type of thing, right?
Which I think is a good place to
similar
be in
the blue
seat 4.
farm that we have in the pod as well, right? Like you'll probably notice more similarities to the farm list than you will to the other blue farm, the other Sisay list. Yeah, funny enough.
But I mean, it's super fun. I love pods like this because this represents the people who are diving headfirst. They're embracing the meta. They're like, if a list has done consistently well in top 4, top 16 over the last 2 months, that's the list I want to play. As opposed to we see some other lists where you can tell that they are, they're in deep waters. They've got so many different addendums to their Scryfall searches, and they're probably spending more time goldfishing than people did traveling to this tournament. And it's always really exciting for me to see, is that brewing, is that dedication to trying to attack the meta going to be enough? Or will the kind of inertia that comes with something as dominant as a clam chowder or a blue farm list just going to kind of smothering tide their attempts to get over it?
I will say, I do believe both of these would actually fall into the trad Sisay.
Do they?
Category.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I think each of these Sisay lists has their tech. I think that's sort of like a staple of Sisay, right?
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Some weird little quirky cards that make it different, but there's no Adnos in either deck, there's no Breach in either deck, there's no Necropones in either deck. So I think they definitely all fall into the trad category, but it's much more the case. Essentially the delineation there really comes to, how are you winning the game? If you're tutoring with Sisay and winning the game. Speaking of which, let's go down to our pod right now, take a little bit of a bird's eye view, and talk. See what these players are up to. Yep.
I do really like you talking about the idea of we're likely going to see very similar starting turns from these Sisay players, I would expect, because at the end of the day, both of them want that blue Fabro Elder or Bloom Tender. They just really want that 5-mana dork, and then the way they're going to untap it or infinitely utilize it is going to be a little bit different.
And that is good for Hapatra, by the way. Having more dorks. Imagine a Bloom Tender turn 1, and then Hapatra goes, oh hey, actually that should have a little -1 counter on it. Actually.
Bye.
A snake for that? That's so nice.
That's so cool. I love that for you.
Honestly, just statistically speaking, this matchup really favors Blue Farm. This is one of those classic examples when people ask why has Blue Farm been one of the best decks in the format for years. This is why. Because anytime someone goes, hey, I'm going to attack the metagame, I'm going to play creatures, all that kind of stuff, then you're reminded, oh hey, but if we go all the way to this hybrid bracket 4 space when we're talking about, oh, this deck just blows up creatures, then all of a sudden your Sisay sitting there going, ooh, wait, hey, can we chill? Can we not?
Hang on. What if instead of targeting my combo piece, you hit Blue Farm's DRC?
Yeah, exactly.
There's what?
There's only so many -1 counters you can put on a Tim. Right? So it's always very interesting seeing quasi-parasitic decks like Hapatra and how their relationship affects what the metagame is looking like. But clearly, I mean, first of all, Jared's been playing this deck for at least several months now, and was shown up to the last major LAN Go event with this deck as well. So clearly putting in very good numbers from him. I mean, being at 11 points with such a fringe deck is super impressive feat. So we'll be able to see if he's able to maintain it going into this, because that would be kind of crazy to have our first 16-pointer of the day be somebody playing Hapatra.
Oh yeah, I just think that'd be so cool, especially because this is this is straight out of the box, right out of the factory Blue Farm list, which I think provides such a nice foil to these lists, because it really helps showcase how good are they able to combat the establishment versus end up eating the other kind of like fringe tech that like other decks play, because it's not uncommon at all for like Sisay lists, for instance, to like be on like a random legendary like May or something, and for then this Golgari list to have to get rid of it, because also like the value propositions are traditionally so much better for getting rid of creatures on like non-blue farm. Like sure you can get rid of like blue farms like Esper Sentinel, but like if you go to take out like I don't know what's like a really powerful like a Ragavan from a Sisay list. I think that's a great example of like I'm going to be heavily incentivized to take out the Ragavan.
Oh, totally.
Because the potential ceiling for it is so much higher.
Yes.
But then you make 2 or 3 of those directions in the direction of Sisay, and then suddenly like blue farm weirdly hasn't been nearly as contested as it needs to be to keep it in check.
Yep. And then all of a sudden they're drawing a heuristic study, or they're playing a necro, and you're like, oh wait, how did this happen?
How could this happen to me again? But just like you're saying, like Jared has clearly put in the hours before this tournament, and at the very least, they've been making moves happen inside this tournament. So it's all going to come down to like, from my perspective, how much of a bird's eye view these players are going to be able to get on the table. Because each deck has the capacity to come right out the races. But not each deck is going to be able to hang with the big dogs in the late like ultra game, and so it's going to get rough if you ask me. And so I would see, we talk about this idea of like a critical nexus, not when someone necessarily is making a win attempt, but what they're getting whatever pieces on board are going to like, be the foundation of whatever it is that like catapults them into the end of the victory. Because sometimes, we have such condensed win cons like Thassa's Decon, that you can get pretty late in the game before actually making a win attempt. And so I would expect to see that critical nexus near the end of turn 2, beginning of turn 3, because if either of these Sisay players have like a Wooburg Dork, they're going to have it down by then. And hopefully, like Blue Farm is probably going to try and have Ristic Tithe up by that, and then Haptera will have surely casted cards within the color of identity, using mana on board. I will not be more specific.
Exactly. No, it's going to be really interesting here, and I think what I would be most about from everyone who isn't Blue Farm is what a classic situation is, and this is why I tell people all the time, if you ever have a pod that's like Tivit, Kinnan, and Blue Farm wins that pod 80 to 90% of the time. Because very specifically, you have a deck like Tivit, which Hapatra is sort of taking the role of right here, right? It is the anti-creature deck, right? We have this anti-creature deck available, but what happens is sometimes it's not necessarily about is it controlling these creature decks, it's more so if Sisays have to overcommit to dealing with the anti-creature deck, then all of a sudden they're using their resources just to play the game. Not to win the game, but just to play the game. And then they're in this very awkward position where they're overcommitting resources consistently, and then Blue Farm goes, wow, it's nice of you guys to overcommit like this. Does anyone remember this Underworld Breach card? Because I'd like to remind you of how it did.
Oh, that's so true. Like imagine, like all 3 of the decks in seats 2, 3, and 4 want to resolve like a Lotho. But then you're like, whose Lotho is the worst? And you're like,
well, it's weird in a Sisay pod too, because like I played Lotho into Sisay pods where they're just like, cool, play 1 spell pass, and you're like, right. And they were talking about, a second ago, our Hapatra player was mentioning that they didn't really keep like an explosive hand, they just can't mulligan very well on Hapatra, which makes sense, right?
Definitely
it's a deck that doesn't have recovery engines like, Ristic, Mystic, etc., right? But at the same time, you look at a card like Mystical Moor in this pod with 3 predominantly green decks, it's like, what is Mystical Moor doing?
Most of these lists, Blue Farm can kind of do it, are pretty comfortable with like keeping hands that's not going to too aggressively play into like a Fish or a Ristic early on. But also, there's only so much time you have to like get permanents out before someone has to kind of like pull the last Jenga block, or
absolutely.
or something of that ilk. And so I'm very interested to see how much this Blue Farm is able to develop before things kick off, because it is a little bit of a faster list. They're not copying Shaman or Mirror Maid. And so I wonder if like there's a world where like Zach just gets a little bit too trigger happy, goes for it maybe right before they should, and then there's a Path of Exile waiting for them, or they get Besagied or something like that.
What's also really interesting and fascinating about cEDH is that if you look at Zach's stats down there, you might notice that next to the 2-0-1 record, it says number 1, meaning that we have no completely undefeated players in this tournament at the current moment. And that's such a classic conundrum of cEDH, right? Like, it is a format in which, yeah, you're actually going to run into these situations a decent amount. And even in an event like this, where we have 212 confirmed players for this event, there is no undefeated player.
Yeah.
And it really goes to show how much, like, understanding where you need to draw, all that kind of stuff. And I talked about, you know, our first 16-point player, and it is confirmed that any player who wins one of these matches, like, would immediately go to first in Swiss, even if they were not previously, right? So it's really, really huge to be able to, hypothetically, like, come extremely close to locking in first place in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. Which is, like, so meaningful, especially when it comes to Top Cut, because you want those, like, high priority seats.
Yep. So we have a first play here of Bayou Pass from Jared, and then a Bayou into a Delighted Halfling from our first Sisay available in Jared. So yeah, some interesting stuff here. Very slow starts for these decks, but Jared made it very clear, you know, hey, I'm not turbo mulliganing. I'm a deck that does not mulligan very well. I'm keeping a playable hand. Scalding Tarn Pass out of Blue Farm, usually to me, the alarm bells are going, that's Top Deck Tutor. Hey, hey everybody. We all know what's coming up next.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like we're going to see a Vamp or an Enlightened Tutor.
Yeah. I feel like it's always so surprising to me how many people have passive turn ones in this format. Like, you know how many times I've lost on turn 2? Like, having a passive turn 1 to me is always so nerve-wracking, right? Like, my turn 2 better be absolutely insane if I'm willing to take a chill turn 1, right? It's really funny. I was actually playing your Lumberly list yesterday during the creator event, and I remember there was one of the hands that I almost immediately threw away because I was like, oh, it's a tap land turn 1, and it was like, yeah, turn 1 I play a tap Hickory Woodlot. Turn 2 it was like Springheart into go into Gaia's Cradle into another 2-drop, and I was like, oh, that is good. I have to remember that is a really good play.
But I do think for me that's a great example of like M-Seal coming out.
M-Seal, yeah, nice.
I think that's a great example of just what you're saying. In order to have that, like you need your like turn 2 to essentially be 2 turns worth of value if you're just land passing.
Yeah, exactly. Like I had to have 4 mana as my backup plan there, going into 6 mana on turn 3 to really feel good about just taking that whole turn off, you know?
Yeah. Which I think is also a great indication of just how powerful Ristic Study is, that it's a very, very consistent play pattern in our format that people will specifically mulligan for a turn 2 Ristic, and that's considered like a very strong play.
It's just dodging the question. I understand.
Yeah, there's a bit of conversation going on from the players right now about which variant of Sisay that they're at. Yeah, I think there's like a little bit of obfuscation going on, but like in a way that I feel like is making Sisay sound more threatening than they're meaning to. I'm wondering if his politics is like almost coming back to bite him here. Like if I'm traditional-ish Sisay, I would be like, yeah, it's traditional-ish, right? Like, it's like pretty close to the Planeswalker line bullshit, but like, it's one of those things where you really want to like. There are times when obfuscating is a good idea, so your opponents don't know how to attack your deck. But there's also times where it's good to be transparent because you sound scarier than you are, and I'm worried that this could be one of those times. You know?
Something I used to do. This is just a random story. Something I used to do when I was playing new decks that I didn't exactly know the play patterns of. When I had like an MCO on, everyone always asks, "What are you tutoring for?"
Yeah.
And I would just say like, "You know what I'm tutoring for." And they just go, oh, you're getting a Ristic. And then I'd be like, oh, that's a good idea.
I will say, of all of the decks in this pod, I was not expecting the Bloom Tender to come out
That's
of Pavatra.
wild. That's wild.
I was definitely expecting the Sisay players to be ripping those. I'm also a little surprised. I feel like a Temple of Pavatra right now would be really good to start picking off these dorks and things like that.
Really
right?
good.
Yeah, exactly.
And then also, like...
I mean, Bloom Tender is still great, to be clear.
It is really good, but also, like... The Sisay love nothing more than Deadpooling like someone else's. And it's going to be a lot harder to kill.
Yeah, Deadpool trading card could very easily come down here and make people very upset about playing that Bloom Tender, for sure. And by people, I definitely mean our good friend Jared.
Although, like, we don't see a lot of, like, early mana.
Interesting. Now, Jared has flashed us a Ancient Tomb in hand, but choosing not to play the Ancient Tomb into the Relic of Legends here, so you can double spell this turn, but instead choosing to just kind of basically fully tap out for this Relic of Legends if he's choosing to play that, which is a little bit surprising. But I guess there must be
finale for one.
Real tidy.
What?
Passing priority on that.
Yeah. Geez, Jared, what do you think about getting? A 1-drop. A 1-drop.
Yeah, okay. The player is going, what do you think about getting, comma, a 1-drop?
Comma,
Yeah, I think there's only so much information you can try to extort out of your opponents in this type of thing.
Also, especially if you're not offering up any information in exchange.
Is that Grand? That is a Grand.
Grand.
The player is going, I bet he's going to get a card nobody knows, and they all start laughing. They go, yep, that is a card that nobody knows. Yep, well done.
Ironically, like, I feel like if you tell people you're getting Grand, your finale is way more likely to resolve than if you're like...
Yeah, I agree. That's one of those times where, once again, we talk about that notion of obfuscation, right? Like, all right, hey guys, do we really care about a Grand? Like,
if you're getting Grand, I won't drop my wristic.
Exactly. Now, what I will say is, Grand's secretly a little better than the average Grand in this deck. With the Displacer Kitten things, with Relic of Legends, with all that kind of stuff, there's actually some Grand based synergy going
Absolutely.
on
Like, I'll tell you what, this does way more than my grandmother does.
Yeah, that's true. I've tried to get my grandma to cEDH, but she keeps calling the wrong number.
Yeah, I'm like, Gam, reduce my spells. It's just like, as God wills. No, it's Jessica's will. Oh my word. Silence from you.
Oh my god.
Guys, it's so much talking. If I try to say, I am...
There's a lot of conversation going on with these players right now over what feels like very minimal game actions.
I mean, I do think with the Relic of Legends, that Grand actually is going to be pretty nuts.
Oh yeah, I completely agree.
It gives them like insane card advantage. It's also going to let them pivot around this Haftarah a lot. It'll let them lean towards the more like artifact or like enchantment-based aspects of Sisay. Because essentially, I feel like all you need is for someone else to play like a scary creature first.
Yeah.
Like even like an OBM or we talked about Lotho earlier. Just anything that's going to be easier to kill than like Delighted Halfling, essentially. It's just going to just barely put you above that threshold of Haftarah's. Ooh, I'm going to kill you.
Classic Apache. Big spooky energy, for sure. Yep, we got a... Hey, you called the Lotho pre-game.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's going to survive a very long time.
Oh, yes, of course.
Midnight.
Okay, so this is a more proactive farm list, which I'm actually even more surprised to see such a passive start from our third-place farm player here. But, at the same time, I mean, it's not an awful turn we're looking at here, right? 2 bodies down, an extra treasure.
Like, there's no turn, turn.
Yeah, fair, exactly. That's definitely not a bad read there. With the fact that it's like, oh yeah, this is actually somewhat tame in comparison to where we thought they were going with this.
Yeah. So we see a farm list. I'd be very curious to see what Zach's next play is, because it seems like kind of an identity crisis where it's a list that's playing fast but a player that's playing slow. But also, like, all these players are, like, very, very good. You noticed this earlier, like, they're, like, first seed right now. And so I suspect that they are anticipating a window opening up turn 3.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see how they try to take advantage of that.
So we had a Ristic City resolving on the Sisay, which, Trad Sisay, not exactly a deck that really thrives in a Ristic Study, but it's going to be probably pretty good no matter what. Ristic Study is a pretty broken Magic card, so I don't necessarily think it's a problem, per se, to have that. But as I mentioned, like, a lot of these Trad Sisay patterns are not super complementary to that Ristic Study, right? Now, you can make an argument that the current version is like a hybrid. There's definitely a lot of conversation going on right now too. From Blake, apparently is somewhat new to this deck, and so there's like conversations going back and forth about like, oh yeah, like I'm kind of new to this deck. Like I don't really know if I'm doing play patterns, but I'm used to playing Esper, all that kind of stuff. Also, very interestingly, this Sisay out of seat 4 is on Intuition, is on Savines, is on Thoracle Consult, but isn't on Breach stuff. So being on Intuition lines without that is pretty interesting to me. I don't think I would have particularly put that configuration together.
Yeah. No, First off, I love the casting cost guys stuff, but yeah, Blake has been a Zer player for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious if part of their list is kind of like a reaction to the way that Chase plays, trying to bring some of that Esper Shell, Intuition, Savines into Blue Farm.
Yeah.
Not Blue Farm, into Sisse, but trying to keep those like Sisse win cons. I think that's something
Yeah.
that we see in a lot of decks when they try to like quote unquote like Blue Farm or like, you know, turn it into like a no bet cards list.
Yeah.
But then, I don't know, like Breach is a really good card. But I mean, you know, I have to hand it to Blake. Like, seat 4, turn 2 Ristic, that's not a bad place to be at all.
Absolutely, absolutely. Trying to figure out what this card that was just played is on Hepatra's board. Obviously, Hepatra themselves came down, but then some other creature was played. Oh, is it maybe a Fiend Artisan? Is that where it is? It's hard for me to tell just with the glare on the table right now, unfortunately. But it had to cost 2. That's what I know.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it's definitely not a. Oh, it's Relic of Legends.
I'm debating right now. Okay.
Right now we have players debating on whether they are playing this Relic of Legends for sure.
Paid for it now. You're not gonna. You're not.
Yeah,
You're
I think
definitely not
this
gonna.
is. If I had to gamble, I guess it would probably be a Fiend Artisan, just because the way they described having to sack 2/2 or something.
Oh, yep.
So we see this Relic of Legends hit the stack. Makes sense. Not paying for Ristic. Some grand shenanigans probably are going to ensue at this point.
Yeah, I like Fiend Artisan. I think Fiend Artisan is a great example of a card that kind of like
it's just man intensive. I feel like that's the
it's
biggest
a lot.
downside. Yeah. But I totally agree. I think Fiend Artisan is an extremely powerful card, and it's very hard to feel bad about playing that.
Like especially in Golgari, like I think that like that's a great example of a card where like its color identity is like spot on, because I think you need to be in a place where you have a lot of cards, you have a lot of mana, and you need to get combo pieces on board.
There is currently a Sisse cast off of the Grand plus Relic plus Delighted Halfling. Sisse is uncounterable because the mana off of Delighted Halfling, and there will be a loot trigger via the Grand tap.
Yeah, it was funny. They were debating if they were going to cast pay for the Ristic study, and one of the players was like, "There's no world in which you pay for this Ristic study."
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this like hybrid Sisse list is so interesting out of seat 2 here. This like, because I'm pretty sure they just flashed in a, like I want to double check my sanity here, but it looked like they flashed in a Barbary Scholar, but they clearly didn't because it's not in the deck list. So what? Oh, that is Breeze Scholar.
Okay.
What?
Does Sisse resolve?
Ooh, we might need to have a pause in this game there, because there seems to be a deck registration error. Let me double check really quick that we're referring to the same person, but yep, we are gonna have to call a judge here oh wait, potentially, no, I believe it's, deck registration error. That's not good. Just double checking, yep, this is Jared Adder. No, it could be that the software we're using potentially opened the wrong one, so I'm going to double check here. Yep, no, there's no Barbary Scholar listed, so we might want to have a judge go pause that pod really quick.
Good catch. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense for them to be on Breeze Color if they're already doing kind of like other land stuff.
Yeah, the hybridization of the two strategies makes a lot of sense here, but yeah, folks, definitely need to make sure you are registering the cards that are in your deck.
Yeah, and you know, like, honestly, I'd be comfortable trusting my gut with this one as well, because if there's anything I know about Gran, she loves her a Breeze Caller. Gran just can't get enough of it.
It's a very classic Gran scenario. What? Yeah. Yep, we were just clarifying with the judge.
Oh, Smothering Tide coming. Oh, that is so interesting. I know that, like, it may seem like somewhat of a non-sentence to say that a blue farm playing Smothering Tide is really, really interesting to me, but specifically because of the way that this affects the tempo of the pod, it continues to intrigue me.
Yeah.
The play patterns that I see from their turn 1 and turn 2, especially while it seems to have worked out for them, I don't know if I would feel comfortable in a double Sisse pod, keeping something as like I don't want to say like mediocre, but as kind of like casting a 4 mana enchantment on turn 3 is not the type of way I'm expecting Blue Farm to try and cheat its way ahead.
To be fair, it's one of the most broken 4-mana enchantments on turn 3.
That's so fair. And there is a Ristic Study out.
I think for me, honestly, it depends on what free interaction, honestly, Blue Farm has. And at that point, yeah.
It's also possible that like they drew into it because we still haven't seen them tutor for anything.
That
looks like clever.
Like a judge needs to go in and do a deck
yeah.
check. Yeah.
Well, we're just figuring this out one sec, Pod.
Obviously, the big concern here with clever impersonator.
You should get up.
Potentially being a third
Yeah.
Wednesday.
All this hate about Cincinnati. I didn't see anything, so that makes you good. You very well just played. Well, I don't know. It's a little harder for you. You have side gunplay now. I thought you just go third land, Oracle Decon or something. Gotcha. Gotcha. Sure.
Hey, squad. So we're back. Effectively, what's happening is we were just communicating with our stream team and with the judge who is watching one of these feature matches, just trying to get clarification because we have what is very clearly a deck registration error for this deck list, in which this Aboro Breeze Caller was not listed in. Now, there's a world in which the tournament software we are using to see here in the booth is not 100% up to sync. That's a permutation of reality that does exist, but in the meantime, we want to make sure that everybody is doing things by the book, and as of right now, we have a list with a lot of matching cards, but not that one particularly. So, yeah, we got to keep things nice and fair here and make sure that everybody is registering the correct deck.
Awesome. Yeah, we just got word from one of the judges that they're going to print out a deck list. Yeah, I think this is a great example of like, before we delve in further into this, you already talked about there's 100% a world where like it pulled like a previous version of the Moxfield list and they updated it like right before like tournament submission or something of that ilk. But regardless of intention, I think what's most important is that when it comes to games, rules are without a doubt the most important thing. And one of the most important rules in Magic is that your deck has the cards that it's supposed to have.
Exactly.
And so we have some guidelines like color identity and stuff like that that help prevent like Arkham Jackson from playing Breach or stuff like that. But also like this is part of just the stuff that comes along with like being a large tournament. Is not uncommon for people to make switches like the night before and forget to update their list.
No, it's literally happened to me before. I remember very we had a point in which I think it was way back in the Dockside days where I switched to Counterspell the night before because I was like, I think this miscast isn't very good in this metagame, so I swapped it for a Spell Snare and then ate a turn skip, and that was a very fun game. I was in 4th seat. And the player who was in 3rd in front of me also had a deck registration error, so they had a turn skip. So it was Najila was played off a Jeweled Lotus turn 1, and we joked that we were the 5th and 6th players in that 4-person pod.
That's funny. I miss Jeweled Lotus. Yeah, that's also something. Like also it's. We did it a lot at the content creator class, but like it's really, really easy for a deck to just accidentally have like 98 cards instead of 99.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially because if it's not one of those like bombastic cards you're always tutoring for, like if your list is missing like a Swan Song, that's going to be really, really hard to notice.
Like Sisei's going to notice if their reveal is missing, right? More than they're going to notice their miscast.
They're like, oh, my Windswept Teeth.
Exactly. So I think what's really interesting here is like, and let's talk about ways to avoid that, right? So one of the things I do before every single tournament I go to is I double check my deck list, right? Like I will literally sort it by card type. I'll jump onto my Mox field and I'll just double check and go through each category and make sure it's there. Because, it's tough to have penalties associated with like a small clerical error, right? But it's also super important for the health of the tournament, right? Obviously, this looks like a scenario where obviously someone misregistered the wrong card, right? But like, if there is any sort of foul play afoot, this is why these rules exist, right?
Absolutely.
Because obviously being able to switch around cards in your deck or anything like that is a far greater example of some very bad shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
So obviously this not really what's being insinuated here. I think it's much more the case where we're recognizing the fact that like it's just a deck registration error. This is why these rules exist. We just have to recognize that it's just a part of the game, right?
Yeah.
Like if they ask for your deck list, you know, you gotta have the right deck list.
Yeah, and I think this is like a running discussion as well. Is like we saw a little bit of this in our second pod, where players caught a mistake in time to fix it, but they still called a judge over to ensure that the correct decision was ratified and that it was at least like taken down somewhere.
Yeah.
Like a paper trail is especially important when it comes to something that has like prizing, because like the rules are what make it like a game. The ability to enforce them is what makes it competitive. And so each one of us, when we call a judge, even though we're like pretty sure that we know how Archivist of Ogma works or something like that,
exactly.
we're each doing our part to help protect like the sanctity almost of like what it means to travel and play competitive Commander with other players.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, right, like this is why I say like I've gone to cast a Ponder and accidentally palmed a 4th card. And you know what? The first thing I did was go, hey guys, my bad, drew a 4th one, judge, right? No one caught me, no one accused, right? There was no like, oh hey, I noticed you drew 4 cards. It was me going, oops, I made a oopsie. Let me fix this right now, right? And this is exactly what these situations are, right? We want to make sure that when people are sitting down there playing the game they're trying to play, right? We're not trying to have any sort of as I said, any sort of fudging of the rules, any sort of adjustments of play patterns. We want to make sure that everyone's, as I want a nice clean game, right? Like
no gut punches, no rabbit punches. Actually, it's cEDH, no punches at all.
Yeah. Actually, preferably, I want to kind of get out there. We talked about urine-free games. We're going to do punch-free games.
Punch-free games.
Actually.
Oh man, you can't do anything anymore.
Was it? It was literally last week. You and I talked about what is the region that is most likely to start throwing hands first.
Yeah.
So,
that's really funny.
Yeah. TLDR, none of them hopefully please.
Yeah, none of them hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, save that for the parking lot. Nah, just kidding.
To be clear, this is a joke.
Jokes. Unless you're from New England.
But personally attacked by Eric at the first of the stream. So yeah, what do you do in this situation here, right? Like you do everything you think the right way, you accidentally make an oopsie. Honestly, TLDR, you just, as I mentioned with my example earlier, right? Sometimes you register the wrong counterspell and the judge walks over and says, hey, that's turn skip, and you go, fair enough, my bad, dog.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, for me, this reminds me of, in the last game, there was a Niv Mizzet, and there's a debate over how one of the other players should have effectively interact, and a huge part of it came down to knowing the combo line. And if I were in that player's position, part of me may be like, oh, I lost the opportunity to make 5 points. But from a longer growth perspective, I would choose to present as like, yeah, you lost points, but odds are they're never going to lose in quite the same way ever again.
I have been preaching that philosophy for essentially the entire time I've been coaching. I have told people all the time, like, a lot of my career has been being okay to lose to something once. And then taking that and going, all right, that sucked. I never want to do that again, right? And just taking those lessons and going, yes, like we can study, we can learn, we can become more educated players, and that's going to get you a really long way. But you're also human, right? And like some lessons you just have to learn. Like it doesn't necessarily, it's not all textbook, right? Sometimes you have to go for a convoluted line and you have to end it with an underworld breach, and then your opponent has to gently but firmly tap their Draenith Magistrate in the field, and you have to go, oh right, I'm never doing that again. Because I feel like a big dummy, Like sometimes it takes those lessons that are burned and scarred into your brain to go, let's just double check. Like I guarantee Jared is never going to go to a tournament again without double checking his deck list, right? And it happens, right? Once again, the reason I'm so neurotic about it is because I've been in a team match where my teammate did not register an Imperial in the deck list, and I've been to a tournament once again. I ate a turn. Some Najila damage.
Absolutely.
Right? It's all based on experience. And once again, I'm okay losing to something once. I'm okay beefing it one time. And that's all right. Like we are people. We are human. We are flawed at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's perfectly normal that this type of thing would come
what you're
up.
saying, it has me thinking that like as cEDH players, shouldn't we know better than anyone else that there's only so many things we can shortcut?
So real. So real. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And yeah, I'm sure that like for the rest of the day, like this SA player is gonna. Hopefully, they're like, "Oh my, how did I not notice?" And not thinking, "How did they notice?"
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, assuming the best of players.
Yes. I highly doubt this is a pocket sand situation, and much more the situation of being like, "Oh, geez, oopsies."
Yeah.
Because actually, we can actually hear the player audio, and straight up, mere minutes ago, the player was like, I think this is weird because you can see my deck list was updated 7 hours ago, and also, and then you hear a pause, and they go, "Oh yeah, the breeze caller's not there." So like to me, that reads as, "Oops," like one of the things that one of my favorite stories back during COVID times, we were doing an online tournament where a gentleman is going off with an Ashaya combo on board, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And I go to bounce his Ashaya with a Chain of Vapor.
Okay.
Right. Now, for those importantly, Ashaya has the line of text, all your creatures are forests, right? So I bounce the thing with the Chain of Vapor. Oops. We all resolve that. We're like halfway through the next turn, right? And they're like, hey, Chain of Vapor says non-land, my guy. Ashaya makes everything a land.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no, oops. So we call a judge, it starts to figure it out, and the judge pulls me aside because they, they're doing their due diligence and like investigating whether the shenanigans were about, right? And I'm talking about it, and I was like, yeah, totally, I get why you're pulling me aside. I was like, honestly, it didn't really matter that much because I would have just bounced this other thing. And they're like, the Ashaya still would have been there. They were like, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess. And they're like, well, you've messed it up twice now. So I'm very convinced that you were just dumb.
That's so real.
Yes.
Player has lost this round.
Okay.
Due to a deck problem.
Okay.
I'm sorry, a deck list problem.
Okay.
Is not being removed from the event.
Okay.
But is being removed from this round.
Okay.
Awesome.
So is play continuing?
Play will be continuing as a 3-person pod.
Okay.
For transparency on it, submitted the wrong mouse
Yep.
field list.
Okay.
Unfortunately, very close lists.
Yep.
Submitted the wrong one.
Yep.
We do not believe
People
they
have
were
been
trying to
there.
game advantage. But unfortunately, that is the penalty. Is a match.
Yep. Sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, a cautionary tale, nonetheless. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if folks could hear that as sort of a judge was talking to us off stream, but essentially the player unfortunately has been issued a match loss, so they will take a loss from this. They are not being disqualified from the event. They're just taking a loss this round. So we are about to jump back into the pod in a moment, and unfortunately it will just continue as a 3-player game, essentially picking up where they left off with Blue Farm, I believe, resolving a Smothering Tithe, and then looking to pass into the remaining Sisei players. Unfortunate for Jared, it's a tough situation, and I'm sorry to hear that. You just unfortunately, apparently there were nearly identical Mox Field deck lists, but unfortunately just the wrong one got submitted. So
it happens.
It's a bummer.
Like you said, I would highly expect this to be like if I'm Jared, I'm like, never again.
Oh, dude, it's like it's so easy to be so upset about it. But once again, yeah, we're about to jump back in right now. It's totally easy to have that very real reaction to like this was a silly loss. Like you're walking in with 11 points.
Yeah.
This could have been the game you could take a win on.
Absolutely.
But yeah, also if I could get the feed up on my camera as well.
Yeah. I you guys may have heard it during either when Baldy was talking with us or the player audio, but everyone was extremely cordial about it.
Yes.
I think for me, this is a great example of how even something as serious as like a mistake that leads to a player like instantly getting a loss, essentially. Like everyone treated it like the event that it was, and it was an issue with the game. So they called a judge to resolve the issue. The judge resolved the issue, and then now they're just out of the game. But no one like got yelled at. No one, was put in timeout or anything. And that's one of the experiences I have when I talk to players the most is that they're very, very scared that like if they call a judge, they're gonna get really mad at them and they're gonna say, "How could you be so stupid for following the rules?" But I mean, talking to Baldy, they were like, unfortunately, like it's really, really sad, but I do have to, like judges don't, they're not like excited to like dole out like all these punishments. Judges, just as much as we do, enjoy a good game of Magic, and I think they have a great understanding of the fidelity required for it to be the format that it is, and very thankful for them for helping this event. Good judges are a huge part of what makes for good cEDH.
Absolutely, and once again, they're just protecting the sanctity of the event, like you mentioned multiple times. Like it is really a case of like the players are pausing here for a second, although I believe they've been given the go-ahead. I'm not really sure what's happening. I believe they also sort of had a light conversation about potentially calling an ID, just because I believe as just a sportsmanship decision, which I think is extremely like an extremely sportsmanlike move. Now, they're under no obligation to do so,
No.
and also I believe even if they did call it an ID here, the player has been issued a match loss, which means they wouldn't actually even get the draw. Which I feel like if they make the decision based on that, that would be a little uncomfortable.
That would be a little.
Yeah.
But I do. We talk about this all the time. Oh, you have like 2 sisters in the pod. What are you mulligan for? Oh, they tutor for this. How are you supposed to do it in response? And the impact that the player has had on the pod in and of itself is unrecoverable.
Yeah.
And so I would very much understand if for them they're like it's already kind of like a scuffed. We have like cEDH at home. But also, I would not fault them should they choose to keep playing, especially because one player has a Smothering Tithe and another player has a Ristic. I think this is a fantastic position of like, no, I'm gonna bet on myself here. Yes, it like impacted the pod, but with the exception of me spending like 10 seconds wondering why are they on a Boral Breeze Caller?
Yeah, the players are currently deep in this draw discussion, and they're currently figuring out whether they want to continue with the game, especially because they're sort of having discussion on like what they think the point bubble. Like we had a conversation earlier about that. We don't know if it's 16. We don't know if it's 17. So they're sort of having that debate right now. Now, if they did take a draw, essentially all of them would be 1 win away from being able to lock top cut.
Yeah.
Right? Officially, we know 17 is good. We don't know if 16 is good. Right? Is sort of the question here.
And besides, if you're a player in these pods, the odds aren't zero that in your next 4 games you'll run into 4 opponents with deck registration errors. So you could just draw your way. I mean, like, okay, I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm just saying it's not zero.
It could happen.
It could. It could.
You are not incorrect.
I'm not saying it should either. Don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah, and it's tough too, right? Like it's tough being in a situation here where like it's it's very awkward in the sense that like this wouldn't have happened if they weren't on stream. Like we wouldn't have been able to catch it. But at the same time, right? Like our ability to or not to catch a deck registration error on stream is just like it's happenstance, right? It's unfortunate. It's on the player to register the correct deck list.
The drawing.
Yeah, so as much as this is a somewhat anticlimactic ending to this street match, we are seeing a situation here where these players are just taking the same option and taking the ID, which makes sense. I think, there is a level of competitive sanctity that these players are kind of looking for in their round. But first of all, the first thing that they establish is, can we afford this draw here? I think they've all sort of consented to the fact that, like, yes, all of us just need a win, and boom, we're in top cut, right?
Yeah.
So they needed a draw, period, or they need 2 wins, but obviously a draw is more attainable, and especially given
significantly
how
more attainable.
scuffed the situation then became. Like I'm a little bit surprised. I'm not gonna lie. If I'm the blue farm with the Lotho and the Smothering Tithe, that's a tough time to kind of give up the ghost on that situation there, and especially honestly, 3 pods are really a lot more easy to digest because you go like, all right, like there's so many fewer variables to sort of navigate. But once again, all of them could afford the draw. It does make sense as a decision there. And you never know, right? Like you could have been planning, oh, I kept this card in this hand to deal with the player who just got deleted out of the game, right? I could,
That's true. Yeah, if they were posturing on their mini Xyz player. But also, I mean, if you have a Smothering Tithe and your opponent has a Ristic, for the most part, you're going to be able to just pay for the Ristic. So, or choose when you do and don't want to. And you do have, well, it's not, surprisingly, based on the fact that in their command zone, it's very rarely a primary strategy of blue farm, but they can just Tim to Crom their way through at least 1 or 2 rounds, just to get whatever cavern on human
as
they
long as
need.
Sapatra doesn't get too crazy. But you're totally right there.
And so I definitely think I want to respect the fact that I have been watching Tournament Magic all day, not playing it. And also, like, we are definitely probably have gotten more breaks than some of these players have.
It's so real.
But I mean, that acknowledge, but you are talking about this kind of like, like the athletic element of it, where it's like very. I think it's admirable that they're being very sportsmanship-like about it, but also I would not have faulted anyone in this pod for being, for like, I got to turn to heuristic study. Instead of making a mistake, I'm playing perfectly.
No, I mean, you're absolutely correct. Like they could have taken the attitude about it and been like, listen, it wasn't my error. Why do I have to give up my position in this pod, right? But at the same time, once again, it throws off the dynamic of the game, right? And especially considering the fact that Lotho, Smothering Tithe, heuristic study, they are cards that scale to multiplayer. Those cards are a lot worse in single player games, right? And so we are seeing a situation here where all of a sudden the fundamental dynamics of how the pod works are completely adjusted.
For instance, sorry, not to interrupt, but
no, you're good.
2 players want to draw. You say, no, I think I can beat you guys.
Oh, and both of them go, great.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Oh, enough said. Okay. Yeah, let's just
take
wait.
a game action. See what happens.
Yeah. Do you want both barrels, or do you want me to do like one then the other?
exactly.
Like, and so I think that's also like a weird dynamic because that is the part I would find should be the most controversial if it were to happen. It didn't happen, just to clarify, but it's the idea that like people would then like punish a player for wanting to win with the consequence of a draw.
There are rules to protect that specific situation, right? So like
That's good to talk about.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit in the past, but essentially one of the rules in place for cEDH is all players who sat down at the beginning of a round, with maybe the exception of the player given the match loss. I think they do become exigent in that circumstance, but all players who sit down have to agree to a draw.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So if you're sitting there and everyone's like, hey, we're going to lock you out until you agree to a draw, you can go, I will never agree to a draw in this round. So you're either going to have to slow play and get to the end of the round by stalling out, which is, by the way, a DQable offense. So don't do that. Please don't do that.
When was the last time there was a round loss and a DQ in the same pod?
Honestly, I can say I don't believe I've seen that. But hey, don't do that.
Don't do it.
I did play in a pod where essentially the players kind of soft admitted to stalling out a turn of mine, and the judge walked over and he said, either Ian gets an extra turn or you guys all get DQ'd for stalling. So it's up to you. So that was the closest scenario I think I've ever been there.
Bless the judges.
Yeah, it was a good judge.
You're so right though, because I think I forget the particulars, but I think there was kind of a bit of drama out of Utah a little bit ago that really kind of like solidified the like. There was like I can just kill the player that doesn't want to draw, and then we can kind of duke it out.
Yes, featured player earlier in this round.
Yeah,
Party. Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But I think that that's part of like there's so many aspects of the format that we're still kind of learning about as cEDH players, and then also when it comes to tournament magic, there's still a lot of rules that need to be learned. And even earlier in this, we were talking about some lessons kind of have to be learned the hard way. And I know for me, I was grateful for being able to like, I wasn't in the pod then or now. And so I really appreciate being able to be on the sidelines so that I'm able to kind of like skirt around it.
Yeah, and a lot of the times we talk about these things because they really are teaching moments, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I literally teach this format for a living, right? I have a literally education background. So like, for me, I am going to super dive into these things because as much as I love the audience out here going like, ooh, that game is cool, I also want everyone to walk away with like, wow, we learned so much watching this. Like, I know how to make sure that I don't have a deck registration error or like knowing when to draw, right? Like last week we found ourselves in the first 4 rounds of Swiss, we watched draw right in a row, and right. So knowing the education of like, oh, I have the right to say no to a draw if they threaten to take me out of a game. I hope that everyone can watch this and learn these types of lessons moving forward. But that all being said, we're in a position now where we have the invitational game is also come to a close. We've had a close, satisfying or not, to the end of this open round. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We got about 30 minutes left in Swiss, and then we will rejoin you for the last round of Swiss today. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, cut to top 16, cut to top 4. But today there is 1 more round of Swiss, and hypothetically speaking, some of these 12-point players could win and lock in on day 1.
That'd be so cool to see. Yeah.
It'd be really cool to see. So we'll see what happens next. But thank you all for watching. We'll see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
O H I O O H I O O H I O O hi oh O H I O O H I O O H I O O hi oh O H I O O H I O O H I O O hi oh O H I O O H I O O H I O O hi oh.
Man, I've been brewing all year. I guess I'm finally ready to go back to Steel City.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the cEDH Land Go Open 10K. We are about to start off on the last round of Swiss. However, we do have an update from last round.
Update.
So, as we saw, one of our players was given a match loss for the round, effectively because they had a deck registration error. Now, a couple things that astute viewers may have noticed. Essentially, in the average tournament experience, if there is a deck registration error like this, historically speaking, the player would receive a turn skip for that. That's the normal penalty. Essentially what happened was we had a hybridization of multiple penalties sort of formulated into one. We had a clarification from the head judge as to why this happened. So effectively what happened was the deck registration was 22 cards off of the deck list that was submitted for the tournament. The players and judges were able to come to an understanding that this was not a cheating incident, but more so a player who, as many CySA pilots know, sometimes they have a lot of different versions of CySA. CySA pilots like to cook. And so effectively, it was the case that one player had submitted the deck list that was an older version of their deck list instead of the current version. Now, once again, historically, that would end in a time skip. But one of the sort of fixes for that time skip is either A, finding a way to convert it to the registered deck list, or if they're unable to do so, giving them a match loss. So what was happening was, because they were 22 cards different, the judges ruled that there is no reasonable time frame in which they were able to acquire and replace 22 cards over the course of the tournament. So effectively, they were given a match loss for this moment. The players and judges came to that understanding. There was no hard feelings there. Now, part of, I guess, what I would consider the benevolence of this ruling was, as we saw, the players did agree to intentionally draw at the end of that match, and the judges allowed that intentional draw to be reflected with the player issued a match loss. So despite being issued a match loss and no longer continuing that round, they were still given the official draw from the confusion of that event. So honestly, at the end of the day, having that error come up, not walking with a turn skip, walking away with effectively a delayed ID, I think they actually ended up in a pretty positive light. Now all the players are able to move forward at the end of the day, and once again, as we mentioned at the beginning of that last round, they're all walking away with 12 points, which means for our estimations, I'm gambling that they are essentially one win away from being able to lock top cut, which fantastic opportunity for players who, you know, could have walked away with just a confirmed loss at the start of that round.
Yeah,
right?
I bet they're going to be sleeping like really good tonight, which is so important going into what is going to, like, if they're making top cut, an incredibly long day of Magic tomorrow. Yeah, getting the chance to talk with judges and players. I think the word on everyone's lips was like unfortunate. It didn't seem like there was anything malicious. No one was like, how could they do this to me? It was more of like, I think there's this understanding for all of us that like it could just as easily have been me as it could have been the player. And so, but also acknowledging like the severity of it as well. And so instead of like pushing it to the side and just being like, oh, it's not that big a deal. Like we caught it, so it's not that. You know, there are rules that need to be followed, and they have been. So huge shout out to Baldy, the judge stuff, as well as the pod. Like you said, it was very. I think sportsmanship was the word you used. I think they it wasn't necessary, but I did think it was a relatively graceful conclusion to the game.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And just checking the stream team here for a second, I believe we have the wrong pod highlighted. For stream, it should be pod 4 and not pod 5, unless I'm mistaken.
Here, go to the top and pull most recent.
Oh, yep, it may just be an update on my end of the screen. Just double checking. Yep, we are actually super, super good, and that was just a technical error.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of being super good, we are so excited because one, I think you guys may have noticed, but we are looking for decks that we think are really, really interesting to play. But we aren't.
They're doing well.
That's exactly it. We aren't just like, what's the strangest, most peculiar list we can find. We're also looking amongst top pods, and so we're actually going to be starting off with a Jacob Hauken. Which is a mono blue list. It's something that like people may not have heard of, but if you've played against it, you've never forgotten it.
Yeah, exactly. And ironically, I think the first time, you probably have a little more experience with this, first time I experienced that deck was in Colorado, which is your local meta, in which there are surprisingly more Jacob Hawken lists than I think anywhere else in the country.
Colorado has a thing about mono blue list, it would seem.
Exactly. This list is super fascinating as it's effectively of the same ilk, of the same sort of composition that we would associate with like the original like 6-mana Narset. It's kind of the same thing of like, hey, at some point, how about I just start vomiting these free spells? How about I take this thing that's 10 mana, 11 mana, and just go bonk, slam it onto the battlefield?
It reminds me of, we see decks playing things like the Darksteel Citadel, I believe,
Yeah,
or all
yeah,
these ways of
exactly.
like kind of
Yeah.
cheating mana cost.
Exactly.
And so usually we'll see like a bunch of people playing like 0, 1, and 2 cost spells to
Yep.
make like ad nauseas
Yeah,
really, really cheap. And I would view this as like the other end of
Yeah,
that
the polar,
spectrum.
yeah, exactly.
Where everything is 0 or 13 mana and there's no in between except
Absolutely.
maybe your commander.
Yeah.
And so you can almost think of this as like a big flips,
Yep.
where they're trying to get as many spells
Effectively, yeah.
underneath Jacob
Yep.
and then flip them without being too disrupted.
Absolutely.
But something that I am looking to see played out is our seat 2 is going to be a Bloomfar player. It's actually Sky, who is notoriously a very strong control player, and also an excellent player at the game. I believe they're also a judge as well.
Yeah. Yep.
So if they're going to try and like get kind of like sneaky and pull off plays that people don't understand. Getting past a Blue Farm player who's a judge is going to be a tough challenge.
Well, it's also very important that there's a huge distinction here. So this Sky is one of the players who is known for repping what's often considered farm control, right? So where we usually see Blue Farm represent necropotence, ad nauseum, effects that care about your life whatsoever, right? Essentially a very black focused list.
Oh yeah.
Where you're going to see the major differential in a list like Sky's, which has Commandeer, permission denied, no ad nauseum, no necropotence very often. Sometimes they play necro, but I believe they're not currently on necro in this current iteration of the list. But this is a list like playing things like Snuff Out and heavy control pieces. So if you really like any sort of, you know, control game plan in this format, this variation on misdirection, commandeer, disrupting shoal, it's on all the copy enchantment, copy artifact, all that type of effects. If you like a controlling list, but you want to keep all the power that is what is the Blue Farm core, this is that version.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a world where we see a temporal trespass commandeered.
Yes, that is aggressively correct.
Which is way cooler than Blue Farm usually is. Speaking of kind of like meta decks that we're interested in seeing how they interact with a fringe deck, we next have a player named Jimmy on Kinnan.
Yep.
What do you think of this Kinnan list? I know you have a bit of a history with Kinnan, I think.
A bit of a background on Kinnan, some would say. Yeah, absolutely. So from what I'm seeing from this list, it's sort of it's definitely not traditional Kinnan, what I would say. It's definitely not like an NBC style Kinnan, but it's also not cut from that different of a cloth either, right? Definitely playing some. I guess it's closer to NBC than some of the other ones we've seen today. For clarification on that mentality, NBC meaning no bad cards, right? Essentially a high card quality option. We're down on Kinnan flips. We're high on Rhystic Studies. We're down on Rhystic Study clones. They're playing things like Dizzy Spell that's just literally a 4-mana Mystic Remora, right? So like that's the type of effect here. But there's some really interesting stuff in here. We have split second spell sudden substitution in the 99 of this deck list, right? So this is trying to be a very, you know, essentially heavy on the top end, over the top controlling aspect Blue Farm. Make it in list here. Effective Blue Farm you're seeing from this Kinnan list in the form of NBC, right?
Which is bookended by a very turbo pilled Blue Farm list. They've got all the cards that I usually look for when I'm trying to gauge the speed of it. They're on DRC, they're on Memnite, they're also on the Intuition Gifts package as well. So earlier in the day, we saw a pod where you kind of had two, you had a turbo deck in seat 1 and seat 4 with two kind of control decks in the middle. And it ended up being where neither one of the turbo decks was really able to get ahead of the ROG Ishai. And I'm curious to see if something like that is going to happen in this pod, especially given like the strength of the players that are kind of like in the middle playing control. If I'm in a turbo, if I'm like Jacob Howkin or the Blue Farm in seat 4, I would be very, very scared of having like a naked necropotence or anything of that ilk. We saw, I believe we saw an early Thassa's Decon attempted earlier. I do not think this is a pod I would go for that in.
No, for sure. I think if there's one player to try and not jam on, Sky is one of those players for sure. Also with multiple decks with the Disrupting Shoal in the format, you know, like you're not getting away with it.
You're
for
not,
sure.
No, there's no way. There's no way. I'd be like, I'm trying to figure out like, is Sky on foil?
Everything but, it feels like, honestly. This is a list in which, as I said, control, and like you're not going to beat them in the late game too. So this is going to be a really interesting pod to see. If I'm Jacob Howkin or I'm Timna Krom in 4th seat, if I'm the more proactive Timna Krom, honestly, I'm down to like sit down in a pod like that and be like, hey, listen, these two, they're narcs. Let's just, you and I, let's just leave each other alone. And let's just see what happens. Because honestly, there are pods like that where you have to recognize, like brother, like we need to work together.
Come on, we're in this together.
Yeah, now whether they'll be able to recognize right away that Sky and Jamie, because we are privileged enough to see these deck lists in front of us, right? I know, because I'm looking at the 99 of these decks, that I'm like, oh, I would not be jamming into these decks unless I think I'm real lucky. The players aren't going to know that ahead of time, right? So our third and fourth seed players aren't going to be aware of just how much interaction they have to power through on average for this pod.
Oh yeah, it's quite it's not impossible that one of these players is able to thread the needle and just get a turn 2 win. And that happens all the time. Kin is on Basalt. I have more times than I would care to admit have been preparing for a long Cold War and multiple Rhystic studies.
I'm gonna blow up the Rhystic study. I can destroy this enchantment. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. And then they're just like Soul Ring Basalt. I'm like, I was expecting to draw 30 more cards before I had to deal with you.
Like, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I was planning on outgrinding you. Do you want to switch game plans real quick? Just, or are we really going to try this?
That's
thing
interesting.
right
I didn't know Kinnan was still on Basalt. Yeah, couldn't have seen that coming. Honestly, that's on you.
It's kind of weird that you would switch it up on me like that. Yeah, I feel a little lied to.
Yeah, a little rude. Oh, it was a bluff.
It's okay, I'll let you take it back.
Oh, no need to call a judge. No, I definitely agree with you though. Like if I'm in seat 4 here, I'm looking at like seat 1, and I'm like, we have to make sure that like we're in this together, because before the game has already started, we basically have already lost to seat 2 or 3, and so we need to find a way to alter the status quo to get us back in this game. And we need to do so before turn 4.
Yep. And very interestingly, right? Like it's not like we've lost to these decks because they are winning in the first 3 turns. It's more so if I let them set up their engines even a little bit, they are just crushing us. Like it is the iron foot of oppression. I doubt this game will be fast.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a game that is going to be like, hey, am I allowed to do anything? And they're like, shh, baby child. No.
I'm expecting to see a lot of spells shown, but not cast.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, I think that like I'm going to postulate that within 30 minutes, we are going to see at least 3 triggers go in the stack whenever a non-creature spell is cast.
Yeah.
I think that's a safe bet.
I think it's a pretty safe bet, yeah, for sure. One thing I will say, and this is in Jacob Hawkins' favor, is I think that people read that card and they get this misinterpretation that when the card goes to flip, there's like a chance that they have priority there. But one of the interesting parts about it is the loot ability has the ability as it's resolving to then pay 6 to flip. So there's no reflexive trigger created. It just happens if that ability goes through. So what is really nice is that you don't have to overcommit if you're already, respectfully, the deck that's at a severe disadvantage going into this pod, because you're going against 3 of the best like pile of good cards decks in the format, right? Like Kinnan, Blue Farm is, despite them being different variations of these archetypes, the card quality in these decks is enough to be like, hey guys, I'm playing the cool deck, and they're like, yeah, bud, what? Just like, shush.
Who here wants to lose to a cool deck?
Yeah, exactly. Hey guys, I'm one of the cool decks in the format. It's me, Jacob Hawkins. And Sky's over there like, hey, I'm gonna snuff out your commander.
Yeah, you know what's really cool? Get bent.
Exactly.
Check it out. I am, in fact, on a 4th silence. How crazy is that?
Oh, nice time stretch, Commandeer. I'm going to sudden sub that real quick.
I do think while they are at risk of getting, if they push too hard at the seams, like it's blown up by the control decks, but like the desire that they have to hold on to as many cards as possible means that if they're able to take advantage of the kind of like greedy play style that a lot of control players sometimes fall into, Jacob Howkin essentially can get like multiple Git probes a turn. Because all you have to do is go, am I gonna flip? I don't know. And then like boom, abeyance.
You do have to do it just like that though. It's really important to the average player that you
it's definitely like a lot of people go back to 4th, but it's really more of a side to side.
Yeah. It's definitely more of a and not a one sort of roller coaster.
Yeah, you're like, okay, so you are flipping, and they're like, no.
I think we are getting the visual representation from our stream team that we should stop making roller coaster jokes and jump into the pod. So why don't we jump over there?
That's so true. Yeah, strap in.
Ooh, perfectly timed. Perfectly timed. I'm really excited for the lag to be just enough where it's not perfectly timed. Oh, wait a minute. There's kin in this pod? Okay.
What a lame-o.
Yeah, I've never done anything with Kinnan.
Yeah, it looks like people were able to keep pretty high hands.
Yeah.
We'll get a note here from the judges in a moment of just how many cards were pepped.
Really fun delineation here between the records in this pod. We have 2 players who have 11 points in the record of 2, 1, and 1, and we have 2 players who are 1, 0, and 3, which ironically, I don't think you would think the 2 control decks are the ones with 2 wins.
Yeah.
And the 2 decks that are much more proactive in these pods are actually the ones with more draws.
It's just not normal.
I think well, ironically, I think it is, because you and I have been talking about this for 2 weeks now.
Yeah,
This notion that these more proactive decks are essentially forcing people to be in king-making situations, which is forcing these intentional draws, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to the decks that are saying, like, I'm attempting to oppress you until you cry for mercy.
Yeah.
Those are the decks that are actually winning the game, because when they go for the win, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Everyone is screaming in pain.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's so interesting, the paradigm shift that we've kind of been discussing.
Right.
Reading the field, you can see the turbo players are 1, 0, and 3,
Yes.
indicating that they went for a push and then got stopped.
Yep.
But you see that Sky and Jimmy are at 2, 1, indicating that there was a situation where they weren't able to stop another deck, and a situation where they were successfully able to stop all 3 decks.
Exactly.
And so it is something that I'm still trying to parse out and chat. I'm looking forward to you guys' interpretation as well of just how much control do you need for the turbo portion of your deck to be successful.
Right. And it's very interesting because like this is such a reversal of common understanding, right? And this is one of the things I love about cEDH. We see these meta shifts where something so fundamental as hey, the slow decks are the people that draw games. That is currently being flipped on its head. What a paradigm shift that we're in, where we're in a situation where it's like, no, the fast decks win games. It's like, actually, the fast decks are getting forced into IDs right now.
Yeah.
What is happening? You know? This is not your father's cEDH for sure.
That's so true. Yeah, when I see those 3 draws, I bet that if I was watching as those pods happen, there's some sort of discussion happening of like, look, I have 1 Fierce Guardianship. I either stop you here, or I use it to protect this Rao player who can win on top of you. Do you want 1 point or do you want 0 points?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's up to you, but ain't looking nice, you know? And what's nice about, what I will say about Joseph and Jonathan here is that they have their 3 draws. There is no permutation of reality where they get their 2 wins and don't make top cut, right? At 18 points, you are making top cut, no matter what the breakdown is. So they're kind of in this position, and I'm going to be curious to see if the players are morbidly aware of this, that like if a player offers an ID during this match, you are supposed to say absolutely not.
Definitely not.
Right? But the fact that they have 3 draws in general also kind of indicates that they haven't had that power yet. Because honestly, speaking, like 17 is pretty understood to be the bubble of this tournament. Now, 17 is an implied bubble and a hypothetically non-valid bubble, right? 18 is so certifiably locked that there is no difference between 18 and 19 points. It is functionally completely useless for the players who are 1, 0, and 3 right now to draw. Now, ironically, Sky and Jimmy are at the point where they need 1 draw, 1 win to hypothetically lock their placement. So there's this sort of contradiction of ideals going into this pod. But if I'm one of these players, I'm not even waiting till the conversation comes up. I am looking at them and going, hey, I have 3 draws. There is no way you are getting me to agree to an ID during the course of this match. If I can make somebody, that is what has to happen here. We're going to do our best to find a creative solution out of it, but we literally cannot afford more draws if we want to have any hopes in this tournament, because they have 3 rounds to get 2 wins. They just can't mess around.
Absolutely, yeah, because the risk of drawing here and then ending up in a pod where the point distribution is a little bit more skewed, and now the players are even more likely to get enough a draw. It puts you in this position where players are often like, oh, if it draws okay, because I can always win later. But as we've seen in tournaments, the later you get, the harder it is to win. And there's this inertia to draws that make them really, really difficult to get past. And I completely agree with you. If they haven't already, they need to have the conversation of, I would rather lose than get a draw, because my odds of being able to win at the bottom of the bubble are higher, because no one can afford to draw when we're all at like 10 points.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm also just kind of fascinated by the way Joseph is piling shuffling here, because I think, technically speaking, the way they went about it is like effectively not a pile shuffle, which is totally fine. It was just a very funny composition of pile shuffling there, because there were cards that were patched together that still remained patched together because they went in reverse order.
Okay, I will put my my deck into 6 different piles, and then I'll shuffle them by putting 1 on top of 2, and then 2 on top of 3.
Fun fact: do you know how many pile shuffles you're legally allowed in a game of Magic?
Oh, this came up in one of my first tournaments. I think, aren't you allowed like 1, and then when you go to do a second one, like that's when a judge. I think that's like a. Isn't that a turn skip? Isn't it your first turn?
It's something. believe it's considered slow play.
Oh,
at a
okay.
certain
Yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're allowed exactly 1 pile shuffle per match, per match period, right? So yeah, fun fact for those folks out there who are pile shuffle aficionados.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
It's okay to do it once. It's definitely good, especially if you've played a game where, hypothetically speaking, I don't know if any decks do this in the format, where they draw the majority of their deck.
Oh, yeah.
One or two might do that in the format. And at that point, it's very good to get a pile shuffle in, for sure, if you really want to redistribute. That being said, it does burn a lot of time.
It's so much time.
Which is actually one of the reasons, once again, that it is illegal to do it more than one time. In the same way that it's actually illegal to, fun fact, do a cut on a deck that's actually a discernible amount of cards.
Yeah,
right?
I've been telling everyone about that. That's so fascinating because
really
you said the
weird
magic number is kind of around like 7.
Yeah, effectively a quantifiable amount.
Yeah. If someone can look and go, okay, so
That's
like,
not many cards,
okay, if I remember, like, I accidentally saw like Ristic while I was shuffling, and oh, it's only 3 cards down. Okay, I'm not fetching. You know, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So weird stuff there for that that type of permutation. But the point being, there's a bunch of fun little rules, and yeah, while we have a little bit of time before these players have locked in their hands, it's good to let you know in the audience that we can do a little education.
Yeah, I mean, I find it like a great reminder because based off like my education and my job, I'm a little bit more drawn to like the intellectual philosophical side of like conceptually, what is a turbo deck?
What is a cEDH?
But Pally shuffling for me is such a great reminder of like you also really need to take the physical elements of the card game seriously.
Yeah.
Like I can
That's
see
cute.
Yeah.
I actually don't hate that at all. That's not bad because I think it gives you. I mean, obviously, as long as you remember before the start of the round, but it is a nice physical representation of where we are at mulligans because a lot of people do weird stuff with dice.
Yeah.
But it's also really confusing because people use 2d6 very often.
Absolutely.
And like, what is 8? What is 7? You know, all that kind of nonsense.
Or same thing. Like I usually use 1 and 2 for my first and second mulligan, and then I start at 6 and work my way down, which is like works for me, but that's not like intelligible.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to be the person who's like, hey, how much have you like mulligan?
Yeah, and I've done it before.
Sure. Which makes sense to ask, but I personally I don't like asking questions that I can get the information from myself because I don't want my opponents to know what I'm looking at or what I'm paying attention to.
Yeah. Or you know, God forbid, there's a situation where someone tries to angle shoot you and is like, oh, I've mulled down to 2 actually. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, which I don't believe is a realistic possibility, but you know, it could happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely a situation there where I think. Anyways, TLDR is there's a lot of stuff that goes into the starting process here, and actually I think it's really cute to find little ways to give yourself reminders of like how to be organized when you're starting this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the kind of like if we want to think of like board state hygiene or like gameplay discipline. The more that we're able to kind of set up patterns of behavior that set us up for success, the more we're able to allow the more we're able to let the like meat and potatoes of cEDH decide the outcome of matches. You know, we were talking about it earlier, but in our previous game, the match was significantly altered by a deck registration error. Exactly. And before that, we saw a game developing in a relatively normal way, but that's to say getting a early Ristic out, I believe a blue farm, but a Smothering Tithe.
Correct.
And we saw Haptera play some cards, but we weren't able to see the natural conclusion to the game, and it was because of a rules violation. And so, like, little things like that make it easier for, in the brewing space, you to imagine the environment of where everyone is playing at their absolute best, and that's the situation that you come out on top of.
As you can see, doing a fun little doodle over here, friends, but this is how many cards each player is keeping for their opening hands. I know my penmanship is truly nauseatingly beautiful, and you're welcome ahead of time. We do have it's just a mulligan here. I thought there was a pregame gemstones there, but that's, I think, just the player deciding which cards they are tucking to the bottom of their library. You know what I haven't seen on stream that I have seen every once in a miracle is the ever so classic put Thorkel to the bottom of my library, play 2 non-fetch lands, and then send the consult.
That's so cool.
It's always funny. Is it good? Who's to say? You know?
I've seen it go really, really well, and I've seen it gone really, really bad.
Correct.
Especially, I've seen multiple times where someone kept like a mana confluence and like an Arid Mesa, and they're like, uh-oh. Oh no.
We also may want to pass along the information to the judge that whoever's phone is the life totals may want to put their phone on airplane mode for privacy concerns. As much as I love the idea of barring out this part of their phone, I think the player probably wants their privacy respected in that sense. In the meantime, this fun little doodle will stay in the place.
Friends don't text friends during tournaments.
Let's just wish them good luck.
Yeah, imagine like if we saw a text pop up on screen, like player 3 has ad nos in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that'd be nuts.
Players already having the pregame conversation about if Sky is keeping a commandeer, so clearly they are at least familiar with them as a player.
Gotcha. Yeah, the players are having a conversation. For those just joining in to the pod, that's very emblematic of what we would expect. We have a Jacob Haukan in first seat, kind of a fringe deck that has a bit of a reputation, but it's usually difficult for players to know the like inner machinations of it enough to really like silver bullet it in the correct spot. But if anyone is going to be able to, there are Jacob Haukans everywhere for those who have the eyes to see. If anyone's going to know though, Sky is like an incredible control player.
Yes.
And so this blue farm list is built to bury you underneath interaction.
Players are actively playing Yahtzee, I believe, at the current moment. While, so Joseph seems to be going down to 4, and in the meantime, their opponents are playing Yahtzee.
Oh, we have to have them roll first.
Yeah, a classic situation.
Yeah, how many games can this Kinnan player lose?
Yeah, exactly.
Rip going down to 4. Yeah, this Kinnan player is also a pretty stock. Well, actually, no. How is it that you describe this Kinnan list?
NBC, but like even more controlling.
Okay.
Well, which I just think is actually NBC, technically speaking.
Male manipulator, no bad cards Kinnan. It like isn't controlling, but it is. And then we have an unfortunate situation where the blue farm in seat 4 is definitely a little bit more turbo coded than Sky's list. They're on stuff like Mem Knight and DRC.
Yeah, exactly.
So usually it wouldn't be too bad for them to mulligan this low because all they need is like land.
Right.
Land Dark Rat like Necro or something of that ilk. But that play pattern is going to be so more than likely brutally punished in this pod. And so like their best bet is like Esper Sentinel in a sense.
How long are they going to leave this martial arts? Okay, there we go. That's so funny.
All right, let's see if we can count cards together, chat. Where are they putting it?
I was going to say we give this guy a hand tattoo, but then they moved it.
Timing question on perplexing chimera. Hypothetically.
Players talking about perplexing chimera. Yeah, actually, for those who don't know, perplexing chimera is actually Ian's favorite card in Kinnan.
Oh, that's some slander you could put on me for sure.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie. It's not a lie.
That one rolls bad. This one rolls fine.
Yeah.
What I meant was.
What I meant was he loves perplexing chimera. Once again, one of the funniest moments on Sky Babies ever was a game that had already been recording for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Which Tyler from Play to Win. I watch him draw perplexing chimera. I look at him and I go, Tyler, don't do it. And he goes, I'm gonna tap 5 mana. I was like, you're never allowed back.
Yeah. There's a special rung in hell. There's a special as one climbs down to the deepest, darkest depths of Tartarus. On the way down, you're gonna find someone who has homeward path.
Perplexing chimera.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, of course. Rock, paper, scissors, guys.
Yes, the ever so classic. Hypothetically, could we determine this random magic via a game of Yahtzee? And the answer is, this is a joke that Sky as a judge is making and is towing the line of getting DQ'd.
Yeah, that's the there are 2 types of hypotheticals
4 locked in.
that I feel like judges like to engage in. One is this type of like, if you have a null rod and a deafening silence, does can construct, and these kind of like Gordian knot style puzzles. And then another behavior judges like to partake in is bending every single rule without breaking a single one.
For the sake of comedy, to be clear, not actually, not actually for malicious intent.
No.
All right, we're in it. We're in it. We're gonna see some acceleration out of Jacob Hawken, maybe.
Island.
Is
that a skull clamp? Or is that a soul ring? It's got a Spider-Man belt on it.
It's got to be a Soul Ring. It's one of the 3,000 Soul Rings that exist in this format
so
at this
true.
point. There's actually, I think there's maybe no card that has more different arts than Soul Ring, honestly, at
That's
this point.
gotta be true.
Because they put it in every secret layer at this
Absolutely.
point, right? Practicing my tracing skills really quick.
Yeah.
We have a Mystic Remora coming out of Sky's deck. They declared the intent to play a fish. Is that a fish right here?
I cut to the seat.
No, that was the commanders, right?
Yeah.
I did hear them physically say the words fish. I do not see a fish, unless this is it right here. Yeah, that's the fish? Okay, great.
Okay.
Getting confirmation that is a Mystic Remora. To me, it looks like a laser beam. Oh, thank you, Eric. I now understand that that is a fish. I wouldn't have understood it otherwise.
This fish gotta breathe.
Shuffling. Can we play and then I draw the card? Or do we need to draw? There's a Chromox and a fish, but I'm drawing from my fetch land.
She's shuffling.
Can I draw after, but say I'm passing on the Chromox and we continue playing, or do we have to...
Interesting. Sky getting clarification on a timing policy. Essentially saying, hey, I'm shuffling. I'm good to keep passing at this point. But which I'm kind of curious about, because I believe this is a relatively normally accessible shortcut as long as they're auto passing here, right? So as long as all players are with the understanding that like Sky will not be taking game actions past that point, then like I don't necessarily know why that's an issue. Kinnan turn 1, pretty good start for Kinnan deck, right?
That's so good.
Generally where you want to be.
Getting Kinnan out.
As long as they can follow up with a good engine, usually it's kind of the sweet spot, right?
I would highly expect it based off of the high card count they were able to keep.
Yeah, for sure, because they had a 5, I believe, which is like not the most, but to be fair, with Kinnan at 5, like the Chromox turn to Kinnan turn 1 is like not a bad place to be at all. Although very notably, NBC Kinnan is significantly worse at just keeping Kinnan plus mana.
Absolutely.
Whereas that deck needs an engine to actually draw cards, right?
I'm gonna flip Kinnan, put a Dirt to Phantasm into play.
Yep. We have a turn 1 mana vault out of our last seat Blue Farm list. Once again, for anyone just jumping in, we have Jacob Hawken, a essentially big spells matter deck in seat 1. We have Sky Pavlov on Control Farm, an Ad Naus Necropotence list, and Commandeer and Snuff Out friendly version of Blue Farm. We have a controlling NBC style Kinnan list in seat 3, and we have a much more proactive, what we like to call White Rogsai version of Blue Farm in seat 4. Seeing the farm player in seat 4 just kind of put their deck down for shuffling purposes. That'd be interesting. I think you're fine there.
Usually like a land into a mana vault with Telegraph or turn 2, Smothering Tithe or Ristic. But based off the fact that they got a bad land, I think this is more indicative that like I wouldn't be surprised if we see them play like Crom.
I mean they vault to 4, right? So I joke all the time with Blue Farm that like 2 lands in a mana vault is a keepable hand, and at a certain point like you're right, absolutely.
Especially in this pod.
It lets them recover after getting kind of blown out by their mulligans, unfortunately speaking. And sometimes that happens in cEDH, right? Like you work with a high power format, but it at the end of the day, it's still 99 cards singleton or 98 cards singleton with partners, right? So at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do for consistency's sake. Sometimes your mulligans will kill you. It doesn't mean it's wrong to hunt the good mulligans. It just means that sometimes it happens, right?
Absolutely. And like given how long this game is expected to go, I think if they're able to get a turn 2 Kinnan out, turn 2 Crom out, I think for me that would indicate that this player did a very good job of figuring out what they needed on the way down.
Reading the room. Absolutely, absolutely. See 4 mana being tapped by Kinnan here, and then untapped very quickly. You always have the right to control Z. You're tapping a mana. It's not something that your opponents can respond to. So,
this player's thinking, will Sky counter my clever impersonator copying Jacob Hawken?
We have a Nature's Rhythm X equals 2, which will trigger the Mystic Remora on Sky's board. This is like, by the way, the exact same Sky setup, right? Like this is exactly what they're looking for in this pod. I am looking for an early draw engine. I'm going to play in a super responsible card draw heavy. I mean, this version from Sky is effectively Rogashai, right?
Absolutely,
This version's not as popular, but it's Rogashai, right?
I would suspect this is probably getting a very mastermind
A Fairy Mastermind is not a bad show up here. You know, some sort of Gilded Drake effect doesn't really affect a lot of things here, like unless you really want to prank the Jacob Hawken player, but I don't necessarily think that's exactly what you're doing in this pod. I think it's much more likely that, yes, Fairy Mastermind, maybe even a Badgermill Cub if they're feeling really proactive with the mana purposes, but that's also, once again, actually, I don't even know if they play Badgermill
No,
Cub in this
if
variation.
they were to get like a Bloom Tender or a Badgermill, I think that would probably a bit of like a push on the next turn, or just wanting to like. I don't know.
Just think a different version of Kinnan. Yeah, I think you're right. Fairy Mastermind feels like the most logical pull here, for sure.
Just from this list, I think everything else. They mentioned a librarian. I could see that.
Wanchu Tong. Yeah, so it's either essentially which one of my 2 mana draw engines do I want to get. I will say having an aggressively keepable Mystic Remora hand here, plus if Jacob then decides to draw on 2 card draws a turn, so I Mastermind's after. Being in this situation.
I'm surprised that we don't hear politic opponents because it's and be like RDOs.
That to me says one of two things. Either A, desperate, and I don't think that Fairy / Wanchu Tong will draw me much cards, or B, oh, look at this, I'm just drawing cards. Don't worry about my next turn. I'm definitely not going to play Basalt Monolith. Ooh.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it wafts of, I'd like to present a loop.
Yeah. Giving me fragrance of, yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a very interesting choice here. I think I do agree with you, though. Like, for me, being on 2 cards left in hand, I'm putting Fairy Mastermind into play. Like, even if I do have Basalt Monolith, I'm still trying to, like, go for that Fairy line there. I really feel like it's pretty aggressive here to go for this Thrasios. Unless, realistically, you play a very fair Thrasios game. And obviously, the players know what's the last 2 cards in their hand, so they have information that we don't at this point. I will say, if I'm Sky, I'm feeling very good about this pod so far. Like, you're the person with the most engines, you're the person with the most mana, you're the person with the most cards in hand. Jacob's, like, far behind, but, like, no Rhystic, no Mystic, no progressive card draw, just the 1 filter effect per turn, effectively, right? So, going on.
It's like, let's imagine that the next big spell that Jacob and Jacob Hawken or that Piloted by Sky cast is countered, right? Yeah. For Jonathan, it's going to be like a Chromatic Orrery or some kind of like Eldrazi. And now they're just kind of stuck with like a little bit of mana with a commander out.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, let's say Sky's Smothering Tithe gets countered. There's still a fish. There's development of like multiple aspects of the board state. So not only are they climbing ahead, but the ceiling for how low their deck can fall if heavily interacted with is like really high right now.
Yeah, and very notably, like, Jacob Hawken does have a few things, and I'll say a few here, but, like, there are a few uncounterable threats, right? As you mentioned, cast triggers from Eldrazi's definitely get there, right? They have Emrakul, both Kozilek, all that kind of stuff. They also have Hullbreaker Horror, which is completely uncounterable, and the one that I was looking for here, Rise of the Eldrazi, which is, like, one of the, like, most, oh, hey, this like, is an uncounterable, absolute backbreaking spell. There's one Archaic, all that kind of stuff. So there's, we do see the turn 2 Crom, great call there, Eric. Yeah, absolutely.
Go to Crombat.
A little bit of Crombat going on, no big deal, no big deal. Yep, players very actively mentioning that they do play. Yeah, Sky attempting to be like, hey, I don't play Nazo Necro, but they're a Tymna deck, they're a Snuff Out deck, right? Their life total does get used.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As well as like, if there is one control deck, life totals may matter. If there are 2 control, they're gonna.
yeah, I agree.
What do? You look at the top part of your library and exile it?
I would be very surprised if we see Jacob flip this turn with only 1 spell potentially exilable underneath Jacob. This is usually one of those cases where you're going to see Jacob just essentially go for, like, I'm going to filter a few cards underneath here, and I'll decide eventually if I really want to put a bunch of cards in here, but realistically that's not the case, right?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
believe the backside does, let's actually just pull up Jacob Hawken here. I feel like that makes a little bit of sense.
You're welcome to do that.
Yeah, Jacob Hawken is one of those lists where...
Hey, speaking of Snuff Out, here we go.
Oh, wow.
I jokingly played against Sky at one point and referred to them as the Snuffler because they were able to save multiple cards with this Snuff Out. But I will pull up Jacob here so people... as soon as it does load up on our database here. It's taking a little bit. There's a lot of Jacobs apparently. cEDH.
You get the option of paying 6.
Let's try that. Jacob Hawk, any better?
Exile.
We're struggling a little bit. That's okay.
Sky noting that they do still have to exile the card, and should they so choose, they can pay 6 to flip.
Yes, they can. They can.
Flip a card that is no longer there.
Yes, yes. Perfect, perfect. No nuts.
All right. The sniper paying for fish, it looks like. Oh, no, we see Frex and Metamorph coming down. That's really good. This is going to be a Crom, right?
Oh, here we go. I finally found our Jacob. Just to have that featured on stream here for a second. Yeah, so you can draw card, just a flip. But can we see the backside? Okay. Yeah. So we have the front side of Jacob. Flip focused card.
Oh, let's go.
Well,
there's a. Okay, it says you can tap, you can draw a card, then. Oh, it's just.
It literally flipped the card. I don't know
Okay.
if it was the intended purpose.
Okay.
Of flipping the card.
Okay. Well, we have no notes. No notes for Jonathan. We are taking notes. Part of the program with this overlay. It has many features.
Don't get me wrong. This is perhaps one of the coolest programs I've ever worked with as far as live cEDH is. It's just unfortunately a little bit awkward here.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get rid of this reverse Jacob Hawken. There's a con swing sitting in the field though. That's pretty not bad, and all of the players saying, yeah, we got to pass in. Honestly, I think this is such a great play out of Jonathan because you're essentially using your commander as a bait spell to eat that snuff out, and now Consprings is going, hey, we'll take all the cards in the pod for sure.
Asking for a friend, are we able to reverse Thoracle? Can we, how do you...
No, it's only cards that apparently have a backside.
Okay, I guess, well, you know, that's true. We did say this is not the pod to reverse Thoracle in.
Yeah.
Glad we cleared that up.
When I hear about reverse Thoracle, that's not exactly what I'm thinking.
Bagel says, I can't read any of this, indicating that they're a cEDH player. Happy you're here. Glad you're watching.
If I got a one seat going suddenly, well, because now my favorite mastermind would be crocking.
Yeah, one of the Jimmy in seat 3 recognizing, yeah, I would have much rather had the Fairy Mastermind here because Consphinx does be triggering.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for those who missed it, there is this here.
Yeah. Little ditty about consecrated Sphinx.
Yeah, definitely. There's
They call them the big yikes.
Yeah.
Sky letting the fish die makes sense when your opponents are getting twice as much card advantage literally as you are. Although Beseech the Mirror Bargain LED to me, knowing Sky, especially after declaring I am not getting Underworld Breach, probably will be getting a heuristic study.
Absolutely, or
this
like
is the most Sky thing in the entire world.
LED. Okay. I'm not getting a breach.
Yeah.
If you were gonna breach, if you're worried about breach, I'm not getting a breach.
Well, I'm assuming it's actually maybe Smothering Tide. I think
Smothering Tide.
makes a lot
Smothering
of sense
Tide is
here.
gonna super stop. Well, not stop the consecrated Sphinx, but
Sky verbally admitting I'm getting an imposter mech speaking.
Oh,
that gets really bad actually.
I'm surprised that they would do that, considering that Jonathan is the one that has don't have any.
Well, it's also a weird situation too, where like, well, Sky does have the Lotus Petal up. I know you can't see it.
Do they?
because it's laser
Oh,
beamed out,
okay. Oh,
but,
sorry. Yeah, flashbang.
What I will say is, Jacob Hawken is not exactly a deck that I would expect all to be necessarily the most impactful compared to like a blue farm list, right? I feel like that list is able to much more effectively be able to take advantage of those types of options here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's on the stack.
Imposter mech currently on the stack. Very ooh, notably Crom trigger missed here.
Oh, yeah.
Because Beseech the Mirror does cast the spell, so
yeah, and that is a forced trigger.
Yeah, that was a forced Crom trigger. So, well, it's not technically a forced trigger just because it's technically a beneficial trigger here. So, I do think they should call a judge for that because obviously the Consecrated Sphinx player would want that to be a beneficial.
Yeah, that's something I hear players talk about a lot. I like to hear some of your thoughts on is like they'll say like if a trigger is like a may or if it's beneficial or.
Well, so the
like,
may thing is a classic misnomer. I don't really know where that got
I don't know where
started,
that
but
came from
it's
either.
whether a detrimental or beneficial trigger. Yeah, I might want to just pause there. See if we can get the judge to pop over.
I got my trigger.
Yep.
This is a consecrated sphinx.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully our judge will see that note before things get a little too bit. However, we are already into the next player's turn, and we'll see if okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if/how this board state would be repaired.
Oh, okay. So it seems like they when Mox time and Beseech draw. Okay, so the trigger was already reflected. It seems like that was an error on our.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, good. Glad we got the judge over to clarify. Now we don't have to worry about that.
Awesome. Nice.
Okay, the Con Sphinx battle has begun.
To be clear, I am still worried about Sky's board.
So, has anyone in the audience seen this before? What happens when you have two Consecrated Sphinxes? Well, as someone who's both won and lost after this interaction, it's cursed.
It's so messy.
And this game is ending now, effectively.
Yeah.
What's going to happen here?
This game's
is
already
that,
over.
Sky is going to draw 2 off of this interaction. Then Jonathan is going to see that they have 2 triggers of their own Consecrated Sphinx to hypothetically draw 4 from this interaction. As soon as they resolve one of those triggers, Sky's board will recognize another 2 triggers that they have the ability to resolve. TLDR is the 2 players involved will have the ability to effectively draw their entire deck.
Absolutely.
First of all, logistically, this is a nightmare.
Absolutely.
Second of all, we are in a situation here where the other 2 players in the pod have no longer been able to matter.
Absolutely. Yep.
There are 2 players who are about to draw the entirety of their deck, unless both players are willing to pass on this.
Yeah, they're having this discussion right now.
Yeah, effectively of like who is willing to just let this happen and who is willing to let each other cook.
Yeah,
right.
Traditionally what will happen is either a player will play incorrectly and they'll immediately lose, or both players play correctly and they immediately draw, which is really, really good for Sky.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised at all. Yeah, that's very...
Yeah. If I'm Jonathan, I'm saying absolutely we're playing this out, especially because Jonathan will get a turn first, right? Which is huge here. Yeah, this is actually one of my least favorite interactions in all of Magic.
Yeah, Consecrated Sphinx reminds me a little bit of Smothering Tide, where players see it and they kind of see a little bit of red because it's such a powerful card. But also, if it gets copied, the context of the card really changes its capabilities. You were saying that?
Oh no, I'm just. It seems like they denied the draws. So effectively, the players are agreeing to not do the Con Sphinx fight here, which I think is a little bit interesting.
I think a little bit interesting.
It's got to happen eventually, right? And once again, as the Jacob player, I'm kind of like, why wouldn't we? Question mark. You know?
Yeah.
Interesting situation here.
Yeah.
I would like to play another turn at the very least.
Yeah, the players are essentially effectively going like, hey, I don't want another draw here, right?
Yeah,
like
this
players
always happens.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I can't afford to draw. And then after like 3 turns of passing up on triggers, you start doing the math and you're like, I've passed up on 6 cards. I mean, surely I can get like 2, right?
Yeah. And the tough part is it's like this decision point should have happened when thinking about removing this Consecrated Sphinx, right? Instead of just going like, okay, let's start this mini game, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we see Sky saying whatever's going to happen should
happen sooner rather than later.
Also, notably, Sky doing that when they will get all of their triggers first, right?
Correct.
So,
active, non-active does matter a lot.
Yeah.
Right now. Although not like a ton per se, right? Like it matters just a little bit, because like when the game starts with that. Wow,
there's the
just
basalt.
saying, yeah, I bet you guys don't got it.
Yeah.
I know you've only drawn like 12 cards.
Yeah. I mean, I think we see.
Wait, it actually resolved?
Maybe I should have drawn cards.
Oh my goodness!
There's no way this is working.
The players said they don't have it. There's no way.
Float a colorless attempt to untap.
There's no actual way.
Cast 2 spells, trigger a thing.
Only do that if you're going for a full draw, like 100% draw.
Yeah, I'll take a.
Oh, okay, okay. So the players do have things here.
Okay.
Okay, we explode.
Interesting.
Am I good to present infinite colorless?
Yeah,
we explode. Okay.
This is not how I saw this. Okay. Well,
Okay, so effectively, two players here are like, oh, hey, we have to.
this is going to be a nightmare
Draw.
to play out.
Because there's a Thrasios on the battlefield.
So they're able to.
I would like to draw through.
Oh, yeah. So what's going to happen effectively here is, as the players are mentioning, yes, there are consecrated sphinxes, but the thing is, Thrasios actions can happen in response to the consecrated sphinx triggers, right? So Jimmy is already pointing out, hey, yeah, I'm going to have infinite triggers on your con sphinxes, but instead I'm just going to win in response with infinite mana, with all their counter spells in hand, and they'll be able to win over the top.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Okay,
This is a situation where players kind of being stubborn is going to cost them this game.
That's so interesting. Yeah, because we were talking about it earlier. Like the Thrasios indicated there were pretty much guaranteed a basalt to come down, which is why I really would have expected them to force the issue on Kinnon's draw. But it looks like they made the decision of like, I'm not going to blink first. Potentially there's like a window of interaction, like.
So I get threshold by playing some random tutors.
Yep, the players are. Jimmy is now describing to the players how one of Kinnon's instant wins. It's effectively a flash photography loop where they make infinite copies of Cephalid Coliseum, and they force the players to draw 3, discard 3, draw 3, discard 3, draw 3, discard 3. However, there'll be Wonder Archaic, things like that on the battlefield that essentially effectively say you will not be able to capitalize upon these 3 draws. Now, notably, there are con sphinx in the battlefield, but at the same time, you can just bounce the 2 con sphinx before it's ever relevant, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. Okay.
Because they'll be able to have their library in their hands. They can just respond to the top trigger with a Born.
Well, they can just never let these con sphinx triggers resolve.
Exactly.
That's the thing. They can always just respond to all these con sphinx triggers, right? Even with the Cephalid Coliseum. So if you make a billion Cephalid Coliseums and then you make someone draw 3 cards, discard 3 cards, that trigger still does go on the stack.
Absolutely,
So they're able to infinitely. Flash photography.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. The player is currently describing that, and there's just never a time when they actually have to let these con sphinx triggers. So good on Jimmy for knowing
Good
these outs
on,
here.
yeah, good.
Yeah,
good.
because there's a lot of folks who hear, oh my God, you're going to draw 2 for every time I draw a card, and not realize that you can just hold priority and be able to go through it.
Yeah, and imagine like, also good on them for like keeping their cool because they bet on this a turn earlier with the Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
And then in the course of that turn cycle, we saw 1 Consecrated Sphinx come down, which is a very impactful card, into like a Beseech the Mirror from farm, which could get the most important card in their deck essentially, because I don't think they're really on anything that they'd cast with Beseech off 4. So you can see Smother Tide, anything that's like the worst possible card for you. But to be able to walk away from double Con Sphinxes with infinite mana off of Assault is not how I would have predicted this. So really good job on Jimmy for picking up the context clues necessary to kind of thread the needle here.
Also, for context on what the current discussion is as we mentioned with Jonathan's deck earlier, they do play Shuffle Titans, right? They do play Kozilek, they play Nexus of Fate, those cards that specifically say they have triggers to get shuffled back into your deck when that happens. But as Jimmy is very eloquently describing right now, you can just hit those triggers on the stack. They are going to just be able to respond to the flash on top of it, right? So there's just literally no point in which your opponents have priority that you can't just go, cool, I'll bury that under a million copies of Cephalid Coliseum.
Yeah, I think this is also a very important moment that not a lot of players, I think, prioritize or get enough practice in. Is that like Jimmy has already won.
Yes.
Now they essentially just need to like pass through the inquisition of questions without making any like notable mistakes. So all you have to do is know the line perfectly.
Exactly. This is one of those times though where it's good to know that like it's not okay. I make infinite mana GGs, right? It's good to actually practice the difficult parts of your combo when you go, how do I actually make that execution happen, right? Super fantastic job by Jimmy here to actually go, I know my outs, I know my deck, this is how it works. it's up to you guys to explain how you could possibly stop this loop that is kind of impossible to stop at this moment, right?
Yeah, and plus, this reminds me of the fact that there are few things I like more in cEDH than being proven wrong. This is the second time today I thought we were going to see like a long, drawn-out war of attrition.
Yeah, super fair,
And we even saw players who also thought the same thing too. But then one player the entire time, like Jimmy had a mulligan for this. They saw the line 3 turns ahead of time, and they were like, "I bet I can do this." I think that's awesome. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, this is truly a fantastic job by this pilot, executing what is a hard loop, realistically taking what is an extremely complicated loop and explaining it in a situation where your opponents are extremely incentivized to go like, oh, well, what about this, what about this? And Jimmy not even taking a long time to go like, nope, here's my out in this situation, here's my out in this situation, X, Y, Z, W, all of the letters of the alphabet, this is how I'm going to do it.
Keeping a cool
head,
they're doing a good job.
Keeping a cool head.
As well as this fantastic example of how something that's like a millimeter away from being a hard control deck is able to have more wins than a turbo deck. Is they realized that there was going to be a window at the table in between when you would usually expect a turbo to win and when you get buried beneath consecrated Sphinx triggers. This is insane that this is being pulled off.
So one thing that's happening right now that so for mention here is that Jimmy's also getting a little tripped up because he's unfortunately ending in a situation where it's becoming like 10% overly complicated. The situation is that if Basalt or if Mirage Mirror makes infinite copies switching between Basalt Monolith and a land, and then targets itself with the initial trigger, it won't turn back to a Mirage Mirror because it will become a copy of the thing it currently is a copy of, right? So effectively, one of the more complicated notions of what's happening here is that it's just a situation in which things are getting a little bit messy. The Veil of Summer also coming out here should be proccing. I guess no blue spells have been cast by the opponent, so there's no draw trigger of the Veil of Summer, which is actually pretty good here. But TLDR is that this situation involves the opponents sort of just essentially trying to pedantically find their out respectfully.
Which once again, respectfully, Sky is very high at the top of the list of players able to do that.
Yes, exactly, and you're once again Jimmy is now navigating the situation really clean, overthinking this one particular interaction a little bit because if you have Mirage Mirror and as a drop island, you have a copy of crop rotation. You can always sack your own thing, or you can turn it into an artifact and blow up your own artifact, right? So there's like dozens of different ways to like make it not a problem here, right? But just getting a little stuck on this situation here. But describing the flash photography loop, how to go to the Cephalus Coliseum, everything should be pretty clean, cut and dry at this point, right? There's really not a situation that their opponents can get out of this. I understand why they're asking them to play it out here, but Jimmy has also been very eloquent and very clear about where the situation is. I don't really know what sort of outs they're trying to explain here. Like there is extreme cleanliness and this game is over.
This reminds me of I was having a conversation with someone, I believe it may have been you, the idea that like oftentimes when you're in a situation like this where you're just waiting for a player to not make any mistakes, essentially these questions are a representation of the grieving process as a player like made what they thought would result in a win attempt and like kind of like he immediately gets punished for it. I 100% been in this situation as well. Like there technically is a world where Jimmy makes a huge mistake and throws away a win, but based off the way that they've sequenced and everything correctly so far, I do not assume that like that is the universe that we live in. I don't know, maybe in a world where like Consecrated Sphinx gets Thanos snapped out, like that happens, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I definitely understand playing to your outs here. There does come to a point where it becomes a little angle shooting, right? Like I think we start to pass the point where it's like Jimmy has made it pretty clear that the game is over, and also explained the loop like 2 or 3 times over by constantly going like, oh, let me see your cards again, let me see your cards again. It like does come to that point where it's like, are we really actually asking in a way that we think they're going to mess it up, or is it just like a point where get any sort of out here that probably shouldn't even be in this conversation right now,
But hey, congrats to like
congrats to Jimmy on a very insane win.
That's
actually
awesome.
Double con Sphinx, right?
Yeah,
the fact that the two of them were essentially able to Mexican stand off each other to the point where they just go, yeah, we'll die.
Yeah, they thought that like everyone was pointing a gun at each other,
Yeah.
but it was just the two of them,
Yeah,
and then and then he's like, "Oh, I'm leaving."
yeah. You don't shoot me, I shoot me. And then Jimmy walks in and goes, "Hey guys, you guys gonna point the gun over here?" And they're like, "What? Get out of here, man!
What gun?
Just win the game and get out."
Get out of here! I don't even want to talk to you. But I mean, I can't imagine a better way of finishing day one of a day 2 tournament than with 16 points.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, being at 16 points essentially means that Jimmy has 2 rounds to walk in and goes, "Pretty please, can I have draw?"
Yeah. Does anybody else want an ID?
Yeah.
I know I do. And so at this
it's definitely
point,
going to be a situation too where like if there are 16 pointers that squeeze in, I have to assume that Jimmy, one of the first 16 pointers, is going to be the one that gets in.
Yeah.
Because the breakers are probably kind of insane going into this next round.
So the rest of the Swiss portion of the tournament for them is how high they want their seeding to be, which is exactly where we're going to be. Because as we were talking about earlier, it's going to be draw city for the 2 games that we have tomorrow. Because when everybody wants to win, that's when it's most likely to result in a draw.
Yeah, or realistically, just most likely end a bloodbath, right? Like it is a situation where someone goes, "I can't afford to draw, you can't afford to draw." Either A, the players get creative enough where they can find a solution out of these situations, or B, someone goes, "Well, I got to choose who wins," which in my just experience in the format, it doesn't really work out that way a lot. But once again, it comes to this idea that I think you and I talked about a lot last weekend, where we saw more draws. But like there are points where it's like, hey, we can actually find a creative way out of this, but a lot of folks aren't willing to like launch 3 backflips in a row. You know, like are we willing to go like, I want to attack you, you want to attack me, grenade in the pod, let's see what happens, right? But what I will say is, you know, not to you know, essentially bad juju it, but like there is situations where I've seen where folks walk in going, "Hey, I just need a draw." And then they play against 2 people who both need to win and in, and they walk away with 2 losses tomorrow, right? So like there's no lock guaranteed for Jimmy. So if I'm going to bed tonight, I'm gonna have to wake up with my A game on. Although feels a lot better than taking a loss there for sure. There's like, every single one of those players that we just saw is still in this tournament, right? All of the 1-1 and 3 players can double win and in. All the players who are now, you know, 2-1 and 2-2 and 1, they can win draw, they can win. So and obviously Jimmy just needs either a draw or a win to lock their placement in for this tournament. And once again, we don't know officially where the bubble is going to be. We're just speculating that it is between the 15 to 17 points. Realistically, 15 is very mathematically unlikely. 16 to 17 is realistically where we're expecting that sort of bubble to break out.
Yeah, so potentially these players like maybe could get like a win and a draw. But the fun part about tournament math and the frustrating part of it is that like the nature of 4-player pods makes it really, really difficult because you can have huge point swings. Because when a player won this pod, that's 3 players who are like essentially dropping down.
And there's also just like this huge discrepancy between like this, because the way the pairing systems work in the tournaments nowadays, it's not like players are playing, as we saw in this round, the 8-pointers play the 11-pointers, right? They're not playing with the exact same record. So someone who is on the cusp of like needs to win twice, they can also beat 2 of the top players, and all of a sudden their breakers are just skyrocketed to being insane, right? So the way these breakers sort of breaking out is potentially super volatile. So we don't really know what's going to happen tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of good Magic yet to be played, and we're going to be featuring matches. We may not be featuring pod number 1 tomorrow. We may not be featuring pod number 2, but we're going to be featuring players who need to win games of Magic. None of the draw nonsense. We are going to be playing a bunch of people who have to go, hey, we need to win, and we cannot accept a loss here. And I think it's going to lead to some really intense games of Magic in the morning, starting stream at... Waiting for our producer.
While they look, you can put it in the Discord message. While he's looking it up, I really want to hear end of day 1, what has been the story of this tournament so far, at least as far as the stream is concerned?
Honestly, between here and between what I'm hearing from the players out in the hall, because, you know, when the stream goes down, when we have that time between rounds, Eric and I aren't sitting here playing Thumb War. We're out there going, we're talking to the players, we're having a good time, having those conversations, right? We are hearing what the people are saying in the audience, and I don't know if you know what it's like to be a creative personality, but people love telling you about their games. So what I'm hearing a lot is, it sounds like the bubble's finally starting to burst. It sounds like players are having one of 2 experiences. Experience number 1 is what we're seeing here, which is the control Kinnan won, the control Rog is shy 1, the control Blue Farm is winning, right? Those are the games we're seeing. We're also seeing the complete inverse experience where I am hearing from players who are like, I never untapped 3 games in a row. They're going, Crick got me, Rogsai got me, another turbo deck got me that I've never heard of in the entire world, right? Like these experiences are being sort of had in such a discrepancy. Now, we mentioned 213 players, and I bring this up to folks all the time. In 7 rounds of Swiss, so most of these folks have only had between 4 to 5 rounds going right now, which means they've only had 12 to 15 opponents. Out of 213.
Yeah.
What a fraction of a percentile of an experience.
Yeah.
You might have someone who goes, I've played Ragashai 6 times in this tournament. And the person who goes, I've literally never not lost to a turbo deck in this tournament, right? So the metagame is always so expansive, so wild in these things, but I am hearing more decks putting wins on the stack.
Oh, yeah.
Even the mid-range decks are pushing. So we are starting to hear that like things are starting to go from like, yes, the Ragashai bubble is bursting. Now these decks are still doing good.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But the low end, the low to the ground deck, I should say, those decks are sneaking in there. They're taking W's and they're winning in turn order. Now the question is, can they win out of turn order? Can they win when they're in 4th seed as much as they can win when they're in 1st seed?
Yeah, that's a great question.
So it sounds like, you know, are there decks in the middle that are just sort of getting batted around like a yarn with a cat? Who's to say, right?
Yeah, you should have picked one.
Exactly.
No, it has been, I have loved the fact that we have seen the decks that not just are able to, you know, keep the turbo decks at bay, but as soon as they stop a breach land, they're like, okay, now it's my turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Be like, wow, that was such a tough win attempt. Anyways, untap silence.
Yeah, I hate when players try to breach. Anyways, and I think that that kind of dynamism is what's really kind of drawing to the forefront of what makes a deck really, really able to hang in a mid-range meta. Because we also see how metas can kind of like fluctuate.
Absolutely.
Not just from like tournament to tournament, but also like the geography of it plays into it a little bit. And so what I feel like we're seeing from these pilots is their ability to like take a really solid 98 or 99 and be able to pull from both halves of it as needed. And we're seeing it come down to almost this like players playing rock, paper, scissors with their own decks, playing this like kind of like guessing game or gambling of how the game is going to play. And then, you know, when they bet it all on black, you know, and, you know, win the big bucks, I think that's fun to watch.
Yeah, and it really is this interesting case of like, you mentioned ebb and flow in the metagame, but you notice mid-range decks still perform really well, right? Like, because the mid-range decks can jam, right? Like, we saw Kinnan put a turn 3 win under 2 Consphinx, right? We saw TNT jam a turn 3 win earlier today with that Devoted Druid line, right? So these mid-range decks, the decks that can go to turn 10, they can also push on turn 2, turn 3, right? So that dynamic, that consistency comes from the fact that it's not consistent when they win, it's consistent when they can win.
Absolutely.
And that narrative there, that is what makes these mid-range decks the ones that you see the most frequently in these cEDH tournaments, the ones that are doing the best on month-to-month-to-month basis. It's not necessarily that they are so dominant that there are no prevailing alternate strategies there, but it's more so the case that there is the ability for these decks, for pilots who say, hey, I want to show up and I want to eat my vegetables every single week. I don't want to be fun or spicy. I don't want to be cool about it. I just want to show up and I want to walk away with a paycheck at the end of the day. That's why they gravitate towards these mid-range decks, because they're consistent. And that's the real word. They're consistent. Now, that being said, we have such diversity in this metagame, right? It's not like we're saying other things aren't viable. It's more so we're saying, watch as the mid-range decks go, oh, yeah, this deck is flexible. I can bend all the way to the fast side and play Flusterstorm and Miscast and all the pieces that beat the early game. Or I can bend all the way back over here and I can play Sudden Stub. All that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, it reminds me of like, so we were talking about, there was a pod earlier and we thought like, unfortunate was a good way to describe it.
Yes.
When I think of like overall, the word that comes to mind for me is like confidence. With the Rogshy, we saw that was the one deck where they just survived a really long like counterspell war and they just drew a ton off of Ristic. But with the TNT win and this one, both of them were incredibly heads up. For the TNT, they played Devoted Druid turn 1, known combo piece. For the Kinnan player, I mean, I don't know, maybe the players had a different experience, but as soon as I see a turn 1 Kinnan and a turn 2 Thrasios, there's only one thing they can cast on turn 3 and not be like, you know, seeing stars. And so I love the idea that like in a game where the whole pod can flip on like the turn of a dime, as they're mulliganing, they see these lines and they think to themselves, I bet I could do it.
Well, you know, it describes an experience because like this is actually I used to not like going to invitational tournaments for this very reason.
Really?
Because
Okay.
yeah, so the whole thing with that would be like there would be a level of ego to these games, all that kind of stuff. And what I described and what I think we saw in that game there, right? You have two players with consecrated sphinxes, essentially a gamble there. It says one of us wins this game,
Yeah.
right? But because they both stubbornly locked each other out,
Yeah.
you ended up with a scenario where the player who had effectively nothing went, is this anything? And they went, yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah.
Right? So essentially we ended up in a situation there where I call it playing 4D chess when there's an open door. Right? It's effectively these players who are like, but when they do this move, I will counter it with this. They will not give you the consecrated sphinx battle. And the other guy goes, guys, you left the door unlocked. I'm gonna walk through, okay?
Yeah. Hey guys, I have 3 mana.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Passes
close
if
the
you
door
do.
after you, but you guys keep battling out here on the porch. I'm gonna have fun.
You guys have fun. I'm going to top 16.
Yes, exactly.
Say hi to the losers bracket for me.
All right, guys. Well, over here. Are you still gonna do the con sphinx thing? Is basalt okay?
Well, speaking of see you guys later, thank you so much for those who have stuck around today.
Yes,
we know
absolutely.
that like every cEDH game, every stream has some ups and downs. But I know for us, some of the huge ups has been being to see you guys talk about stuff. And there were some things that like either you guys noticed or we noticed that I feel like really radically changed the game.
Absolutely.
And it just it brings to me, you talk about like a 4-dimensional game like chess, being able to have streams games of cEDH, it just breathes so much extra life into the game. I know I'm walking away from this super excited to play.
Absolutely.
I bet these players also can't wait to see if they're able to make Swiss, but they still have 2 more rounds to get through. The Invitational is going to start tomorrow at 9:30. I believe that's...
and very notably, the Invitational was a different format. So Invitational was 5 rounds cut to top 16, so you'll be able to see 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Make sure you're paying attention there. So 8:30 or 10:30 Eastern, something Pacific, whatever. Yes, at 9:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, top 16 of the Invitational, and the open player meeting. Round 6 starts at 9:45, so we'll be booting up the stream as soon as the player meeting starts. That way, when the players are ready to go, we are in there. So
Absolutely.
9:30 Invitational, top 16 for us. Round 6 of Swiss, which will go round 6. Round 7, cut to top 16, cut to 4. We're finishing the whole thing tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Both events. It's going to be great. And a lot of cEDH yet to be played. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, Eric, for beautifully drawing our timeline.
Heck yeah. I'm left-handed, but for some reason when I'm using the mouse, I'm right-handed. So there's like I'm trying new things. Speaking of trying new things, something else we want to talk about is that plans are already in play for Pittsburgh at Steel City.
Absolutely.
That's going to be in July. Some things that are noticeable about it is there are a bunch of different formats being played, from Magic to Riftbound to, if there's a card game you can think of, it's probably going to be there. But also something that they're trying new is that there's usually these kind of last chance events that we have beforehand, and it's oftentimes you'll see, especially when there's like an invitational format, it's a last chance for points to make it into the event.
60 card traditionally they'd award you buys, and in this situation they're going to award you 3 points towards your tournament. Essentially, you're not skipping round 1, but you just start with 3 points. Like you just have 3 points, and you're just like, cool, I'm in the tournament now with 3 extra points. I didn't have to do anything. Well, except for win an LCQ.
Yeah, all I had to do was just casually
win an LCQ. But either way, very unique opportunity coming up. We will see how it shakes out in the tournament scene. It's going to be interesting to see whether this is something that's widely adopted, widely popular. Personally, I'm a little bit like, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like players going into a tournament with already just being like, hey, I just got some 3 points already walking into it. But you never know. Like this could end up being a really popular option. And also, it's not like they just walk in with 3 points that they paid for. They still had to win a mini event to get those 3 points, right? So it's not like anyone's taking it easy on them either, right?
Yeah, they're walking in with 3 points and like a face full of bruises.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. I mean, those are just a lot of things that I'm excited to see. I hope you're excited about them too. You can catch us tomorrow. We're obviously going to be talking about the Swiss games and the Top Cut games, but also we're just so excited to talk with you guys and about all the stuff the cEDH has to offer. So make sure that either you're watching us or the invitational stream. I will say, I hate to be that guy, but those are the only 2 things you're allowed to watch tomorrow. You heard it from me first. So.
Once again, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, Invitational, top 16, 9:45 a.m.
Central,
that one, that's what I said. I live on the East Coast, I'm sorry. 9:30 a.m. Central, top 16.
O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O.
Man, I've been brewing all year. I guess I'm finally ready to go back.